Hi. Oink. Hello. Oink. It's been so long. Anytime I go more than like 4 days without streaming, my brain is like, I haven't streamed in so long. It's been such a long time. I have a terrible update for all of you though. That's not that bad. Those of you who've been following my EG is looking for a job arc, which has been going on since August. I was supposed to have a job interview yesterday. They emailed me yesterday morning and was like, hey, we can't do it today anymore because of internal trouble. Can we reschedule for like next Tuesday or Wednesday? And I was like, I cannot believe you've done this to me. Oh! Because I didn't schedule any consultations for yesterday, and I didn't, schedule a stream, and I was like not in the wherewithal to have streamed after. So I am so sad about that. This is 2 Thursdays in a row that have gotten goofed up, and the trouble that I'm having right now is that interviewing for jobs is preventing me from doing consultations and from streaming, so the fact that I'm interviewing is actually making it harder for me to earn enough money to make it through each month. Man, this is a strange compounding issue. So I'm figuring out some solution to that, but yeah, next week for sure, for realsies this time. For trueness, I emailed them back today and was like, hey, here's the times I'm available on Tuesday and Wednesday, which I already have consultations scheduled for, so they kind of are gonna have to work around me maybe. But man, it's, yeah, baloney. So hopefully, theoretically, everything's gonna be okay. We'll figure it out, but thank you for the luck. We'll figure it out. But yeah, bear with me. It's, tough. Can they do that? Potentially person out a paycheck? I mean, here's the thing. If you're applying to work, I don't think it really matters to them so much how that all goes and works. They're looking out for their own needs, and it's not that they're being cruel by doing that. It's just that they have to do what's right for them as a company and for a business. I have a feeling that what happened from the way that they phrased it, I think the person who was supposed to interview me is sick. So therefore they are like wasn't able to come in for some personal reason. Therefore, they just couldn't do the interview because the person interviewing me, this isn't a very big organization that I'm applying at. So like, if that person's not there, I just can't interview. So like, I understand why this happens, and it is okay. It is all right. But it is just unfortunate the way that it goes. Yeah, it's fair enough in every way, shape, and form, and I completely understand why this stuff happens. But it is just tough because it's hard for me to schedule myself when all of that is happening. Applying to jobs is basically a full-time job, sans the pay. Yeah, that's why I've been, my other update to you all is, I am an insane person. That's not news. I'm crazy. I bite off way more than I can chew. Every opportunity I can possibly get. This is not news, at all. It's no surprise. But, for some reason, I was like, hey, you know what I haven't gotten to do that I used to love doing for years and years and years and years? That I haven't done in forever? Inktober. I have successfully completed Inktober multiple times in my life. I did it when I was in high school at least once or twice. My freshman year of college, I successfully did every single day of it. My junior year of college, I sort of did like a hybrid version of it where I would combine 2 prompts into like 1 illustration so I could get 2 days worth of art for the price of 1, just because of my workload. But I haven't actually done it. I haven't done Inktober since my junior year of college, and that was years ago. That was like somewhere in the ballpark of at least 5 years ago. And I love doing Inktober. I love having little prompts that I can draw things for. And so I've decided I'm doing Inktober. I am not doing the Inktober. I'm not doing the official one. I saw somebody ask what Inktober is. It's like a drawing prompt a day for the month of October, in the theory of just like repetition and practice and consistency and stuff like that. It's a good exercise to try, but it can be very, stressful. And it can be very, time-consuming. And yes, there is an official one. There is... I don't know how to explain
Vtuber
it.
review stream of a showgirl less than 333.
Less than 333. Thank you. Yeah, happy, I guess, Taylor Swift album release to those who celebrate. But yes, there is an official Inktober. They have like an official prompt list and like official art books and stuff like that. There are some dubious things that go on in relation to that I'm not going to get into. And I also was not a huge fan of the prompt list this year. The first one starting off is mustache. I was like, don't know. But I did find a really good list that I thought was really cute. It's for OC-tober, you know, like October. So I'm doing that one. So I'm almost done my third drawing for today. I'm taking weekends off. That's the thing I'm allowing myself. So I'm gonna rearrange the order of the prompts just a little bit for that. But yeah, I'm taking weekends off. I'm gonna take care of ourselves. But I would say that that's still completing it if I manage to do, what, 25-ish drawings in a month? That's pretty crazy. And what am I, e.g., if not an OC? Tax, jokingly, unless. You know, I should put the tax in the server so you guys can see it, because it's EG art. I can put it in there. Yeah. Also, might need to leave soon. Possible to do my design on Monday if it was planned for today. Senzum, I did have you pulled first for today, but whatever is best for you, we can review you. You literally say the word to me. I have your design downloaded. You just say the word and we will go, essentially. So Monday, that's okay if it needs to be Monday. I'm not planning to yap for an incredibly long amount of time right here, right now. Just doing a couple little housekeeping things because I haven't seen everyone in a week, but depends on how soon that is. Just do let me know. Also, Odgepodge, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back. We have a hype train that occurred in some capacity, which might be related, question mark? Unsure. But welcome back, Odgepodge. You only get 1 Prime sub a month, and I'm honored that you would use it out on little old me. Do it on Monday. Thank you so much. Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, okay, we'll do it Monday. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Have you housekeeped the Discord in a while? I feel like not. Oh, what do you mean by that, Ember? Have I missed something? Have you housekeeped the Discord in a while? What do you mean? What do you mean? EG, why do you have Duolingo drops? I don't know. I have Duolingo. I fresh uninstalled, reinstalled Vignon, so I don't know why the mouth thing's still happening. Just thinking back, like, when was the last time EG looked at the Discord on stream? Oh! You mean, when was the last time we looked through, like, fan art and stuff like that? That is actually a really good question. Maybe we can do some of that today. You're right, it has been a while since we did that. That's true. Amber, I thought you meant that, like, I had missed something and there were troubles happening in the Discord server and I had been missing them, and I was like, oh no, what do you mean? I check it every day. Oh, expect more! Thank you guys for resubbing. I appreciate it. More Prime subs. Very kind of y'all. I hope you enjoy continuing to rotate, and I'm honored you would use those Prime subs on little old me. Oh, wait, Gary, you're on the wrong side of me still. Gary, why are you over there? Oh, don't look at my skull, please. Please don't look. Please don't look. Sorry, it's incredibly embarrassing. Gary, why are you on that side of me still? You're still over there from last stream. Come over here. Over here is where you're supposed to be. Thank you for head pat. There we go. Oh, wait, hang on. You're in my shoulder. That's not where you're supposed to be either. Little more this way. Hey. What's that about? There we go. Now Gary's properly levitating beside me. You seem to have glass passes in the brain. Yeah, I do tend to have a little bit of Trigon on the mind at all points in time, mayhaps. Posted a post of my Vtuber drawings and stuff for reference at a post on Discord. It really helped me a lot with streaming. Oh, hello. First time properly here. Well, welcome. Oh, Edward, thank you so much for the gifted subs. What the heck? Hey, can we rotate for Edward, pretty please? If you got gifted a sub, please say thank you. If you got spored, we do a little bit of rotation around here, and now more people are capable of rotating. More people than ever before can rotate now. But thank you. I appreciate it, Edward. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, we should totally open the Discord at some point and go through some of the fan art and some of the memes and stuff like that. We definitely should. I'm gonna write that down. Maybe we'll do that next Friday on stream. We'll start next Friday doing that, maybe. I have an idea for next Friday's stream. Actually, wait, I'm lying to you. I'm not gonna be live next Friday. Jubby and I are going to a wedding So we will not be here next Friday. Sorry. Telling lies? No, Papa. Man, one of these weeks I'll have a normal schedule again. This is June 2.0, where I couldn't get like a full week going. Shroom State's own Inktober incoming. Okay. That was something I did want to mention, which is that I did want to maybe create a area somewhere in the Shroom State where you can post your Inktober drawings if you're doing them, if you would like. I mean, you can always post them just in art, so maybe this is overkill, me even suggesting this in the first place. But, like, I thought it might be kind of nice, maybe, to have, like, in the extra credit area or something. That way, you know, you can talk about... There. So that way you can talk about the prompts together, or share your prompt lists, or, you know, just, I guess, generally discuss in some capacity, maybe? I don't know. It is an option. So maybe, but it would have been really smart of me if I would have scheduled our, our extra credit in a way where we could do, like, what we did for Art Fight for Inktober, but then again, at the same time, asking all of you for extra credit to draw every single day in October is crazy. Crazy, Dio. That would be intense. I think it'd be fun to have a prompt list extra credit. Maybe we could do that for another month? So, like, we have Art Fight, which is a good motivation to draw in July, and then October has Inktober, which is, like, a good motivation to draw. I know there is Huvember, which is the November one. E-G-E-D-U-E-U. There's Huvember, or something like that for that, and there's Mermay in May. But it seems like there's, like, not much of that happening between October and May. So maybe we could do, like, around the time of, wonder if maybe by, for my birthday month. Yeah, do December? I don't know about December because that's, holiday season. So people tend to be really busy at that time. It's hard to make a lot of art during that month, especially, I would say, for me, and also for a lot of people who are college students or college professors, or students in general, because that's midterms or finals. That's kind of a stressful time. But maybe January or February would be a good time, so sort of splitting some of that difference, maybe. Oh, hi, Ryuku! Just here to say hi, then bye. Busy all day. Take care, please, Ryuku. Thank you for stopping in, though. Could do a December? What do you mean, a December? Just one day? Just one singular December? There's only a couple of Decembers. We'll pick one December to do, yes. Do like once a week prompt for extra credit? Yeah, it'd be like a once a week thing. It would definitely not be that intense. Wait, Junicorn, February, D in December, Smogust? I've never heard of any of those. That is interesting. But yeah, maybe it would be that. Don't know if depending on the time of year I could do one a week. Well, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. November's where you have a different hue color for every day. Yeah! That I've never done that one, but I've seen it before, and I know that September there's like a sword timber. The Curse of the Kiss Mouth never ends. That's what the prop was called. It was called Kiss Mouth, which who am I kissing? Only Jubby gets kisses. That is it. I think it's just my silence mouth or my pout mouth or whatever. I think I just called it that because it's at 3. But Huvember, I personally prefer Huvember? What are you talking about? Not even Gary. Oh, I can give Gary a little kiss on his little mushroomy head. Mwah. I can give him a little forehead kiss. That's fine. That's acceptable. We can do that, but not else. No one else. Just Jubby and I guess Gary are the only ones who receive that. Oh, thank you guys for the hive train. What did I collected all the level 2 emotes? Wow, I have them all. Crazy. Choo-choo. I have all of them. Did I get a level 3 one? Because we didn't get 2 level 3 question mark? I don't know how these work. I guess everybody else is getting their little chest things. I don't know how it all works. Eating ramen noises, I also have a banana. Congrats. Enjoy your banana. With ideas for the rest of the months? That's true. What months are left? We'll figure that out. Streamer gets a free chest too? I don't know. They might. I think I get whatever the emote was. Question mark, maybe. Sometimes I get emotes, sometimes I don't. Unclear. Anyways, to not lengthen our yap much further than it needs to, let me just get the couple other little tales off of my chest of things that have gone down since you have seen me last, because it has been a couple of days. I had an encounter. Peeks at you from underneath of my googly eyes. I'm still here. I'm still looking at you. I have more eyes than ever before. I had an encounter. So Jubby and I, we didn't realize that because of the holiday yesterday, the recycling wasn't going to be collected. So we took our recycling out and then still somehow managed to fill up our recycling entirely again. So usually when we fill up our recycling, a lot of our boxes will just end up sitting next to our recycling bin, like outside of it. And sometimes every once in a while there ends up being like a can or something else that ends up sitting in those boxes next to our recycling bin inside the house, like in the kitchen. So we were leaving the house yesterday to just like run a little bit of errands. I think we just needed to go pick up onions. What an outing. Leave the house just for onions. Olives are important in cooking. It makes sense. But I, you know, am picking up the things to put them in the bag that the recycling is in, and I'm picking them up, and I pick up a can, and suddenly, upon my hand, has scurried out a spider, I kid you not, like, more than 2 inches across. Like, I'm making the size of it with my hand, but it doesn't matter, because that doesn't translate to you at all. Not this. Yeah, so unfortunately the only kind of spider I dislike is the kind of spider that's on me when I'm unaware. Most other spiders, totally fine. I am a-okay with them, they don't bug me. It's okay, they can hang out. I just don't want spiders on me without my knowledge because unfortunately, my like first instinct when that happens is, oh, bam! And like, smack him. Sneaky spider prejudice. I wouldn't call it that. If he had stayed inside the can, he would have been okay, but it's the fact that he crawled out on top of me, that was the problem. And then also, previously this week, Jubby and I tore apart our entire, like, bedroom and, like, realigned all of our furniture because we discovered that our bed was positioned in the coffin position in our bedroom, like, directly in front of the door. We were like, wow, no wonder nothing is working. We have set ourselves up for failure in the arrangement of our bedroom. Let's fix this. We were rearranging. In our rearranging, we discovered a lot of spiders that were resident spiders. They're fine. We don't mind them. We're allowed to have a little bit of spiders happening in the house, but because we rearranged, we sort of like scattered them out of their little homes. So they were trying to figure out where to go and where to go home and figure out where to be. So unfortunately that night while we were in bed, I rolled onto my back on top of a spider and it bit me on the back of my shoulder. And I react really strong to bug bites. So I had a bite that was swollen up the size of like a golf ball on like the back of my shoulder. So I couldn't sleep on my back. Then I was paranoid about sleeping on spiders. I felt bad because he didn't deserve to die, under my shoulder blade. So it was just like a whole situation there. Golf ball? Yeah. Joby was like, E.G., are you sure this wasn't a brown recluse? Are you sure you're not gonna die? I was like, I'm not gonna die. I know what a brown recluse looks like. Second of all, it'd be like necrotizing and doing all kinds of crazy stuff. This is just what happens when I get bit by bugs. I get a mosquito bite and it swells up to the size of a quarter. Like, that's just how it goes. My body is a little bit, it's a little overprotective. It's a little overzealous. Yes, golf ball. Are you allergic? Probably. I'm allergic to many things. So, as a result of that whole debacle, spider on my hand, I freak out. I go, ah! And I throw the can down and, like, try and get it off of me instead of trying to kill it. And the kind of spider that it was looks similar to a brown recluse. And Jubby immediately was like, no! Bam! Knocked him out. But I was like, no! Let's turn spiders down! I need them to help me with my ant problem! They didn't deserve it, but he really should not be on me. What can you do? Oh, Selma, thank you for gifting the subs. Very kind of you. True-mates, can you rotate for Selma, please? Please rotate for Selma. If you got gifted a sub, please say thank you. Thank you, Selma. Does it let you leave a note when you gift things? Oh my god, wait, you're over 150. You've done it. You've completed your high number. The number has been reached. What do we do now? Not the first, so Dungeon Slime was the first? Doesn't matter who's first. What do you mean? I don't think it matters who's first. the fact that you guys are that kind and that giving to me is not missed. I am so overwhelmed sometimes by just how much I'm like appreciative. Don't silence me, I'm being nice and I'm being emotional. 150, that's a lot. Yeah, like that is an unfathomable number to me to some capacity. That is 151 people who you have saved from advertisements and 151 times that you have decided that EG is worthy of support in that capacity. And I am so honored. So thank you. Yeah. There's a holiday yesterday? Yeah, was it? I might be wrong. Was it Yom Kippur yesterday? What was yesterday's holiday? Was it Yom Kippur yesterday? Googles. Yeah, it was. Yes, it was. Okay. Drink your water. I will drink not just water. I will drink my aloe beverage. There we go. Just in case you're wondering how big my aloe beverage is, it's like double the height of my head, so don't worry, I'll be real hydrated this stream. All for supporting artists? Thank you! I am also all for supporting artists. I appreciate it. Get them electrolytes. Oh, don't you worry, my aloe beverage is fortified. It has vitamins in it. Don't you worry, for some reason, my aloe beverage has 16% of my daily percentage of calcium, it has 10% of my iron, it has 15% of my vitamin D, and it has 30% of my potassium for the day. So I'll be good. I'm all vitamined up. Don't worry. So, what else did I have to say? So yeah, I had unfortunate spider encounter, job interview is postponed. I have another interview for another job that's also next week, but that's virtual and also for something that is like a backup, which is okay. We checked Inktober very quickly. Was there anything else I had to say? Didn't know you were job searching? Yeah, unfortunately VTubing don't pay the bills. I mean, it does. VTubing pays the bills okay. Also, hi, Carbon. VTubing pays the bills okay. Mostly my commission work does, but unfortunately, because of some nonsense in the US of A, I can, despite my lifestyle not changing, the world changed around me, and I can no longer afford to live comfortably. So, I need something to make it more stable. I need health insurance. Which I had before, but now no longer. You have 1 week to make Squiiji financially independent. That is too much pressure to put on all of you, and I would never ask that of you. That is far too stressful, and I would not ask that of all of you. Insurance? Yeah, I'm a medically expensive person. I have medications that uninsured are really expensive. Time to get adopted? Adopted? I think I'm way too old for that, unfortunately. I don't think getting adopted works. Unless you mean being adopted to another country where they give me free health insurance, that'd be nice. Yeah, not quite yet. Anyway, huh? Of course it has to happen when it's my turn to be an adult. Okay. There we go. Now I'm back. My voice has been restored. Is there a Halloween EG this year? No. We're gonna use... Wait! I could just be Halloween. I'm just gonna be Halloween EG all month. Hang on, it's October. October started 3 days ago. Why am I not already Halloween EG? You caught me slacking. Why? I've been so distracted with like the 19 other things going on that I forgot that is a thing that I can and should do. Watch, I can just make it happen right now. Wait. Nope, not like that. That's not how I want to do it. Can I have this? And then if I go like this one, and then I go like, hang on. Yeah. Bam. Happy Halloween month. I'll have to load my backgrounds back in because I don't know if I still have the... Oh, wait, I do. Wait. Nope. That's not right. Why is that the wrong one? It's somewhere. I'll figure it out for next week. Spooky time. Yeah, it's Halloween. I totally forgot. Happy Spooktober. Yeah, happy October. I totally forgot. No, we are sadly not getting new Halloween EG this year. I just won't have the time to do it. It took me so long to make this model that I feel like I should just use this one and enjoy it for what it is worth. I feel like the new outfits we'll get in the coming year will just be for new, like, events, essentially. So, like, you know, we had a winter model and we had a Halloween model. So what if for the coming year, we have, like, a spring model and a summer model? Or if we have, like, things that relate to other events. That way we get the whole year's worth of variety of EGs. And that way we also aren't only making an outfit that's only used for a month. I feel like that would be much kinder on me. Easter model. I don't know what that is. Cozy fall outfit. Technically, I feel like my current outfit's a fall outfit, but yeah, we could do something else as like another fall outfit. But yeah, we'll probably make... There will be at least one, if not two outfits this year.
Oh, you think the message failed? Well, joke's on you. I bribed Mobot to finale let me. Message removed by Amber.
What? Most confusing text-to-speech ever. You think this failed with jokes on you? Bribed Mobot to finally let me? Amber got you and ripped the sounds right out of your mouth. Not functional, no. Lend you my cloak for the costume for this year? Hey, this is my costume. Look at me. I am so slay. With my funny little fingers that were dipped in something or stained, and my beautiful little capelet, and my drippiness, and my oyster mushrooms, and my big ol' hat. I am here for this coming back. Summer EG, just one of those character-themed ice creams that have the terrifying melted eyes. That is a concept. We almost had summer EG. I almost made a summer EG. If it weren't for the 2 big projects I had over the summer, we probably would have had a summer EG. We just only ended up not having it because I didn't have time to do it. Also, some of the redeems won't work with this, but most of them should. Costume's amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad you think so. So I have in the last year at least fixed this model to work with most of the redeems that we do. We have all these. EG, where does OG EG go? OG EG is always in our hearts and always around some way, somewhere, somehow. It's just, there will probably be more variety, which is what I'm looking forward to. But anyways, why don't I teleport us to the room where we're supposed to be and get us, like, moving in the right direction? We've yapped for 30 minutes, and I get that we are doing a 6-hour stream today, but I would like to get us moving in the right direction, so let's go. Wait. This is the wrong room. Psych! There we go. Now this is correct. Gary steals the show? Gary's always in here stealing the show. I feel like I need to give Gary, maybe this year for Halloween, I'll give Gary a little hat so that we match, maybe. Yeah. Wait, Halloween costume maybe? Huh? Do we take attendance? Not yet! That's why we're getting started. We are going to be moving in the right direction now. Yeah. So, first, let's take roll. Who's here for class today? Who's here? Who managed to show up for class today? I saw Ryuku's check-in earlier, but if you would like to check in for class, we have a 1-point channel point redeem on Twitch.
You get the Cameron out front. Oh, whoa. Hottest model. Every pixel. Every color, yeah? When you're famous, it can be kind of fun. It's really you. But no one ever discovers in some ways. You're just like all your friends, but on screen, you're a star. You get the best of both worlds. Chill it out. Take it slow, then you rock out the show. You get the best of both worlds, mixed it all together, and you know that it's the best of both worlds. You go to conventions. Is that Squiiji 3D?
Are we singing Hannah Montana? Because technically I have a secret. My secret that nobody knows is that I'm really just a regular person. I'm secretly not a mushroom. Is that what it is? That was good, Rex. Thank you for the song. Also, thank you, Gary, for relaying it to us. Here, but Twitch is giving errors. Don't worry, I see you, absolutely. Also, Twitch fella, or not Twitch fellas, YouTube fellas, if you guys want to check in, you can just say hello or hi or here if you would like. But let's see who all is here for stream. Telling me you lied to us all? Hoshi, you know what my, like, upper half of my face looks like. Preposterous. Tell you're not a shroom. I mean, I'm still a mushroom, but I don't look like this. What do you mean? A couple people met me at Otakon. They know that I have other abilities and other things that I look like, apparently beyond this. Let's see. There we go. Let me read the chat. Know my immersion. Know my immersion, you say, as you guys peeked inside my skull earlier and are watching my neck stretch to unfeasible lengths? Really? Immersion is not a thing we have in these parts. I admire people with kayfabe so much. Can't be me. I cannot do that. Nobody's immersion. Nope, not around here. So, who's here? I see Bug, Citizen, Rex, Absolupsy. Oh wait, yours is here. Absolupsy, you did manage to redeem it. Seasonal Sage, Chili, Lady Danger, Real, Missing Marble, Oddpodge, Kaneko, Fern, Real Art Fun, Panda Rosemarie, Edward, Hoshi. Wow, I just full named you again. One day I'll figure it out. Oh. Bleak. Ooh, I can tell Cinda's here, but I don't know if you redeemed that one. Nilo. Scrolling up. Southern Lights. I forgot what name I was supposed to fix your name to, but I figured out how to fix names, so I have to fix that at some point. Chokorama, Selma, Fia, Bunsart Burrow, Chaddles, Milky Way, Hikikomori Zara, Expect More, Neil, Snomna Cup. Wow, there's many of you. Tyria, TV Head, Lunora, Starly D-Star, Ornithoraptor, Nicholas, Cleeper, Lance, Init on set, YouTube fellas. I see Ivy, Healer Maynora, also Star D-Star, Haunted Butter, Ivy, Memority, Holy Roman Empire, Nano, Dan. Hi. Welcome in, fellas. Oh, Star was what it was supposed to be. Okay, thank you. I'm writing that down. I figured out how to fix them for myself, so I'll fix yours so I can see your name properly. Thank you all for being here. So, today, what we are doing is we are doing live VTuber design critiques. Originally, we were going to start with Sanism because Sanism had skipped the line, but Sanism has requested to go on Monday. So what we're going to do today, I have a new technique for us to pick out from the chat who we are going to be critiquing the designs of. The way this is going to work today is you do need to have your design already submitted to the form. So do make sure that your design is already submitted to the critique form. So I can find you. And what we're going to do today is I am going to say a number and you are going to type the number in, and the first one who gets the number is going to be who goes first. Submitted before you started? Hell yeah, go for it. So we'll alternate back and forth between Twitch and YouTube because I know that the delay may not be the same between Twitch and YouTube. Where's the form? I just tagged it in the chat. I can pin it if we would like. Question, if design is still a work in progress, can we post the work in progress images relating to the character just to ask for input also? If it is a relatively fleshed out work in progress, as in we can see like there's sort of like color test and it's got enough clarity that I can critique it for character design, that should be okay. That should be enough. You can do work in progress. It doesn't have to be finished, but it does have to be clear and coherent enough that I can critique it. Yeah. What if it's just a sketch? It just needs to be a clear sketch, perhaps, if possible. Man, I've been getting all these scammers calls today. What is going on? Let me also, my hand for some reason is not working properly. He's stuck in the corner. Hello, can you come down here, please? Thanks, there we go. Now I have the power of hands. Got it. Submitted so long ago, then messed myself up by submitting a new one because I rebranded. That's okay. I can still see, like, when I search for you guys, I can still see, like, I try and pull the most recent version of whatever was submitted, so you'll go when your original slot was, if we're just doing things normally and going sort of chronologically. But today, that won't matter. Whoever is the winner of typing that number first, I mean, I will let you know, because it's gonna be based on what my chat shows, not what your chat shows. Then also, I will have you send me what your name is that you submitted under. So that's how we're going to do it. Yeah. So, now that we know what the method we'll be using is, here is how we are grading. Man, I haven't given my rubric talk in over a week at this point, which is crazy. It's almost been 2 weeks since I've said the rubric terminology. Wild. So, this is my character design rubric that I use for grading VTuber designs to remain as objective and unbiased as possible when we are doing our critiques. There is always a little bit of bias that will sneak in. That is just something we have to acknowledge about being people. There's no such thing as perfect objectivity, but this does help us to give as clean of a read as possible. Yeah, you spin that rubric. Yeah, you spin that rubric right round. I should update that emote for the new rubric. So, what I grade based on for VTuber designs and just character designs in general, I have 5 categories: color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal point, and concept and motifs. You can get up to 2 points in each of those categories. 2. Get full points for color palette. The palette should be cohesive, interesting, and the contrast should work at a distance. You will get no points if the design has major instances of low contrast, clashing, overwhelming choices, if I think you need to totally revisit hue and value. If I'm slapping you with color layers left and right, probably no points. For silhouette, in order to get full points, the silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. It should have strong visual weight, positive versus negative space interplay, negative space interplay, negative space interplay. I don't know why saying that sounds so strange to me. That's okay. You should have those things. We should be able to identify you just based on the silhouette itself. Think of Miku, think of Sonic. Those characters you can identify just from their silhouette alone. You can tell exactly who they are very easily. So, we should be aiming for that. You will get no points for silhouette if your silhouette is non-distinct, blob-like, or in otherwise just much more in need of much more definition, generally. 4. Your complexity versus clarity. The level of detail should be appropriate for what medium you are. So depending on whether you are live 2D, a PNG tuber, or a 3D VTuber, this can vary a little bit. And all of those details that are included should be specific and support the concept. Detail for the sake of detail is not helpful. We should have details that exist to enrich our experience and our understanding of a character's design. So, you will get no points in concept if the design is distractingly complex or too simple to the point of genericness. Submitting to the old regular form, is that correct? Yep, the regular form. For focal point to get full points, the primary focal point should be well executed, the viewer should be drawn to look at the face first, then explore the rest of the design. You can have multiple focal points, but the face, the eyes, should be the primary thing you're looking at, because that is how you form a connection with the character that you are looking at. Yeah. I have a rough sheet and a few images I could send. Is Barbie doll nude okay? Or censor that? I would cover it just to be safe. YouTube has never given me a problem for anything, but I have gotten flagged before on Twitch for nudity every once in a while. Like, nothing actually bad. They just, no strikes or anything. They just give you a warning. So just in case. Just to be safe. Yeah. For focal point. If the primary focal point of the face and the eyes is not at all focal due to low contrast, over-under detailing, other areas out competing it, no points. For concept and motif, to get full points, the concept should be clearly, creatively, and thoroughly explored in the design. I should be able to guess key conceptual aspects just by identifying them visually. So I should be able to guess things like personality, occupation, species, things of that nature without any supporting documentation or notes. I don't have to guess all of them, it's some of them. So, therefore, if the concept is just totally visually unclear, underdeveloped, misleading, from what I can see visually, no points. I can also give up to 3 bonus points, which we've never actually given all 3 before. I can give 1 point for compelling, unique, or well-executed concepts. I can give 1 point for unique, exciting art styles. And I can also put you on the fridge if you are the thumbnail fella, which are just the fellas who I enjoy the designs of personally. This is my bias category. Today, I don't think I'm actually giving out this point, but we'll see. We'll see what happens with these categories. So, everybody, start your engines. I will give you, while I set up for like the classic little bit of gamba and setting up bingo. I'll give you a little bit of time if you guys need to submit your designs to make sure that you have something that is fully up to date. Submitted there. Probably get a 0 out of 10. Not possible. Even when people try and get 0s out of 10, it's incredibly tough to do so. Let me tell you, you're not getting a 0 out of 10. If you have at all attempted to make a character design with the intention of it being something you like, I guarantee you it will not be a 0. I guarantee you it'll probably be at least a 3. It's very hard to get below 3, I will say. Yeah. So, next in our order of things to set up, let's do a classic gamba. Today we're gonna be live for more hours than usual, so I'm gonna change what the numbers are. I know we're gonna get at least 4. We're gonna be live until our usual end time today, which means we still have 5 hours to do critiques. So I'm gonna bump all the numbers up by 1 to being 5, 6, 7, 8 for our gamba. Here, YouTube, you get gamba. You get just poll, sadly. Which isn't the worst. Oh wait, I could just type numbers. I don't know why I'm copying and pasting numbers. Not the smartest move I've made. There we go. Start poll, start prediction. You got 20 minutes to guess. Get your guesses in. And then I see also bingo. If you guys would like to play bingo, I'm gonna pin that so we can have bingo on hand. If you'd like to play character design bingo with us, I have the link for the bingo. And today our odds of winning are probably higher because we might get through more designs. So let me give bingo also to YouTube. Bam. Beautiful. Lovely. Like the idea of an average Joe Schmo human for a VTuber, but it's also just because I find simple things funny. Honestly, I feel like there is some space for that in VTubing because so many people are so over the top in their VTuber designs that you may stand out from just being incredibly ordinary in your design sometimes. Crazy how that might work. It's so strange. Yeah. One thing I say for no reason, uranium sandwich? What are you talking about? Hey? Okay. So, we're ready? Now for realsies, start your engine. Casa the Alien, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Start your engines, get your fingers ready at your keyboards. What we're going to do is, I'm going to start with Twitch first, and then I'll go to YouTube for the second pick. For the second design we critique, I'm going to say a number. The first person to type my number into the chat that I say is who we will find in the critique form. You will have to send me what your name you submitted under is probably after, once I confirm who the winner is. Don't just start typing numbers. Billy, I cannot believe you've placed those particular numbers in my chat. How could you do this to me? Also, where is my... Oh, there it is. My closed captions when Question again, would it be okay if I give the Discord link to the post with all the design? Or would the PNG be best if I grab every ref and put it into one file? If it's in the if it's in our Discord server, then that link is probably totally fine. But if it's for other Discord servers, maybe not. Maybe not. But if it is in our server, sure, you can put that link. If it's to where that is. It's fine then? Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. If you have it somewhere like in the OC showcase area or in the area where you're asking for help in our server, that's totally fine. Go for it. That is okay. Good luck, Twitch chat. You guys are so nice. Thank you for being so kind, YouTube chat. YouTube mates. So, fingers ready on your keyboard. I will give you like a second just to make sure you are prepared. And then I will say, here is my number. My number is 832. Wow. Okay, yeah, so Sade was very quick with it. I guess this is also a typing test. To see who can type the fastest. I love the YouTube. I appreciate you guys also trying to type them in. Are you guys practicing for next round? Sade was ready. I I didn't get that till so late. It's okay. It's tough. It's tough. Big lag before a number? No, don't worry. There'll be more chances. There'll be more chances. So, Sade, is your name that you had submitted under also Seasonal Sade? I'm imagining that it probably was. Let me see. I got a question. So worried I mixed up the 3 and the 2. Don't worry, you're good. That and or Solstice. Okay, let me find the most recent one you've submitted. Whoa. Let's see, is this the right one? I'm not gonna say what your email is, but this was a submission in the over 1,000 area. Oh wait, it's you. I found you. It's you. It's definitely you for sure. Let's see. Let me download this. Oh wait, I know this character. I've literally drawn this character before. Which is so funny. I drew you for Inktober. Or not for Inktober, I drew you for, Art Fight. That's so funny. Huh. You were very easy to draw for man, if I could only say the event correctly. You were so easy to draw for the, Art Fight, which was nice. Because so many OCs that are submitted on there are very complicated. So for me to do a little pixel art, that was refreshing. Oh, where did I just save you to? I saved you somewhere. Did I put you in the skip the line folder for some reason? Oh, I did. There we go. Bam! Got it. Like 25 people typed the number before you said it. Oh no, was the lag that bad? Oh no! How about, would this be more fair? Would it be more fair against that? Because it seems like the chat isn't lagging for people. Would it be more fair if I sent the number in the chat and then you have to type it after? But then I guess I'll say it while I type it maybe? For the next one? That might make it a little bit easier. Just that it's all synced up, perhaps. So then Discord's pretty design. Yeah, so here, let me grab the details. We've got a lot of details on here already, but let me see if there was anything else listed. So this is Solstice, Eclipse, Solar Dragon with multiple personalities, can shapeshift. Personality, she, her, asexual, manipulates light, chose name after the summer solstice. Personable kind. Second personality, she, they, pansexual, manipulates fire, can partial or fully front, like an eclipse? Bold, shorter temper. I'm not sure what this means. Bold, short temper. Based on my actual multiple personalities, the toggles for eyes, horns, scales, clothes, and effects help indicate who fronts, controls the body. At the moment, people with multiple personalities are called systems, so this is my solar system. Ah! Snaps. Play on words. That's good. That's nice. Okay, I see. Interesting. So it seems like the secondary main difference between these two is also the addition of like an outer layer of clothing. So the whole outfit isn't changing. We're just adding a layer. Yeah. Oh, wait. Okay, that's what you meant. Hang on. That's down here. Can partial or full front like an eclipse. Okay. I see. I'm not super familiar with this terminology. So I'll be doing my best. But that is a clever way of incorporating this into the terminology. So from my cold read, I can tell that there's something happening from solar motif, but the sun motifs are mostly just like on the clothing as patterns. Other than the little brooch, they're not especially incorporated into the design, where they're not really impacting the silhouette, they're not impacting the construction of the clothing. Their flames on the legs seem a little bit more integrated, which does make me wonder with the fire motif also, but that is sort of related to the sun at some level. But I feel like we could more thoroughly integrate the way that the sun is impacting this design. Some way, somewhere, somehow. So we'll talk about that. Let me see. There's a little bit more detail, on the submission. I designed and drew this myself, and while I tried to keep a sun and star motif with warm colors, I feel like I could use advice for better asymmetry, silhouette, overall exaggeration. Character design's not my strong suit and want to improve. As stated in the file, referring to IRL multiple personalities, 2 versions. Draconic solar system fiery warm colors. I see. I would say that the fiery warm colors are doing well to support your concept. The colors themselves, the choices of them are nice. I do think that maybe you could get a little bit more variety in your colors. That might be nice, where you've got this black that is a warm undertone. What happens if we make that a cool undertone? maybe, through a color layer. Because that will make all of the warm colors sort of feel all the stronger. Whoops, I'm reducing opacity instead of making my brush smaller. There we go. But just for variety, it's one of those like subtle undertone things we can do, which honestly, it might even be really hard to see because I think the background might be a cooler color. Oh, it is. This background color that you have here may work well. It's not even the most updated version yet. Other effects and updates in the shroom state, advice and critiques. Wait, why? Should we should have the most updated version if there is a more updated version of it. Let me get that then. Where is that one? Is it in advice and critique? I will say don't tag me in the advice and critique post because whenever people post in them, it pings me for some reason, and I don't know why that happens, but it's very strange. Let me see if I can find you in it. Can't make EG and Uma? Oh. Said at the beginning of stream. Oh, did you? Can you send that link to that post again in the chat for me, please? I missed it. I'm so sorry. Have to make it mute afterwards. Oh, okay. Because it pings me. There's a couple people who it specifically pings me every time there's an update in them. I get pinged in Corey's thread every time, which is funny. Yeah, the forum channels are a little bit weird. There we go. Thank you. I appreciate it. Ah, interesting. Okay, let me hide this. Whoop! It's much smaller. Bam, make it full size. Okay. So it seems like there were some changes. Let me align them with where we were before so I can sort of see the difference. Hang on. Magic. Bam, okay. Nice. So now, new versus old. So it seems like the change to the bottom edge of the skirt, I would say that's a good move for asymmetry. The patterns feel a little bit more specific. You've changed some of the colors a little bit. Okay, just a little reproportioning the colors. Also a fun effect. Neat. Fat Link. It is, yeah, quite an intense link happening. Oh, see, that's kind of interesting too for the effects. Why was that one scaled properly? The other one wasn't scaled properly. Anyways, okay. So, what I will say... Whoops, hang on, I'm moving the wrong one. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Line those up properly. There, okay. Now I got them lined up properly. Bam. So I have many images. That's okay. Don't worry about it. So, I still think that using the cooler undertone for the clothing might still be nice that you have in the background. You've got a more purple undertone back here. Might be nice for more color depth, but that's sort of just a like subtle thing. That's not a huge ordeal. But just sometimes color palettes feel like they're a little bit lacking if they are too analogous. They just need a little bit of spice, a little bit of flavor. And so it stays a it stays an analogous color palette, but it just feels like there's a little bit more depth to it when you have more variety in color undertone. Also, the color I'm using is not actually adding that much color. I need to make it more intense for a second. I'll turn it down, don't worry. It won't stay this intense. Classic bear with me moment. There we go. Now I can also see it, which does also help. Whoops. Seeing things is good. There we go. Let's see, where else is that in the design? The shoes. This purple is very intense right now. But if I turn it down like this, it just feels a tad more interesting, mayhaps. Yeah. So it feels more like deeper space. Yeah, yes. Yes, exactly. So having some more of those deeper purples might help, especially since you are going for, as much as you are solar, you do have the solar system angle happening also. There we go. Got that in there. The other thing that I want to ask if you'd thought about is incorporating like rays of the sun into the shape of clothing elements too, where you've sort of stylized rays of the sun as being these really sharp peaks. You don't have to stylize them that way everywhere, but what happens if instead of the bottom edge of this, I don't know if it's a robe, that might be not quite the right word for it, but it's sort of robe-like. what if the bottom end of it, instead of being so flat and blunt, was almost like that like fiery edge kind of thing, where we can see that it's sort of like cascading a little bit, because then it'll add to the motifs as well by integrating into the clothing also. What is the link to the forum? The usual exclamation point critique. Oh, thank you guys. Calling it a kimono. Maybe it qualifies as a kimono. I am not an expert on what is and what is not, but that makes sense, at least as far as describing it goes. But if you integrate some of those like fiery like shapes into this, that'll add a little bit of visual interest, and it'll better integrate your concept as well. Because right now I still feel like all of the elements that are telling us things about your concept are all just sort of stamped on as a motif. They could be better integrated into the actual construction of the clothing. But I have an idea. If you have an idea, you can go for it. Go for it. What's your idea? What you got? Oh, Chokorama, thank you for gifting a sub. That was very kind of you. Thank you. If you got gifted a sub, please say thank you. Can we rotate a little bit, please? They try to make the hair bun feel like solar flares. Ah, if that's what you're aiming for, then I feel like we could definitely exaggerate that a little bit, because I wasn't necessarily getting that from looking at it. I think that the level of detail in the bun might just be a little too high. I would suggest, especially since you're your own artist, breaking it down into shapes a little bit more. Hang on, let me just re-color over this a little bit, so then we can break it up just a little bit more, because right now it doesn't have a ton of clarity to it. It needs more exaggeration, and it needs bigger shapes. Too many little shapes right now. Yeah. 800 waiting, lots of aspiring streamers. Yeah! We're not going in that order right now today, but usually we do. But yeah, there's a lot of fellas out there who are looking to get into VTubing, and I feel like I know a disproportionately large amount of them compared to the average person, which is sort of nice. I like sort of knowing what's going on in VTubing across time a little bit. It's sort of interesting. There we go. Transition color this a little bit. So I'm making it bigger and rounder, so that way we get sort of like that surface of the sun type of effect. Honestly, your bun might be better located somewhere else, but this is okay. And then if you're trying to go for those sort of like solar flares, I might have to Google what a solar flare looks like so I can mimic the shape of it effectively. There we go. Images. Oh, the crown of the sun might be an interesting thing to reference too. Ah, so they are sort of spindly and thin, so I can figure about referencing that. Guy who does art, and that... Cohen then Co. Thank you for following. I am so sorry. There's no splits in your name. If I mispronounce anyone's names, you're welcome to correct me. Hi, my friend in chat, and my new fan. Well, welcome in. What about hair ornament that's like the silhouette of a solar flare? You can see in the photo, like the spiky circle around the bun. I took a hairpiece I could reference the crown of the sun too. Yeah, I think that would also be a good move there too. I was gonna ask also about the horns, but we'll get there. So if you're trying to reference the solar flares, it seems like they're these really big arcing shapes that have smaller little like trails around them, and then the ones that are like beyond them tend to be like more red. And if you consolidate what you're doing into just a couple of bigger shapes, we'll read it as a solar flare probably a little bit more easily. There we go. Or even if it's jumping from the main part of your head to this outer bun area, that might still also read just a little bit more clearly. But bigger shapes with more negative space in them. Honestly, maybe this quantity might not help. This almost looks like an explosion, the way I've drawn it. Because there's so many of them. But I think this is moving us in the right direction at the very least. Similarly with just your hair in general, I think you could benefit from just more exaggeration in your shapes, where everything's sort of super thin and similar in length. If pieces like, you know, curl in to frame the face a little bit, if they have a little bit more roundness to them, that could be nice. this piece could stick out way further and then loop back in, so that way we're getting more of that solar flare-like feeling just in the hair in general. We don't need all that space between pieces, too. We could have, like, them connecting at a lower spot there, too. There we go, let me fill that in. So that way we're getting a stronger overall shape for your hair. There we go, I'm sort of arcing that in just a little bit. There we go. More exaggeration! Plan to make them more floaty. Ah, I see, I see. Guy who does art and also pie dots. Thank you guys for following. I appreciate it. Play with that. Explosion could work for an explosion-based character. That's true. Technically, that is what's happening on the surface of the sun, is explosions. If you're going for the anime hair vents, I want to see you commit to them more too, where there's something that can be really good for silhouette, but you're not using them for your silhouette right now. They could be something that extends all the way off the top of your head before coming back down. And that might add a little bit more interest to your silhouette as well, because I feel like you just need a little more in that department. And then on top of that, horns are such a good opportunity for us to get some interest into the silhouette and to have something that's super distinct. Because right now, unfortunately, the horns aren't all that distinct. They're sort of short, they're not really breaching the top edge of the head very much, and they're sort of generic in shape. They're sort of that default, like, demon or devil or dragon horn that we tend to see all over the place. I pulled up before, I think it was last stream, a reference of just some interesting dragon horn styles. Let me see if I can find where I had that saved, just really quickly. I think it's in my dragon folder on Pinterest, but a more specific horn shape would do a lot to make your silhouette stronger. It would do a lot to differentiate you from others and make the design feel more specific and more custom. Where is my dragon folder? Hello, here it is. Is it in here? Yes, it is. There we go. Bam, from Delightful. I love this image. We see all these crazy different ways we can stylize horns. We can add asymmetry. We can have multiple horns. We can change the length of them. We can change the curvature of them. There's a lot of things that you can do to make horns feel really specific and really visually interesting. And I think you would benefit from doing that. Purpose of the hair vents is to cover where the horns meet the head. Totally fair. Thankfully, the way we've changed it still does that for you. But yeah, there's a lot of different ways you can do some sort of demon-like horn. Let me fill this in so that way there's not as much white showing there. Bam. And now I could say, all right, well, grab your horn color. What if, you know, you've got sort of like the general solar flare shape. Let me look at what the sun looks like. When solar flares reach out into space, they get this like really like narrow, like wispy thing that happens to them. And I wonder if you had horns that were much thinner and longer, almost like this. And if they also gradated in color from being brighter at the base to being darker at the top, if they were a little bit asymmetrical, they could still have a little bit of variety where they don't have to be completely symmetrical, but that might feel more specific. I'm not doing a fantastic job of recreating what a solar flare looks like right now, but you get sort of the general idea here, right? Where now you have so much more adding to your silhouette on top of your head from your hair vents, from your horns, from the exaggeration of your bun in your hair. Let's see, if I turn those off, bam, 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 more impactful. I've recolored it accidentally, but you can still use the colors you had before. I was just sort of picking things from around the place. I also saw some people suggesting like having the corona of the sun be a part of the design as well, where the sun, when you see it, sort of just has that really bright outer edge glow to it. And you already have this really bright light color. You had this sort of glow happening behind you that is like wings. But I'm wondering if it might be more effective if you just had sort of like an outer edge glow around you, around your whole body. This would be sort of hard for me to sort of draw in. But then we're getting like the corona of the sun, and maybe it tapers out so it's mostly focused around your head for focal point reasons. Bam, and then if I blur this out a ton on the outer edge and then less on the inner edge. That should sort of give us the effect I was thinking of. Bam. So then you are truly glowing like we saw. Just make you nice and shiny. Bam, and then make it narrow so that way we can still have it be over your skin just a little bit. I didn't really blend that one out very well. But sort of see the general idea. How that would work on a rigged model. What do you mean? You can have layers that are just a semi-transparent layer behind your model. You would probably have to have like a bunch of them that are separated. But you don't even have to do it in program. Let me show you a trick on me right now. Watch, I can probably recreate this effect on me right here, right now. So if you go to your source for whatever it is that you are using, I'm using Mignon, but yours will be VTube Studio. If you go to your filters, there is a filter you can download that is called, I think it's called, Stroke Shadow Glow, something like that. Where you can have shadows behind you. I have a fuzzy black one that's behind me, but if I turn that off, I can add one. Grab a shadow layer. Yeah, that's good. And then you could make it something that's a bright glowing color. So I could have outer shadow. I want this to be, for me, because I'm currently Halloween, let's make it like blue or something. Wow, just for fun. There we go. And then I can make it diffuse more. Hang on. This one's really strong. Hang on, I gotta figure out how to diffuse it. Outer shadow. Size. There we go. So now you see I'm glowing now. Bam. Now I'm really shiny. Something brighter than this would probably work a little bit better for what I'm doing, but you sort of get the idea. So you wouldn't even have to do it on the model itself. It might just be easier to do it in OBS. Now I'm shiny. Hang on, let me turn that off. I have a shadow that's supposed to be for my Halloween model. There we go. I'll use that one. Bam. Oh, and I also turned one of my other filters off so we can see that. I need my fuzzy shadow. There we go. Bam. Okay. Yay! But just as like a little way to show you how that could work, you could glow around the edge and not even have to do it in Live 2D, theoretically, which might be the easiest way of incorporating it. But I feel like for the character, that might just be an interesting thing to include. And then for this other version, whatever toggle you have that's going to switch to this mode, because I'm assuming it's probably going to be on a toggle, you could have it set up so that whatever that is also going to be triggering that thing, that layer that you're adding in OBS to switch off for the eclipse. Or maybe it just gives you like a more subdued version of it, because in an eclipse you still see that sort of corona of the sun leaking around the edges. So it might still work, but just for the general idea, I'm not going to do like a beautiful, perfect, fantastic render job of it, but just so we get the idea of it sort of loosely. That makes your face even more focal. Not to say your head wasn't already sort of focal, but that adds a lot of visual interest, and I feel like that also clarifies from the sun angle a little too, right? Maybe? Bring you love type energy? What do you, what? Huh? Whatever! Make the pants darker a bit. Okay, so we will get to something in that area eventually, but I was gonna stick with concept first. So, as far as concept goes, this bracelet that you have, one of the other ways that I see coronas and solar flares and stuff, or not coronas, just solar flares, illustrated is they will have multiple glowing rings of different widths. I get you're probably going for something celestial, more to the likening of like Saturn, but they still tend to, for like solar flares, have like multiple little like lines like that. And that might feel a little bit more detailed. It might work well for your style too, since you have a lot of smaller details and smaller lines. So then it feels like that's something that's made of light that is floating. Also around the arms. In 3D, this would be impossible. Whoa, how do you rig the light glow? In OBS! You don't have to put it on the model itself. You just saw me do it. I'm 3D. I am three-dimensional. You don't have to do it directly in Live 2D or in Blender. You can just make it happen in whatever your editing program is. Or for 3D, you can have a rim light on the whole model that is that color also, so that way it blends those edges a little bit too. even animate them to move. You could animate just a little bit of like oscillation into these things, which might be very nice. Just using Live 2D where you can bend sort of the little like guide points that it places, that might be very nice also for some secondary movement. So just little things there. For the scales, I think a similar level of detail comment as I had before, in that they're really small and they're so clustered, they make the details feel really intense. If you had bigger shapes and less of that negative space between it, it might read a little bit better. So like if you had like, okay, here's scales peeking out the edge a little bit, and then you can still have a couple of like solo scales. They're just very small. And then you can still shade them like individually if you want to have a little bit more information, but making them bigger and making it so that this is a continuous area of scaling will probably work a little bit better for clarity. And then doing that in all the places the scales are occurring, where that reads a little bit more clearly to me from a distance, where this feels sort of cluttered. Over here in comparison, let me do this in these areas. And you can still have a couple places where you just have like one scale if you would like. Let me do this on the forehead. And then around the face. The face might be an area where having just like a couple of stray scales might be better than having big chunks of scales, but they do, I think, generally just need to be a little bit larger, so we can read them from a distance a little bit more clearly. Could not see, but are the pupils slit? They are slit pupils. I do think that the eyes could maybe use just a little bit more pizzazz, perhaps, too. Which, here is my question to you. Are you attached to the eyes being the color that they are for these? Because we could change the eye color to have a stronger effect, where we haven't really been drawing on this version, but most of the critiques I'm having over here are going to come over here anyway. But we could have the eye colors be something that changes more extremely between the two different fronts. Is that the word? Hang on. I'm unfamiliar with this terminology. The two different personalities? So if the eyes were much brighter against those dark scleras, they're gonna pop all the more on this version. Do we see how piercing those eyes are now? I can see them very clearly from a distance. But they're then in contrast for this version, what if the eyes were just darker? Them being bright is nice, but we don't need that high of contrast for them. If they're darker, they'll stand out more against the really bright sclera, potentially. And you could have even a cooler undertone to them. But do we see how that also makes the eyes just pop a little bit more too? Avoiding gold, because gold was often too little contrast. Totally fair. I usually am telling people to avoid gold as an eye color, but with the dark sclera, there's enough clarity with them and they have enough contrast that I think they work in an interesting way from a distance now too. But I do think that the eye color could be changed to greater effect. So I think that is addressing the clarity. What about the sclerona of a lighter orange around the pupil of Soul's eyes? You could still have that if you wanted to have something that's like brighter around the edge here and then sort of diffuses out. That could also work. Whoops, hang on. Much smaller brush there. There we go. And then let me redefine the pupils. That might be a nice way of defining the pupils still. So you can have something subtle like that. That's a good option. Saying just little planets everywhere. Hi, Ruka! Put planets around the halo. Not scared too much in this. That's true. I don't know if I want to put the whole solar system in the design, maybe. That might be too cluttered. But not a bad option, perhaps. And then for the clothing, you were talking about wanting more asymmetry. I feel like having the kimono or robe be more off to one side is helping. It's working in the right direction. But I do still feel that you're right in feeling that there may be some reason to add more asymmetry. Though the trouble here is that we were trying to find places we can add natural asymmetry. Asymmetry that doesn't feel like it's there for just asymmetry's sake. And for that, I would suggest probably a little bit of fashion research, where off the top of my head, just looking at this, I don't know if I particularly have a recommendation. But like, you know, a lot of these types of pieces of clothing, the place that they're tied is in the front, and you could have the place that it's tied be off to one side or the other, so that way, you know, if you have like your tie over here, that'll feel like it's a natural way of making this more asymmetrical. There are certain kinds of shirts where just the design of the shirt itself is asymmetrical and therefore adds that little bit of interest. So like you have the shirt that is open on one side. This might feel a little bit goofy, but like they have shirts where like you have like one full sleeve here and then you don't have a sleeve over here or something. But like those are ways that can feel natural to add some of that asymmetry we feel like we're lacking. Like that or something. These are just general suggestions. You don't have to go with what I am suggesting here. And you could still have like, you know, what if you had something, I mean, this could still be attached here. But think about different cuts for the shirt. Or, you know, this could be even flame shaped where it's like, you know, oscillating a little bit and then we get like the like, give you a nice VTuber style cutout where this is becoming flame-like in here. So then this is adding further interest in this area. Hang on, I'm doing a bad job of making this look like fire right now, but trust the process. But yeah, something. There could be some way of making it so that there is a more interesting piece of clothing here that is adding that asymmetry for us. Right now this is a little bit funky the way that I've drawn it, but just as like an idea to ruminate on. I could probably restore your original. Where can I draw this? Why did I do this on 2 layers? Why did I do that? Restore the original cut. That might feel just a little bit more natural, but yeah, options. There's things you could do. That, once again, is also going to increase the way that the motif is incorporated in the design to make it feel more natural still, too. We get Japanese kimonos, but like the short ones. Yeah, having a reference of a real piece of clothing always helps for designing, because I think also one of the other things that feels like it could use more attention is the pattern placement, where having designed for sort of kimonos and Japanese fashion at least on 1 or 2 occasions before, the way that they place patterning is very specific and sometimes it's very subtle, but it works in a way that just adds more interest. What did I do? I did change something. But like even if you just had some sort of subtle patterning that is on the bottom edge of this, I'm just drawing something random. Draw something that is more related to your concept of motifs, probably. I'm going to turn this down significantly. But stuff like that will make the clothing feel like it has been more thoroughly considered, because it still feels just like it's a little bit lacking. It feels like it's missing something. Where we are subtly patterning things, like around the edge here, maybe around the edges of like the sleeves or something, that'll make it feel like the clothing has been more thoroughly considered also. Let me see, what else would I suggest here? Color palette itself, I'm having clarity trouble with what's going on under the dress and the way that this color is overlapping with the upper thighs, which are very similar in both hue and value. So we might want to make them just a little bit more different in this area. This darker color, I guess, could probably just come down lower. I might have made that worse with what I was doing to edit it, but that could just use a little bit more clarity. And also maybe consider shoes that add something to silhouette. Recently, I've been on a shoe drawing kick. Let me tell you, I am leveling up my ability to draw shoes. Look at how shoes are constructed. Look at specific examples of shoes. A lot of boots have laces on them. A lot of boots, like, have something that, you know, adds more to the silhouette, where, you know, it breaks off the edge of the leg, and then we get a little bit more of, like, it sagging or creasing somewhere around the ankle. We have, you know, maybe that's the tongue that's sticking out up there, and then we can have, like, lacing that's happening that adds some sort of interest to it. We have the area where we can see, like, the toe box on the front of whatever the shoe is. Things like that. Stringing shoes for her. At one point debated scrapping her legs and making them dragon feet instead. Honestly, if you wanted to do that, that would still also probably be very interesting and fun. I would be a supporter of that if you would like to. I am always here for adding more anthropomorphized elements to character designs. So if you want to, I would say that could be a very interesting way of adding interest to the shoe area, but the shoes just feel a little bit generic the way they are right now, unfortunately. And then finally, sort of in this area, the tail! The tail gets so lost for me! I didn't even notice that there was a tail happening for a very long time because it's all the same colors that are already happening in the legs in the same values and sort of following similar directions down here. I lost the tail so much. I feel like the tail needs to be so much more exaggerated if you want us to notice that it's happening. Chunkier. Make that tail nice and chunky. Make this stick off the body in some way so that we can see that there's this hard edge we're hitting where the tail is starting to peek out from behind the body. Bam, 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 bam. And then if we're gonna have like the fire bits coming off of it, make them bigger, more exaggerated. I know they're probably shifting to being behind at some point in here. Wow. And even here, like, you can still have the tail have a lot more thickness before it finally tapers off. There we go. So that way, like this, I can see that better from a distance already. Just because it's thicker, it's more exaggerated. And it is probably gonna be important for us to realize that you are a dragon and not just a demon also. The tail is what clarifies what your species is for us as a viewer, because it's hard. Horns can relate to many things. But a big old scaly tail does not have as many reference points. Honestly, I feel like the biggest critique that I think you were already aware of is just more exaggeration. Make things bigger. Bam. Bigger end to your tail. Just more. More. Make the tail dragon the ground. Wait, what? Make the tail dragon the ground. Very biased in that design style. Dragon on the ground. Just so many words. Drag on. Make the tail. Oh, you could make the tail fully sit on the ground if you wanted to make it very, very long. That is an option, potentially. I think that would be a good option also. I'm not going to redraw that entirely. But that is something to maybe note down as being interesting. And then, sort of finally, if you're looking for more places to add natural asymmetry, do the classic VTuber move of one side of your clothing is just sitting higher in your body than the other, like this one's just pushed up your arm. Potentially, like if this one's just sitting ever so slightly over the top edge of your shoulder. There we go. And then this one is below that edge of your shoulder. That's another sort of natural asymmetry that is happening. Your art is like a river that never stops flowing. To satisfy my thirst for creativity, I search for your art atom by atom and still find beauty in every neutron. Thank you, job explications. What a name. I struggle with exaggeration in general, which is why I need the critique. Got you. So, a lot of elements. Just make them bigger. Just make them larger. Like this emblem on the chest, bigger. It's hard to see the way that it is right now. Bigger. Bam, and then you can have your triangle bits around it. Yeah, so now I can see that from a distance, where I couldn't before. But yeah, just more exaggeration. See, I would say calm down maybe a little on the pickup lines there. I appreciate it, but we're not really like that around these parts. Thank you though. Don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Plan on having the sleeves be floating around the arms in my next iteration. That would be interesting if you're going for sort of like a levitation type of thing happening. Also, I am curious about the tearing that's happening in the leg. Right now, it feels sort of unnatural. If you want it to feel like the clothing is torn and we're getting a little like peekaboo moment for your scales, I would suggest looking at references of how clothing really tears, where depending on what the material is, some of like materials will tear like in this direction, like pants do, where they get a little bit scrappier, and then you get those sort of pieces that sort of like fall like this off the edge, and then we can see your scales sort of tucked underneath. Alternatively, I might have done this on a layer, hang on. Wrong layer. Alternatively, you could do those longer tears. Bam. But I do think that they feel a little bit unnatural right now because they are just too clean. If you make them just a little bit, don't want to say nastier, but like make them a little bit more jagged. That might integrate them just a little bit more clearly too. I think they need something like that. Cut out to mimic claw marks. Yes, it is, but I think that it feels a little bit unnatural the way that it is right now, where it would feel more natural if it was just more jagged in the cutouts, potentially. Scorched tearing on the clothes would be good too. That's also true, especially if you're doing something that I guess is flame or solar related. If these tears had some scorching to the edges of them, that might be kind of interesting for them. Or just in general, if you had just like scorch marks on your clothing, dirty it up just a little bit for fun. Yeah. So I think I've mentioned the bulk of the things I had to say here about this design. So thoughts here are, let me grab my green. Bam. So generally, color palette, it's okay. There's a little bit of low clarity happening around the legs, but it's kind of minimal. For the silhouette, I think you do need more asymmetry, and you need a lot more exaggeration. So I'd probably put you here. For complexity versus clarity, your clothing feels just a tad on the generic end, but that's because you need more specific details. I would say to reference real pieces of clothing and pay attention to their construction, especially with shoes. For focal point, we didn't really talk about focal point, but I was looking at your face pretty quickly because so much of your body is covered by the clothing that this is the biggest flat area of that sort of brighter peach color. Here, your face wasn't as focal, but adding the brighter color to your eyes and that gold does help in that department. You could also potentially bring these sleeves up higher on the arms so that way the skin color isn't showing as much everywhere. Because that's what's making your face stand out generally. So like if this comes like up here before it turns into the, or not turns off, before it ends as a shape. Good language, EG. That might be a little bit better just for keeping the focus just a little bit higher in the design. Do you see that difference? It's pushing us to look higher. But generally, pretty good. Hard to crit because there's two of them, but I'm critiquing the soul as being sufficient in focal point, probably. And then for concept and motifs, you have a lot of the right elements. I can tell what your concept is. It's just more exaggeration and finding more clever ways to physically incorporate that into the design itself, if possible. Yeah. So what is this? We have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 10? I think that sounds about right. Good work! Good work! Can we get a round of applause for Solstice or Sade or whatever name we're going to go by for this circumstance? Thank you for submitting! Design is cute. Oh wait, I can clap. I forget. I have hands. Did you know? Shermates, were you aware? Did you know I can clap? I'm capable of it. It's a thing I can do as well within my abilities. I have hands. They're real. If you can't use the emotes to clap, I believe there are just like iOS emotes, right? That you can use? Or not iOS, but like just like the emotes that exist in general that have hands that are in a clapping like position. Which might also work if you don't have the EG one. There we go, safe. I also didn't realize that I changed my skin color for this design. I didn't realize I made it less saturated, which is interesting. And don't worry, I will have a little snack. Oh wait, hang on, I have the rest of a string cheese to eat. Cheese stick. Ladder. Well, I did totally forget it, so that's okay. You guys can have that as a point for your bingo if you would like. Corset is in this design. Visible concept. Hair vents. Analogous. Dark Sclera. Wow, I got a couple of points towards my bingo, but yeah, I can do a little ladder after I eat my cheese. Cheese break. There we go. Turn off all of my edits real quick here. Wow, I did a lot of layers. Why did I do that? There we go. Let's see. Sorry, I'm still chewing my cheese. Hang on, lips, eyes, hairline, top of head, top of bun. There we go, let's see. Oh, can't see anything actually, hang on. There we go. So, for the ladder, definitely unsafe down here. There's a lot more consistency in the repetition happening around the head. All of these rungs are really evenly spaced out up here, which we were sort of combating with our exaggeration of the hair vents, with the way that I was restylizing some of your bangs so they added more lines, and making the bun larger, the horns. All of those things are going to help with some of the repetition happening here, but it's going down as far as the neck goes. So this gap here could maybe be widened or narrowed to greater effect with the ladder. I feel like I always forget to actually do the ladder just because I tend to sort of correct for ladders just sort of innately. It's just sort of what I end up doing a lot of the time. There we go. So, yippee! That is, in fact, a tough ladder to climb. One that I personally would not like to climb myself. But, good work. Let's keep moving. Let's see, who next? Who next? YouTube. I'm going to type a number, and I will also say it, but I'm going to type a number, and I'm going to submit it, and then whoever in YouTube chat has that number first will do you next. Okay. Number is YouTube chat. Refresh real quick. Yeah, go ahead. Refresh. Get ready. Ready? Start your engines. YouTube shroommates. Vroom, 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 vroom. I'll count us in for it, but I'll say the number. We ready? We ready? Are you ready? I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm not ready. I'll wait a little second. Oh, tube chat time? Yeah, we're swapping back and forth. Switching and swapping. So everybody gets a chance. There's not really a good way to combine the chat otherwise. Any way to permanently remove those 3 mouths? I've tried so many things. I've tried so many things to get rid of it. It didn't work. I uninstalled and reinstalled VNyan. That mouth doesn't exist in the program of VNyan. I don't know what's causing it. Those redeems that are triggering it do not have anything set as a prop that it should be triggering. The only props that it's set to trigger are ones that work and are there. I do not comprehend what is going wrong. It's not Twitch, I don't think. I think I'm just haunted, which maybe it was just priming us for the spooky, scary month that it is currently. What can you do? Apparently nothing is what I've learned. I think we're just stuck like this, unfortunately. But what can you do? It's kind of silly as a bit, but it is a little bit annoying from time to time. What can you do? Oh, bye, Nilo. Good luck with your important stuff. See you in an hour or so. I'll still be here. I'll be here till the usual end time. So, okay. We're back. All right. YouTube chat. Ready? 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 I'll count us in. 3, 2, 1. The number is 722. You can copy and paste it or you can type it. Whatever you think is to be faster. Whoever gets it first. Oh, Ivy was ready. Ivy was ready. Guess what? Bald works with this now. Bald didn't used to work with this. Now Bald does work with this. It didn't used to. Now we can have Bald, levitating, witch hat, e.g. Ivy was after me on my end. It's based on whoever goes first on my end, and you could see it in my chat up there that they were first until it scrolled past earlier, but, looks different for me too? Yeah, that's why we're going based on what it says on my end. So, like, if I were to screenshot my chat, I can show you the order that I received it in, which is very interesting that it's not the same. So, like, here's the order I got it in. Ivy, then Woof, then Nano was the order I got it. Why does stream show Woofty first? Oh, did stream show Woofty first? That's so interesting. That's so strange. My chat shows Ivy first. Interesting. Ivy was later than me here. Yeah, everyone has different results. Yeah, I'm just going with the results that I have. This is what I can see, but truly fascinating. Ivy, what name did you submit under to the submission form? Probably a network timing thing. Probably, perhaps. Mine should be first. What name have you submitted under so that I may find you? Is it just under Ivy? It might be. I get to keep an eye out for you saying that. So different. Yeah, it seems like a lot of them were potentially a little bit different. We're basing it on what shows up to me. I need to know what to search for. We'll determine how much of a delay Ivy normally has after not immediately refreshing to see. Need to get Twitter. Ivy, what name did you submit to the critique form under so that I can pull your design up and look at you? Is it in fact Ivy? What do EG eyelashes look like? Why, they're just really sharp usually. I have a toggle for it. Hang on. That's what my eyelashes look like. Look how slay I am with my eyelashes. I'll give you some space. Sorry, I'm too close. Hi, everybody. Yeah, a little bit of an early stream. We're doing a long stream. Oh, Ivy Grow, I said it ×2. Oh, I can't see it. What? I must be having issues with my messages connecting, because I can't see that in my chat. Ivy. Let's see, is this you? This might be you. Yeah, found you. Got it. Nailed it. It's great. I need that for reference. Got you. Fear not. I've got your back. Don't worry, we can always have EG as reference. Okay, so here's Ivy's design. We've only done one design so far. Yes, this is the first design, but hey, guess what? We're almost at my normal start time, but my normal start time also involves like an hour of yap. So we're already on the second... Hey, don't be doing that. We're almost on this. We're on the second design, and we haven't even started our normal start time yet. That's how it goes. Ignore her lack of mouth. Not worried about it. All right, so let's see notes that have been provided to us here. So, wow, Ivy. So hi, this is Ever. I'm Ivy. She just has her own name. She was a human who, during a zombie apocalypse, went to a cursed magical forest and became a semi-monster, semi-human thing. The apocalypse is still going on, and she lives alone with her dogs because her parents abandoned her. She's an adult now, but she was a kid when this happened. Love giving trauma. Classic, we love to torture our characters. Rose necklace is inspired by arcane metal boot things she made for combat. Main motif are her horns shape, likes baggy pants and corsets. There was occasions and jewelry. A lot of clothes from before the zombie apocalypse ran out of some stuff. Good condition pants, hair ties, improvises. A lot of art stuff, and her hair tie is yarn. Thank you for doing this. Of course. She's immortal, has no worries to zombies. They're just annoying to her. Ah, okay. Interesting. This is such a, interesting overlap because this is very similar in outfit to a design we've looked at on stream before with the shape of the shirt, the color of the shirt, the baggy dark cargo pants, light toe dark shoes. Even the sleeve shape is very similar, which is interesting. I would say that the clothing could probably use to be just a little bit more specific. And yeah, I don't really see all that much of the monster aspect other than the horns. So first, I think the first thing for me is that there's not a ton of clarity, especially in the clothing. If I were to give us a layer, a new correction layer, and slurp up all of your saturation, make it all go away, your shirt and your corset and your pants are all really, really similar in their value. So there's not a lot of clarity between them, unfortunately. So we could probably use to make something or some things even brighter. So it can be very alluring to want to push your colors really close to black, especially if you're going for something that's more grungy. But colors all exist only in contrast to each other. So if you have colors that are brighter, they will make colors that are darker feel darker, even if they're not as close to being pitch black, essentially. So I do think that, like, this blue could be brighter, potentially. Steel-toed shoes are for kicking, also does have a tail, so forgot to add. Ah, okay, I see. Don't know how I want the tail to look as long as it can be swung and be stabby. Interesting. So, I'm just gonna make this... Actually, wait, if I just put it on a... normal, add glow. There we go. I can just brighten some things a little bit. I'm not saying it has to be this bright. This is just for now, so that way I can get it started. There we go. Just so we can see where those edges are a little bit more clearly. This corset shape feels like it could use just a little bit more detail as well. Let's see what happens if I put this over here. Oh wow, wait, look at that. There's line art in here that I couldn't see either. Hang on. We can change the color undertone of this so that way we can see the corset a little bit more separately, but that is interesting that there was a little bit more detail in there than I was able to see before. And if you want to have some like really dark parts of it, you could. Maybe if not all of it is that super dark, that could be nice and just add a little bit of detail in an interesting way. Like maybe you could have some panels that are lighter to it. It might feel a little bit circusy. But that might help add a little bit of distinction. You don't have ties on it right now, and that could be something that adds a little bit of visual interest and specificity to it. It seems like you might have little chains going around the outside of the body too, but a lot of the details here are small in a way where they're lost from a distance. So like you've got these chains on the belt and this belt that is so tiny. We should probably reference the scale that things are in life, sort of compare how wide something is to how we might expect it to be in reality, where we can have like interesting chains hanging in this area, which might add something that feels almost like ribcage-like. That adds to something feeling monstrous here. It seems like the corset might be working sort of like inverted, how we would normally associate a corset with working, but that, now I can read that from a distance. These patterned areas of the clothing are sort of interesting, and I get that they're probably pretty tattered, but if we change the spacing so that there's like different size gaps between them, it'll feel a little bit more tattered for that, potentially, if that is the look that we are going for with it. I didn't fully make sense of the edges of that there. For the clothing, I think this is the shirt that is sitting outside of the pants, if I'm not mistaken. And if that's the case, it should probably break the edge of the silhouette just a little bit more, so that way we can see that that's not attached to the pants themselves. I would suggest to make your belt much chunkier, so that way that is adding some visual interest in this area. You've already sort of placed it off center. Doesn't have to be quite that large, but like this might be a little bit more to scale with what else is happening around it. Let me just fill some things in here. But similar critique generally as to what we were saying, I think, on the last design a bit, which is just more exaggeration in general. And then also, you know, I get that you are in an apocalypse-like setting, but your belt doesn't just have to be like the stock standard shape of belt. Your belt could be something more specific to the character, where, you know, you've got these like yarn bits happening in the hair. What if you've wrapped the yarn around your belt as some sort of like tie around it or something, just so that you have like materials on you, like almost like emergency rope. Like that could be interesting. If you want to repeat your chains, I would just suggest making them larger and have them hang down a little bit lower. And then for chains especially, do consider the fact that, you know, you can have your like classic, this sort of like chain shape. I'm not really drawing that right, hang on. They would be distanced like this. And then you have like your little bit that's linked between them. Or you draw chains like this. But there's a million different ways that chain can exist. And that could be something that makes it feel more specific. Cord of paracord for the belt. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes, yes. She loves chains. If this is a character who loves chains, exaggerate them much more than they are right now. Right now, they could use just a ton more exaggeration, and they'd probably be more visually interesting for having that exaggeration. I'm just gonna change the cut of a couple things here, just for like some clarity here. So I'm wondering if we made your corset just a little bit shorter. so that way we can see a little bit more of the tummy, because there was just like a little bit of a sliver of a stomach happening there. But then we could make the belt really nice and dark, so that way it contrasts against the pants a little bit more clearly. You could have your paracord around your belt in some way that could be interesting. One holding part of her pant leg up. Don't know how to exaggerate it well. One holding part of her pant leg up. You mean a chain holding her pant leg up? Why would there be a piece of chain holding a pant leg up? I don't know if that makes sense. Or do you mean cord? I could see that. Corset with separate hips and bust parts. Ah, okay. I see. Okay. So, similarly, I do think that some elements could still use more exaggeration. Your little, like, piece of hair here, it's going really straight down. If you give it more flow, it'll feel more hair-like. And then you could still make that little end of it, like... Hang on, I should do this on a new layer. Have that little tuft. Especially if it wasn't as fully covered. It might read a little bit better from a distance. There we go, and then... Little tuft. Cover where it was before, and I can put the other colors back into it. But I think it just needed more exaggeration once again so I could read it from a distance. If you want the clothes to feel really like they've had some wear and tear, adding these little things that go like this off the edges of clothing is a really good, simple shorthand to make it feel like it's a little bit rattier, like it's seen the test of time just a little bit more. Let me add those little flecks of color back into your rat tail. I think it's the colors that were in your eyes that were in it. I'm not going to totally redraw a braid right now, but you sort of get the idea, theoretically. There we go, some green. There we go. But that way that just reads a little bit more clearly. Spooky Squeegee looking good. Thank you! I appreciate it. Fringes help. Pants tucked into boots on one side and pants over the boot on the other side. That's what I was wondering if it's happening, but it seems like they're just rolled up. Big chain weapon. That could be interesting as well. If the tail itself was stylized like chains, that could be visually interesting as well. The necklaces, I think right now, could use some consolidating. They're all really small, and also there's just so many of them and they're so evenly spaced. We can have a nice, interesting array of necklaces. Like, I love this particular kind of choker, the, what do they call them? Tattoo chokers. But it could probably use to just be a little bit thicker so we can see it from a distance. And then consider the spacing of the necklaces, where sometimes you have a couple that are like closer together, and maybe this has one of your charms on it. And then you have one that's much longer, and then you can have one that's really close to it, but then you can have one that's way longer down here. And maybe not every single one of them has one charm. Maybe this one has a couple of little things that dangle off of it that have little like things on it. You had that one that had, what was it, a heart? I'm not sure which one the heart is. I think that was referencing to Arcane, but I'm not familiar with that reference. Oh, rose necklace, sorry. You could have your rose necklace be at the bottom of the pendant here. But then this spacing just feels a little bit more natural for jewelry, where it just felt like it was a little bit too similar in the spacing between them before. Just also alt, so I want a lot of necklaces. Yeah, you can have a lot of necklaces. You just have to space them out with a little bit more variety. Sort of how you did your bracelets, where the bracelets have more variety in their width. Also, just like a general suggestion, when you're wearing bracelets, a lot of the time they end up overlapping in diagonals, and that's what ends up making them feel more natural. So that could help them feel just a little bit more natural, add a little bit of asymmetry across the body in that way, which would be interesting. Watching this for sure is helping come up with ideas. I'm glad. I'm happy that this could do this for you. So there we go. Okay, so those are just general, like right off the top of my head, critiques about mostly level of detail. Something else that I see going on right now is that the silhouette isn't especially distinct. There is some asymmetry reaching the silhouette with the pant leg, but that's really about it, despite there being a little bit more asymmetry on this side of the body and in the hair. And also, the hair shape is really the only thing that's especially distinct. This is sort of a typical cargo pants style, and I guess that in an apocalypse-like setting, we are aiming for a more grounded design as far as clothing goes and as far as shapes go. We can still exaggerate things like hair a little bit more. We can make boots even chunkier, more stompy. You could even have like some sort of like platform boot if you wanted. But yeah, the steel toes do make sense. Is this just pieces of steel attached to the front of the toe. They're not actually steel toe boots. This is just steel attached to the front, which is very resourceful and I guess makes sense in the universe. But I can't help but chuckle at that just a little bit. That's such a funny way of incorporating that. Okay, so for shape, right now the silhouette doesn't have a lot of weight. Ways that we can give it weight include adding more contrast to that outer shape, where if we want this to be something where it's tucked in, we can make it much wider before it goes to being rolled up. And then that's adding more weight in this area of the body, which helps. And then similarly for the pants, if these are like a wide-legged pant, they don't have to have that much taper on them. They can just stay really super wide and have just like a couple of like sharp places where we can see the clothing folding. So that feels just a little bit more natural, I would say, as far as the shapes go. For this piece of clothing that's under here, I wonder if you stuck it out even more off the body. That could add something interesting to silhouette. For these pieces, they could stick more off the body for interest in silhouette. For the bracelets, they could be exaggerated off the edge of the body a little bit more. I think everything's just really close to the body right now in a way that we could exaggerate to a greater effect. Similarly, the horns could probably use to be even bigger and to come up off the top edge of the head before they take this shape. And I would say the same thing to you as we said in the other design about looking for potentially a more unique horn shape. This is another one of those horn shapes. It's like the Maleficent horn shape that we see very often, which isn't a bad thing. There's nothing wrong with doing something that has been done before, but it's not going to feel as unique. So if you were to incorporate, like, what kind of monster is this specifically? This is a monster that's also been through some sort of challenges. So you can have, like, damage to the horns. You can have cracks to them, pieces missing. You could have it so that, you know, maybe it's not just one big horn. Maybe you have smaller little bits coming off of the horns in other places. Maybe you have, like, other horns creeping out from under your hair and here somewhere. From around, like, that part of your hair or off the back edge of your head, you have other ones that are sort of hanging out back here. There's a lot of different ways we can add interest with horns and ways we can make them feel just a little bit more unique. Similarly, Oli Avocado, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Goes forward at that turn a bit. DIY'd it. Makes sense. I see. Right now, also for clarity, the hair color and the horn color is very similar because they're both really dark. The hair could probably use to just be a bit brighter so that we can see that edge a little bit more clearly. And I'm not quite sure what I'm seeing with the gold in the hair. Is that meant to be like, what do you call it? Like raccoon style striping in the hair? Or is it just like brighter edges? Let me just color over it. Like there's like an ombre effect happening at the edge of the hair? What is that? So based on cow horns, they've blood vessels to cool her in them. So if they were cracked, she'd probably be bleeding. Okay, we could get rid of it being cracked and then if they're sort of based on cow horns. That's interesting that they're helping her with cooling off. The hair could also ombre to being darker, so like I can taper this out so that way we just get better contrast around the horns. And then these little bits, if they are just like the edges of the hair that's dyed a brighter color, we might just want more of it in bigger chunks so that way we can make a little bit more sense of it. Because I think they're just in too small of little details where we can't read them very clearly as a result. So like, oh, this hair is technically covering this eye, I think, but you've drawn it through it. So that's just a little bit hard to read in general. Having ombre darker on the bottom, ombre lighter on the top. Yeah, I think that would help. Little like rock star highlights on the edges. Yeah, I think they just need to be bigger. The way that they were before made them a little bit hard to read just because they were so small. They could use to just be larger chunks of it, and then you can have like, you know, like bigger pieces that define the hair more clearly. Just because they were just a little hard to read the way that they were before. Oh, hang on. I have been... What does Chubby need from me? I need the dimensions of the picture frame in the living room. Oh, hang on. I might need a BRB for 1 second and help Jubby with something. I will be back in like 1 second. Let me put... I gotta send Jubby some dimensions of something. Be good. Don't do anything I wouldn't do in my absence. Please, I beg of you. Why did my BRB not work? Oh, there it is. Hang out with Gary. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Observe this artwork and think of ways that we could modify this for character design's sake. Potentially. Okie dokie, thanks. 07, I'll be right back. I'm taking my phone with me, though.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Gary here, coming at you today with live critiques of viewers. Here we have an incredible design, but it could perhaps use perhaps some brutalist elements? Some stone? One might even say, concrete.
Back? Oh wait, this is so strange. I'm not even at my desk yet, but I'm carrying my phone so I had to text Jubby. Hang on, look forward again, EG, please. Let's fix this. I'm not looking in the correct direction. Wow, there we go. Bam, and we're back. Were you good? Did you do anything? It seems like things were pretty chill and pretty calm while I was away. Was Amber talking to you through Gary? Was Gary saying something? What did Gary say? Let me refresh and see what he was up to. Gary, not everything can have concrete. Guys, what's up? It's Gary here, coming at you with live critiques of viewers. Here we have an incredible design, but perhaps use some, perhaps some brutalist elements, some stone. One might even say concrete. Gary, I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense to me, but good option, Gary. I appreciate your thought. I'm glad you are thinking and looking for ways you can help with character design. Modify horn color, add apocalypse glass as an accessory to change the hair shape, or add to the collection of necklaces for more variety. Yeah, I think we could do those things for sure. If the horns had a little bit of color to them, that might be very interesting. Especially to bring some more color to the upper part of the design, because right now, partially through what I have done, but also just the way that the design was before, there we go. The chest area was sort of distracting, because it's really the biggest area where we have a flat plane of color, essentially, in this design. Hang on, a hoge being perfectly symmetrical. Make your hoge symmetrical. Commit to it. I'd probably make it bigger. Was just a little bit distracting as a focal point. So, by bringing some of the blue or other colors higher up in the design, that might help. So then, these could have the blue of the shirt as an undertone, or could have some of the colors that are happening in the yarn.
Why have sense when we can have more concrete?
What was that? Why have sense? Gary, I did find a way for you to eat concrete, and I will show the shroommates that, not right this second, but there is a way. I found a way that we can compromise for eating it. Let's see. I was thinking about, we did this for Incinda, I think, where we added stripes of like the secondary and tertiary colors to the horns. But if they're based on cow horns, I don't think they have stripes that run in that direction, do they? Cow horns usually have like striations like this, right? But they sort of run lengthwise. My grandparents used to have a bull horn that hung in their basement, but you could have things like that add just a little bit of interest, a little bit of a holographic or magical nature, mayhaps, maybe. Giving her a ponytail to most of her hair, leave out some of the side hair because it looks cool. Why is her hoge a different shape now? Because having it be completely symmetrical like that is just entirely unnatural feeling. It's too symmetrical. Having it just be asymmetrical will read more interestingly, and then also it needed to be bigger, because if it's going to be there, the point of an hoge is to add something to silhouette. For it to be there and be so small, it wasn't necessarily adding anything to silhouette, unfortunately. So we've created a shape for it that will add something to silhouette also, theoretically. Ponytail I don't think would be a bad idea. You could do that if that is something that you feel would be enjoyable to add. The characters in a zombie apocalypse setting, hang on, would she have some sort of self-defense or survival kit, maybe in some old wounds or bandages? So apparently she's immortal, so the apocalypse is just slightly an inconvenience to some capacity, but having a weapon may be good. The tail might be a good angle for adding something that'd be interesting for silhouette. Yeah, an off-the-shoulder t-shirt would feel more post-apocalypse than the current one. Feels a bit too fancy. I mean, I think it is just that this person had that clothing already, and that would make sense to me visually if you had, like, one of those, like, band tees where they, like, super duper fray the hem of it, where you get, like, all the pieces that sort of cut across the body. And if we're wearing layers, that would also be interesting. Too, for fashion reasons. Layers are always good for fashion, which is a thing that I am still learning for my own personal fashion execution. Let's see. Right there, the introvert and apocalypse being happy with all their isolation and self-time. It is sort of funny where, of all these settings for someone to be, an apocalypse usually is interesting because of the stakes it essentially causes, where, you know, like, you have to, in an apocalypse, figure out how you're going to live. But this character is immune to those stakes, which is interesting. So it is going to be worthwhile to find another angle to the story that adds that interest. And yeah, like, your clothes can be, like, sort of threadbare, or, like, you can have, like, threads dangling off of it in some interesting way. Of course, it would be nicer that as well. Of course, it is interesting the way that it is. If the shirt was just this gray in general, that may work. I think of giving her a crocheted fishnet shrug. I will tell you one thing immediately, which is that crochet or fishnet in an apocalypse would not survive. Fishnet is, like, notoriously easily damaged. So I guess you could have that, and it could show the damage, which might be nice, but I do think that that could use some revisiting. But I think kind of generally, the fashion for an apocalypse, the pants didn't feel like they had gotten really anywhere to them. Like, we could have, like, this trim be more threadbare, like, you know, it's taken some damage to it. This side is rolled up. We could have tears in the pants themselves. More damage. Yeah, ripped jeans. Yes. What type of immortal, like zombies or like vampires? That's a good question too. Are you just going to live forever and not die of natural causes? Or can you be killed? Is a good question. I crochet and I'm crocheting it myself. I like cropped sweater to accessorize a bit. Yeah, I feel like sort of generally the clothing itself could be more fitting of the setting that it's taking place in to some capacity also. Because you know what? When I do look at this, I don't get post-apocalypse really at all. The clothing is very clean and was well maintained for the most part. Just looks like more typical fashion. So I do think that revisiting the fashion in general might just be a good idea here. And I'm not going to fully redesign your outfit for you, but I do think that a revisit might be worthwhile. I'm tucking your hair into more of a jellyfish cut, so that way it's adding just a little bit more contrast to your silhouette too, for interest's sake. The one white glove. Why do you have one white glove on? As sort of just like a question, because a white glove in an apocalypse would not be a white glove. A white glove in an apocalypse would be a glove that has a ton of dirt and stains and stuff all over it. That would not probably last very long. So I guess that could be one way of showing some of that wear and tear, but why the singular white glove? 100% immortal. She can, like, drown and just be unconscious till she's out of the water. Also heals fast. Interesting. Does she scar? Doesn't. I was trying to redraw her hand. Oh, you're trying to redraw her hand. Oh, okay. I see. So it's just not finished. Okay. That makes sense. I'll just shade it in so that we can see it. Would she have scars then as an immortal? If you heal incredibly fast from something, those things tend to scar over very interestingly sometimes. You get like weird pits and stuff like that. And that could be something that's interesting for adding detail to the character, adding a little bit of realism. That might make it feel a little bit more like zombie apocalypse as well. Where, yeah, maybe you're healing, but we can still see the evidence of what the character is living through. Where, like, I'm drawing this on top. It wouldn't be on top of these things, of course. But, like, you could have, like, some really, like, crazy scars or something with all this skin that you have visible. Scars on the face, but just, like, things that place you within your setting just a little bit more. This might make you feel a bit more like a werewolf because your hair is giving a werewolf a little bit right now, but that might help make sense of the context. Often these other survivors, usually in the move while she lives kind of still. I see, okay. More patches would probably be good, and also looking to how, like, the pockets work on these kinds of pants also would sort of be helpful. I would definitely say to find real clothing as references to use, where, like, the pockets don't usually go on the front of pants. They're usually on the side, sort of like this. We don't usually have two pockets right next to each other on the front that are quite bulky in this sort of way. But, like, there's a number of details that could make it feel just a little bit more natural. Yeah. But generally, I think we've gone over the bulk of the criteria here. So, as far as color goes, the colors could use more clarity between them, and I think the color palette could use just a little bit more depth. If you used more of these couple of little colors here, especially around the head where we were doing it in the horns, that might be nice just to add a little more depth. Where it's really bright down here is just distracting, so you might want to make it less saturated or use other colors down here that are not quite as bright. But I do think that we need just a little bit more color depth, and that the corset area especially was too low in contrast. So I might put it about there. For silhouette, the silhouette isn't especially distinct on its own. The hair is doing something, the horns add a little bit, but the clothing themselves are all really close to the body and not super specific or very asymmetrical for that. So you're not really a blob, but you're not especially easily identifiable. For complexity versus clarity, I think that you need more specificity for some of the clothing elements, like the pants especially. Their construction doesn't quite make sense. And same deal with the boots. But that might also be because we're in sort of the sketching phase right now. I referenced my own pants for them. Pay close attention to the way that they are constructed then. Like, take more reference photos of them and have them laying out. But definitely, like, look to how things are proportioned on them, where things are located in relation to other elements of it. It just feels like they weren't super natural in the way that they were constructed. For focal point, I would say that the way things were, the head was still somewhat focal because the brown is only located here and the face is framed by the hair, but we are losing the eyes a good bit, and this little pop of green down here being the biggest, flattest, brightest area of a bright color is a good bit distracting. So maybe I'd put it about there. And then for concept and motifs, I think we just need more exaggeration, and then the clothing could be chosen more specifically to relate to the context of this being post-apocalyptic. More wear, more tear, more grime, more grunge. What clothing would make sense and be comfortable to wear in a setting like this? I get that you're immortal, but is this particular type of corset or this particular type of layering of clothing going to be practical, especially when we're wearing an off-the-shoulder top or things like that? Definitely pay attention to those elements, because I think that will help ground it in its setting better as far as the concept goes. And the demon elements could just be more exaggerated. I do think a tail would be a good move also, just to clarify that as well. That would also make it clear that you're not a werewolf too. My cold read for this design included demon. I don't think I nailed any of the fashion elements, so I'd probably put it here. So let's see, what do we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4.5. I think that you just need more specificity sort of in general and more exaggeration. Oh, and I'll do a ladder test. I forgot to do a ladder test. Hang on. What? I didn't fully forget this time. You'd have to remind me it doesn't count. I'm totally doing it. It's all making sense. It's all working. Don't worry. I'll be Vtuber. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. Oops, hang on. It's only on one side. This is all low contrast, so I'm not really counting it. Count that on that side. The chin, the eyes. The horns are actually too low contrast. I don't think I would count them. And then like that. So, right now, the ladder is just maybe a little too sparse, which I think is part of the reason why we're just feeling the need for more detail, more specificity, more layers to the clothing for fashion reasons. We need more division lines, mayhaps, throughout, if possible. Be for real, sometimes post-apocalyptic isn't fully collapsed society like Arknights. That's true. I was thinking because this is a zombie apocalypse, things might be a little bit more collapsed, but that's fair. But at the same time, like, Arknights visually doesn't convey that they're, what is it, pre-post-apocalypse or post-pre-apocalypse? I forget what the phrase people used for it was. It was something silly like that. But this to me at least seemed like it was a more traditional apocalypse type of setting, mayhaps, maybe. Miss Melty Valentine, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Wait, I get part of bingo for heterochrome. Yeah, probably. Let's see. Did I get to check anything off here? Needs more dirt. Yep. Symmetrical, yes. Mostly symmetrical. No lip fang. Does have shoes. Man, I'm not gonna... I don't know if I'll get bingo. We'll have to see. But, can we get a round of applause for Ivy, pretty please? Round of applause. Check my bingo? Yeah, check your bingo! Hi, Anno. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. EG, can I look at the Halloween outfit for a reference if you get a chance sometime? It's in the... Oh, wait, hang on. If I go like... Nope, not like that. If I go like this, you can just look at me for a second. Ready for a screenshot, Hoshi? Go! Kind of clapped one-handed there for a sec. Yeah, I'm pretty skilled, aren't I? I can clap with just one hand. What is that one song? I can ride my bicycle with just one hand. Moobot, you fiend? What did Moobot do? What did Moobot do? I didn't see it. What did Moobot do? I missed it. I see you shaking, Moobot. What happened? What occurred? Oh, Moobot deleted Bug's message? Oh, just too many claps. You gotta be a little more gentle with the clapping, I guess. Got my screenshot? 07, of course. Moobot, it's just clapping! It's okay, it's allowed! We're permitted a little bit of clapter from time to time, which is clapping and laughing. Bicycle, yeah, that's bicycle. I can't remember the lyrics to that song are, but I remember that song very, very clearly and distinctly. So, our next design. Twitch. I'm going to... Actually, I have a number typed already. Twitch Shroommates who have submitted, are you ready for a number for us to pull the next fella for? Good luck, Twitch. Yeah, Ivy, thank you for submitting. Thank you for letting us look at you. Thought you meant the Queen song? No. Nope, not that one. Not quite. Edward, that is not the number. Nice try, though. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready, Twitch chat? Good lick. No licking. Don't lick each other. That's not permitted. That's not hygienic. Ready? 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 I'm going to send it in the chat, and then I will say it out loud also. 3, 2, 1. Bam, it's 512. 512. Nylo, that's a number, but not the correct number. Oh my god! Rex, how did you have that so fast? What? That was incredible speed. That was ridiculous. I had barely even sent it and said it, and you had already typed it. That is crazy. Rex, we've critiqued your design before. Have you resubmitted, I guess, since then is but I'm going to guess potentially. Want to know Rex's typing speed? My job has to type numbers fast. Rex, what is your, what is it, WPM? It got sent a while before you said it. Oh. That might just be lag. I hit enter as I was saying it. So it should have gone together at the same time. Let me see if I have a more recent submission from Rex, but I might have to look in the Discord maybe. Let's see. Rex. No. Rex, did you submit under the name of Rex? I can't find you immediately. Stream will naturally have a bit of lag, but yeah, more depending on your internet connection. Yeah, network delay. RIP. Didn't I type before Rex? On my end, it showed me before Rex. We're going based on what my end shows, and on my end, Rex is first for me. Bam. So here's the ranking on the Squiiji end. This is what it looked like to me. Rex was first for me. Nilo had a totally unrelated guess. Good garlic, also good. We do like garlic. Rex Tauti. Oh wait, there's a space. That's why it didn't find you. Got it. Bam. Most recent one. Yeah, okay, was today. Cool. We did critique Rex's design on stream once before, so we can see how much things may have changed since then, potentially. Let me download this. Let me open your previous one as well, just for comparison's sake. What? So here's Rex. There we go. That took a while to load. How big of an image is this? Whoa! Rex, it's so big! I sent the wrong one. Oh, that's okay, yeah. Go ahead. Send it in live suggestions, in the Discord, perhaps, if that would be at all possible. How do you potentially sign or join for future streams? Exclamation point critique. If you want to do it today, we're doing from live people who are here. Usually we're pulling from this form in sort of chronological order. There's a bit of a wait. But for today's stream, you just gotta wait for us to get back to Twitch, and I will have the number that we will be typing for speed. We can often show someone's own messages first because the network needing time to send it. Yeah, yes. It's Flowbot. The Maxman did a contact performance to it. Interesting. Let me see. Is there an image from Rex in live suggestions? I'll keep an eye there for it. Oh, there's a lot of notifications I have here for some reason. Interesting. I'll keep an eye. Let me just resubmit the image because too large for Discord. Yeah, I saw that. The image that was on the submission form is 8K by 7K. Massive. That's a big old file. Just watched today, but I'm in the queue. Hell yeah. Sounds good. Thank you for submitting. Huh? Flows up Rex with mind. Hey! Hey! Do not be exploding my mods with your mind. I need them. Do not harm them. Do not harm their roommates with your mind. That is not an unusual size for a VTuber model, especially if it's a live 2D model. So I know why it's that big. Oh, Amber's got the gun. Watch out. Edward, what poor VTuber is that you were exploding? Who are you exploding like that? Don't do that. Explosion. No, explosions. Mods are under my protection. I'm sheriff around these parts. Mods are under my protection. Let me see. I'm keeping an eye out for it. This is the monster. What monster is this, Selma? That was sent. Oh, that was days ago. That is quite the monster that was sent in live suggestions. Oh, golly. Sent, but the new info is in the previous newly submitted. Oh, did you resubmit it? Where did you send it, Rex? I don't see it in the Discord. In live suggestions. Did you send it somewhere else, maybe? Oh wait, is it in VTuber OC Showcase? No. Where is it? Where in Google? Oh, in the form. In Google. Okay, let's find it. Previously newly submitted. Okay, wait. So we'll go for. Hang on. Let me refresh the form. Control F. Rex. Bam. Okay. Most recent submission. There we go. Let me download this one. Oh, I can see that you're cut out from something. Blows up Nilo with mind. Hey! Shroommates, stop exploding each other with your minds. I do not permit that. No explosions. And let me grab Rex details while I open it here. Choo. Open. Nope, hang on. Open this one. I see that there is some cutout stuff happening here right now. Aha! Interesting. Intriguing. Is that your signature over it? This is Rex's design. Please do not steal. Good watermarking. So weird. Mine was above Rex on my end. Yeah, it's okay. It seems like it definitely is varying just because of response time and network connectivity. We're going based on whoever is first on my end. So, hang on. Wait. Come back here. Grab the details from Rex's other submission. Previous. Hang on. Wait, there's another previous one. I gotta find the previous submission. Yeah, is what it is. Enjoy your lurk, Miss Melty Valentine. I appreciate it. Rex, is this the right one? I think this is probably the right one. So I'm gonna guess that your details haven't changed if that is the case, potentially. So we had critiqued the design before, if I can find it. Let me see, it should be in here in the done folder. Done. Good noises. Hello? Open Sesame? There we go. Let me scroll down until I achieve the R area of the submissions, because I'm gonna guess that that was part of the name in the original submission. Unless that's still living in my live critique folder, although I think you were part of the charity critiques, if I remember correctly. If I can't find it, we'll just pretend. Oh, come on. Nothing is loading. Please load. Please load it. Come on. Oh, there it is. Found it. Bam. Okay. Got it. Remember this one? Yeah, so this was our previous critique of the design with, these were the edits that I had made to it, which if I toggle them off, this was the original version of the design. So it looks like you incorporated most of what I'd been talking about, which was, I think the skin was just a little bit too bold. We were making some of the horns, I think, a little bit clearer. I think we made your horns stick out off the edge of your head a little bit more. Oh wait, hang on, there's actually so many more layers than what I'm toggling right now. Hang on, let me grab all of it. Hang on. Oh, I got this. I am a pro. Man, my thing is lagging on me. Oh, wait, it didn't make me be quiet. I will have snack. Thank you for drink and snack. I appreciate it. There we go. So this was the before and after. We had added a little bit more color depth. We had tried to make some things, I think, a little bit less distracting. Oh, some of my edit layers don't work when they're in a folder. Dang it. But I think we were also trying to clarify the edge of the neck. We made your skin tone a little bit darker. I think we made your horns bigger. We made your sleeves a little bit more drape to them. We were looking for ways to incorporate the fact that you are the Demon King of Gluttony, so we wanted some references to food, mayhaps. So I think you're also incorporating some of that now, too. I think they're moving in the right direction. Let me take a little sippy. Touty? Yeah, this is, so, based on Touty and, Touty and Pao Shao, which is a particular, let me open them so you guys can see the references. Particular type of bronze container, like this. And then also the Pao Shao, which is a particular type of demon, which I think this is the image we had open as a reference before. There we go. Yeah. Tautier. Oh, okay. Interesting. Tautier. Thank you for pronunciation. Here to critique this design. This is a 2.0. Yeah! So Rex won the luck of the draw of speed and also, I think, paid for a charity crit before, I think, if I remember correctly. So I think that you did most of the stuff that we had recommended you do before. I think that some of this has become a little bit overcomplicated since then, unfortunately. So I think we might need to tone things back just a little bit. But things are moving in the right direction. So color palette. Purple and black. That's totally a-okay as a color palette. I think that it makes sense for somewhat the bronze angle. But I am wondering, this creature is still that sort of lime green with these bluer undertones. Bronze for the particular style of the Tautier. Because that's also a mythological creature. it's often seen on bronze works, and the bronze work is what's influencing the shape of the horns, but I'm wondering if maybe the greens could be pushed more into this sort of teal and gray color palette. So that way it's more within, like, it's more making us think of this type of reference, maybe? That's just a color thought, first off. Second, I think this is just very busy, sort of, in general right now, where I can understand adding the cooking, what do we call it? The oh wait, I'm safe. The sort of cooking implements with the ladles and stuff like that. But right now they're hanging really low on the leg where they'd sort of be in the way when you're walking, and they're really big. There's just maybe just a bit too much going on right now. I'm gonna cover these things just because it's distracting me that there's all these big bars. It's making me misread your silhouette right now. We know this is Rex's design though. Bam. Aiden! Glidin! Thank you for following. Cooking utensils, he's supposed to be a waiter, supposed to be a hawker food vendor. Ah, I see. Okay. I think that they just need to be placed higher on the hip, maybe? And then they could be on top of this thing. Because right now, there's just too much happening. Sort of in many places. Steph Sue, thank you for following. I appreciate it. I'm gonna cover this for now. I'm not gonna be able to nail your gradient. But what color did that select that was like that? But if those elements were hanging up here, and if we didn't have quite so many of them, maybe, like, you could have your, like, tongs or something, but just having a couple of them peeking out from underneath will be less visually overwhelming. And I think they just need to be scaled back a little bit. I think they were much larger than they would be in life. So there we go. That feels just a little bit more natural. And you could even have, like, if you wanted some more orange elements, you could have, like, if you are a food vendor, one thing that I see sort of commonly with those types of outfits is that they'll have, like, a towel on them for wiping their hands on. So that could be something if you want to have more of that orange happening in some area. Is this purple thing? We had suggested you have, like, an apron of some sort. Is this purple an apron, or is this purple a continuation of the shirt? I'm curious. And then similarly, the sleeve might need to come out from under here. I think this is how I drew it before. The sleeve just might need to drop a little bit more for it to make sense completely. Utensils, cooking utensils. Where's it supposed? Oh, I see. Utensils. Yeah, me failing to remember words. Classic. Okay. This strap that's going across here, was that something I had added to you before? I think it might have been. Why did I do that? Why did I add that? EG of the past, what were you doing? Was I trying to make sense of how this was attached? That might have been what I was doing. EG of the past, I don't know what you remember what you were doing with that. I don't know if that makes sense. I might remove that for now. Bell necklace. I feel like there's just too much happening in this area of the body right now. If you want to have the bell somewhere, I'm not sure a necklace is the place to do it. Just because you have a lot going on there already. This makes sense of these being pockets. I don't know if I realized that these were pockets before. Did I know that when we critiqued this previously? That these were pockets on the chest? I feel like I didn't know that. Having the accessory be inside of it does help with that, but I think that the details are just too small, so they're not really reading right now. But I do think having the pencil... Why is it not selecting the proper colors? Having the pencil be inside the pocket does help. You could also have, like, a pen hanging on the outside of the pocket. Like this. And that might work as well in that area. The pen probably needs to be just a little bigger than I've drawn it right now. There's pen. Okay. Interesting. Big exaggerated pant shape is nice and interesting. The shoes are less distracting than they used to be. The skin color feels a little bit clearer and more fleshed out. What is the thing with the wrist? What is going on with the wristbands, I wonder? Sort of a question maybe here. I think I had redrawn this before, but the way that this is dangling over the ear right now, Whoops. This piece that's sort of going off to the side just makes it feel like it's not hanging straight. So I feel like we could get rid of that so that way we've got a clearer silhouette, which I think I did earlier. If you want there to be two pieces so we can tell it's wrapping around it, put it on the inside instead so it feels like we're just looking at it on an angle. The way that it is hanging. Oh, you've added a lot more of it across the top here. I'm not sure you need quite all of that detail. I wonder if it might be more interesting if you just don't have... What is going on? Why can't I sample the color? I'm losing it. If you only had that happening on one side, and maybe you do have this like little piece that jumps across, but then that'll make it more interesting for where it's more localized to one side. Like that, mayhaps. And then maybe they could be just a little bit thicker still too. Wow, why can't... Oh, it's textured. I was like, I can't like seem to select what the general color of things is. There we go. Making it just a little bit thicker. It's going across that area. For now, I can think of an analogy where when you compare similar things with similar colors for complementary, complement. Analogous to against. Yeah, for complements, we want things that, you know, a lot of the times, if two things we say that they complement each other, it's usually saying that they support each other, they uplift each other, but they do so by adding more variety usually. Usually things that complement each other are like salt and pepper. They're different elements. They have a lot of contrast to each other, but they work well together in conjunctions. The same goes for colors with, you know, blue and orange or green and red. Yeah, opposites attract is, yeah, another similar sort of phrase. Yes, agreed. Popping to say hi. Hi, Moss Cake. Hello. Definitions themselves. Making it hard to remember which one goes which. Always say, oh yeah, analog means similar, then I forget. But yeah, that's the point. Analog does mean similar. Or doesn't, that's not necessarily what that root word means. But in this case, them being analogous means that they are lined up in order. We're sort of going through the color wheel in order through an analogous palette. Red, orange, yellow. They're more similar. With complements, they're totally different and opposite in color, in hue, technically. Or at least in their placement around the color wheel, potentially. How do we describe colors that want to fist fight? That's a great question. I don't know. That's a great question. I don't want to answer that. I don't actually know. I am not sure of that one, actually. Funny enough. Okay, hang on. While I'm continuing to modify things, if this is an apron, if we brought it over here so that it's reaching past the edge of this thing on the torso, that might make sense of it just a little bit more so I can tell what it is. Or whether or not it's a piece of shirt or not. For these orange pieces, I think we could still maybe keep, if you wanted them, just 2 of them, as opposed to having quite so many of them. And then I feel like the level of texture that is everywhere is still just a little bit distracting. But I feel like this is getting a little bit clearer to read the way that it is now. Joke didn't land, explodes myself. Don't explode yourself either, please. Should I rework the pants into cargo pants? No, I read them as, oh, what are they called? A specific type of, like, oh, what are they called? Just like wide-legged, like formal wear pants, essentially. What is the, like the really like linen-y ones? What is the, I don't know what they're called though, but I think I'm understanding what they are. Are they intending to be cargo pants? Because otherwise I'm reading them sort of similarly to the like formal wear that your shirt is, where it's like one longer, more exaggerated, more historic, I guess maybe, in the sleeve shirt, or the sleeve shape. Slacks, parachute pants, no. I think the word I was looking for was accidentally Japanese, but your design is inspired by Chinese clothing styles. What is it called? It's very similar to the style of pants that I wore for Kung Fu. OG pants was just random pants. Yeah, Hakama might be the kind of pants if it were talking, I think that's the Japanese version of those pants, or like the Japanese word for that style of pants. But it's a style of pants that, like, when I took Northern Shaolin Kung Fu, it was what we would tuck in to make the pants have that, like, really rounded shape. But not everybody wears them tucked in like that. Words. Oh, no. Ku? Maybe. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know if those are the words. We'd have to have confirmation from somebody else. But I'm reading these pants as being cultural and historic in a way that makes sense for the mythology you're referencing. Yeah, maybe ku is that? Worn by a small boy looking, oh wait, that's just that example. Trousers. Traditional Chinese trousers and hanfu. Yeah, that might be what it is. That might be what it is that I'm thinking of. Let me see. Yeah, yes, exactly. Thank you. This is like a very modern take on it, but this is what I was thinking of, which is these are like modern hanfu pants. This is what I'm thinking of that is the reference for that. Which very well it could be. This is so interesting that they have that fun pattern on the side. That's so neat as a design. I'm gonna drop this into my Pinterest. But that's how I'm reading them right now. If the cut of them was a little bit longer, that might help support it just a little bit more too. But I think they're fine the way that they are right now. If we could see the little bit of like, these have like a length to them and they almost end up folding in a way that's pleat-like. So if these were just a little bit more sleek, I would read them in that way, but then that makes sense in association with the sleeve that you had already, where it seemed to be pulling from a similar, like, historic clothing, maybe hanfu, in a way that might be interesting. We keep covering your cool shoes, which are what modernizes this design, but longer cut of pants, maybe. If we're trying to modernize it, I feel like there might be other things we could do to modernize it further. Did I make your earrings bigger? I did. Is this just my drawing of the earrings? It very well may be. I wonder if you directly plop that in there. It's not a bad idea. Shoes are just me tracing photos of my gym shoes. So, honestly, it works. They're very accurate shoes for that reason. They feel very specific. But they're way more specific than I feel like other elements of the design are. Where, you know, if we're referencing this particular type of hanfu pants, what are they called? Ku. You could have like, a lot of them seem to have like stitching that runs down them that we could see maybe. If you're doing that, I don't know if you need this asymmetrical pocket. I'm not sure that that was inherently adding very much, but you could have stitching that runs down though. We can see like where like the hem of the pants is down here to make them feel a little bit more specific too. For the clothing, I'm wondering if, like right now you have a lot of texture sort of everywhere. I'm wondering if we could tone down the texture in some areas and then exaggerate it more in particular areas to add interest in certain areas. Crazy mythological VTubers wearing regular track shoes will never not be funny to me. Broke out the Nikes. Don't worry, I'm fitted out. I got my AF1s always at the ready. But I think that that's a very interesting way of modernizing this, which does bring me to the question of, Rex, how modern do you want this to feel? I guess is an important question where, based on the shoes, I'm going to guess that this design is set in the modern day. It is present in some capacity. Yeah, no, it's not a bad thing. But I'm wondering if there might be some other way we can modernize it. People joke that, like, the plight of, like, masculine VTuber designs is that, like, you know, the muscle shirt? The VTuber muscle shirt? Do you know what I'm talking about? I think when it was Shoto who is the one who popularized it, but, like, just the black, like, high collar, short sleeve muscle shirt. But that is such a modern type of piece of clothing that I'm wondering if might be interesting if this was reading as if it is a stylized version of it, where we could push this just like a little higher up your neck and we could still have that like pattern going on where we've got the little bit of like stitched edge. But if we do that, then we might be able to get a little bit of overlap from this reading as a more modern element. I think those shirts are usually cropped like more like here, like mid bicep. We're trying to show up the biceps with those. But I wonder if that's just something that we could do that's very simple to make you feel even more modern, but then that's also going to exaggerate the difference between your sleeve lengths, which might be good too. Hang on. Let me bring back your little like clasp thingy that was on the edge here. Or you could even still have like your little like wee, wee, wee things happening there. Yeah. Hadanku might be the pants? Let me look that up too. The related searches is giving me harem pants, which I think is very funny. HEDANGK. Oh, see, that could also be what it is too, you're right. Those are tied at the top, which is interesting, and they seem to have, like, overlap. Ooh, thank you, Bleak. Looks like him wearing gym clothes under his work attire. I like it. Yeah, that's what I'm sort of going for, is that if we can make it feel like this character is halfway between modern and historic, that might be sort of nice. Technically super overdone, but I really love those high collar sleeveless tops everyone wears now. Oh, the ones where they cut off, like, right here. I also like them, just as, like, a design thing. I like them. So don't worry. Just because things are overdone doesn't mean that you can't include them in a design. Also, I goofed up the shapes here when I was drawing this before. This should probably be facing forward as an arc. I don't know why I drew it like that before. But I'll move your dots over with it. There we go. Refining shapes of things. There we go. Like halter tops? Yeah! I love high neck, like high collar clothing. Is my favorite. It is what I prefer to wear myself, as EG. When I post today's Inktober, you'll be able to see a couple of my outfits that I have for it. Hang on, I'm duplicating that texture here just for consistency. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I think this is working a little bit better. A little bit more clearly. How vintage of you. Thanks. Halter tops. Rex's design is cool, right? Right? Okay, hang on. So I think this is working in the right direction. I still think we could use just a little bit more clarity in your face. I wonder if your mouth just needs to be darker and just like a little bit thicker, I say, making your mouth not darker and not thicker. Oh wait, only thicker, not darker, hang on. So that reads just a little bit better from a distance. Bam, bam. But I love the super exaggerated giant eyebrows, that's good. I wonder also if your forehead element could have a little bit more variety and thickness. I feel like when I'm looking at those pieces of ceramics that this is referencing, they have a little bit of calligraphic quality to them almost, where the line thickness isn't super consistent. So then they just feel a little bit more grounded as a result of that. And then they could maybe like disappear under your hair a little bit more too, because right now they're sort of on top of your hair. Feels like it's floating. What color am I selecting? Hang on. This texture makes it very hard for me to pick colors to edit, but like this is just a little detail thing that might be sort of nice. So like that feels just a little bit more incorporated than it did before, and it reads just a little more clearly at a distance. For silhouette, your spikes on your shoulder are adding a lot to the silhouette in a way that makes it clear who you are, as well as your very specific horn shape. Your pants and having your ladles sticking off the side of your body helps too. I can't help but wonder though if the spikes on your arm down here are necessary though. I feel like that might be overkill. I don't know if we need quite that much. I think we understand the inhuman element that's going on in your design. So I don't know if we need that many. You've already got them on your leg and on your shoulder and on your chest. And I think that might be enough, potentially. PC's yelling at me. It's not on. Whoopsie. Is it making Windows noise? Ding. Dong. Tone. What is the Microsoft Windows noise when it's mad at you? It just does the bump kind of sound. I wonder also if these spikes on your chest, is this how I drew them before? Like that? Yeah, it was. I wonder if this would be more interesting if they overlap with your clothing a little bit, so we can see that they're hitting like an angle for just like overlap. That might be interesting. Hang on, you've got the little like keratin transition area on them. That might be sort of nice. Windows 98 shutdown sound. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Hang on, I'm moving that up just like a little bit. Yeah, like that. I like that little like peach transition line you have on them. That's sort of interesting for being like the base of it also. It's a little more variety in direction. The tears in the pants make sense. Oh, this I think was like the fabric being folded over, so it might need a little bit of that color there. Okay. So, overall, I think that was the bulk of the modifications I was going to make, potentially. What's done here that I did before? Hanging things from the belt was an interesting decision past EG. It's interesting seeing how I was thinking about character design in the past. But I think this makes sense the way that it is now. So for silhouette, you had already sort of solved most of the stuff going on for silhouette, I would say. Especially with how distinct the horn shape is and having this, I guess it's a coin? But the threaded coin hanging over one ear, having some things hanging out on the waist, even though I exaggerated them and changed which side they were on. Oh, the tail! The tail is also cute for silhouette too. The horn sticking off the shoulders, good. I do think you could use a little more weight somewhere, which the pants are sort of getting in the right direction of, with making them big and wide and exaggerated. The level of asymmetry is also good. So let me, silhouette, pretty close. Pretty close on silhouette. For color palette, what is this? Oh, the other pants, hang on, go away. For color palette, interesting choice of colors here. The gold, orange, purple, and green is a nice broad palette. You did have some good transitions now with how things have a little more blue undertone in places. The black placement makes this feel just a little bit more grounded than it did before. It was just a little bit too overwhelming before, maybe, with how many brights there were. The skin color being darkened is a good move as well. I still think there might be a little bit of low clarity happening around some of these oranges over the ear, but it's not too bad. And I'm wondering if there could use to be just like a little bit more black throughout somewhere, but I'm unsure of where I would suggest to add that at this moment, so I don't know if I can hold that against you particularly. So maybe I'll put that here. For complexity versus clarity, I think you went a little too far with the detail. Before it was under-detailed, we pushed it maybe a little too far, so we'll reel you back in just a little bit on the level of detail. For focal point, right now, I would say for me, the ladles and the utensils on the hip are pretty distracting, just because most of the design is pretty dark. These green tones and these purples are more than 50% gray for the most part. And these ladles are so bright, and that color isn't happening super often in the design. So for them to be so big makes them a bit distracting. But the face is decently a secondary focal point because it is nice and bright. It's this peach color that isn't happening really everywhere. It's more limited. And it's framed nicely by the dark colors. So by making them just a little bit smaller, that's gonna make them less focal. But also, I didn't really fully solve this. I made it kind of worse by making this orange, but like if you had like proper shading on these elements, that would still allow the face to be more focal. So you're in the right direction, but you do have something that's pretty big and distracting from it. And then as far as the concept goes, the creature's head becoming part of like your apron and the chest of your clothing and those being pockets is clever. That's a good way of integrating that into the design. Adding those little bits of spikes to the edges of your clothing are good too. These are good for silhouette. I can only grade this based on the limited familiarity I have with this concept because I was not familiar with the Taotie or the Pao Chao prior to you showing me them, but I can see some of the references happening in it, and it seems like there's a lot of variety in how those particular creatures are depicted. So I think you've incorporated all the right elements, but it is one of those things where, unfortunately, your audience may not be super familiar with either of those things. You'll just have to be comfortable with explaining them. It's nothing you've done wrong inherently in the design, it's just our audiences, we will not always know what we're talking about sometimes. That even goes for me, where I have to specify what I am sometimes. Despite, I think I pretty clearly look like a mushroom. It happens. But I think you're doing most of the right things there. I think we are pushing that sort of combo of historic, but also modern, a little bit more clearly with changing the shirt cut, so it looks like you're wearing sort of the Hanfu style clothing over top of your gym clothes, which is sort of fun. But you're making a lot of the right moves to push the design to be more recognizable. Myth is so messy. It's an ogre, a goat, and a dragon. Oh god. You got all three of those things happening all at once. Oh man. I'd say you're doing a pretty decent job of balancing them though. I can see the intended reference. The only thing that I think I'm seeing on the Pao Chao that you don't really have a reference to in your design is it seems like they sort of consistently have this weird armpit eyeball. And I don't even know how to suggest to you putting an armpit eyeball in this right now. Like it's sort of on the side of the body, which maybe these eyes are sort of working as in some capacity? I don't know. It's something. It is definitely interesting. Yeah, unfortunate side effect of being unique. Yeah, wait, do you see? Armpit eyeball. I guess it's not in the pit, it's just the side of the body, like below the shoulder blade a little bit. Which these are sort of filling that role, but those are in the front of the body. I wonder if you need like an eye that's on the side of your sleeves. Not that we'd be able to see that right now, but just as a thought. Anyways, however, keeping us schmoving. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5 out of 10? Let's see. I will say, hard to compare your old grade to your new grade because you gained a full point despite the fact that this is much stronger, just because the new rubric is much harsher than it used to be. But even against the new rubric, you've still improved. Quite significantly, might I add, also. Good work! Good work, Rex! I'm proud of you for taking into account all the things that we talked about. It always makes me so happy when I get to see designs evolve by direct result of critique. It's so defeating teaching in classes to students who just ignore critique. It makes me wonder why we even do them half the time, but this is what makes it feel worthwhile. Moobot! Bugs, maybe not so many claps. Maybe just like, maybe like 5. I think it's getting mad because you're doing like more than 10. I can jostle Moobot. I don't know why Moobot is being so zealous about this right now. But good work, Rex! Round of applause! Let me see who we're going to do next. Let me actually take this as a good time to take a sippy of beverage also, which might be nice. Oh, Rex, thank you for gifting a sub to Bugs to save Bugs from the clapping. That was very kind. Thank you. Can we rotate for Rex, please? We're clapping for Rex and rotating for Rex. We can do both of those things at the same time, I think. We are multi-talented and multi-skilled. Hang on, multitasking. Where is my clap emote? There we go. Clap and rotate and clap. Not me gifting a sub to someone to clap for me. Wait, that's so funny though. You're giving them a sub so that they can clap for you. I kind of love that. Good work though, Rex! Thank you for A, submitting in the first half, and B, thank you for resubmitting. I can tell that the design has grown a lot since we last looked at it. So thank you for incorporating all the things we talked about. I'm proud of you. Earn the applause? Yeah! Applause earned. Oh wait, I gotta check my bingo. I don't think I've done any bingo-ing in a minute here. There we go. Okay, let's see. No body harness, no rainbow palette, not J fashion. You did explain your concept. Your hair is not pink. You don't really have line art, so I think you do qualify for spot blacks. You are wearing shoes. God/mythological creature. Perfect. Nice. We love to see that. Man, I don't have bingo yet. That's okay. Thank you for critique. Of course. Happy I can critique. All right, YouTube, it's gonna be your turn, but let me have a chance to take sippy of beverage. And also, oh, my body rotated. Let me take a sip of my beverage and also have some square-shaped cheddar crackers. We have changed where we go grocery shopping, so we no longer are grocery shopping at the place that sells my fish crackers. It is kind of heartbreaking. They only sell the really little containers of them, and it's not even worthwhile because they're too expensive. Tell me why ain't nothing but fish cracker. Tell me why fish crackers are worth $10. Tell me why. I'm not spending $10 on a little thing of fish crackers. Are you crazy? I love them. They're so tasty. But why would I do that when I can buy the square cheddar crackers in a much bigger box for like $3? Like, riddle me this, why would I do that? Yeah, 10 buckaroos, time to make your own. God, I don't think I'm that skilled, but I maybe I could figure it out. They don't seem that complicated. Cheddar and like a cracker batter. I'd have to cut them out, which might be interesting. I'll consider it. One of those students didn't listen to the critique. I haven't done much to my model since you critiqued it. No. I don't mean that as in like, you can take your time to make changes to things. I'm not gonna hold you to do things quickly, but it was always very defeating as a teacher when we would provide midpoint critique on something in class, And then we would get to the final critique, and everything we had said in the critique was just totally ignored. So like if you resubmitted your design and hadn't changed it from where it was when you submitted it to me before, then I'd be like, well, what was the point of this? And it'd feel kind of similar. But I know you guys better, and I know that you guys wouldn't do that. Like, you guys genuinely want feedback, which is why you're doing this, which is the difference. The college kids did not actually care for feedback. It wasn't something that especially interested them, unfortunately. Like, what can you do? You can't force people to want to do those things. And a lot of the kids that I was teaching were people who were not majors in what I was teaching also. So, what can you do? YouTube! We'll find the next person and I'll get them to send their name while I eat my crackers, while I enjoy my little snack. Let me see, YouTube fellas. I'm going to send a number that you are going to type back to me, and whoever's first on my end will be next. So, I have my number ready. Start your engines, fellas. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I hope you are. Get your fingers at your keyboards, YouTube fellows. Ready. Number in 3, 2, 1, 904. I have sent it so you can see it. There you go. Do a lot of maturing before I understood how to receive feedback. Yeah, it is tough. And I will say, specifically, certain circumstances do make it harder. Like, there are professors and teachers and students and classmates who, unfortunately, just, like, do not provide constructive critique in a kind and supportive manner, in a way that just encourages people to become defensive about something. So it just, like, doesn't actually help. And it makes people not want to receive that type of feedback, and it makes it harder for them to accept hearing those things. So that does actively work against it, unfortunately. And a lot of the critique that is provided in critiques in classrooms is often not even especially helpful sometimes too. But yeah, you do have to sort of be comfortable in yourself and comfortable in understanding the fact that you're not perfect, I'm not perfect, none of us are perfect. We're all going to have things we can do better and be stronger at. I subject myself to critique in front of all of you from time to time also. And I can always get better at what I'm doing for sure. That is for sure. Especially in anime style art. This is not my wheelhouse half the time. Yeah. Defensiveness was for sure a product of the environment. Yeah, it makes it a little bit tougher, unfortunately. But it does take some maturity to do that. Bumbling archivist, thank you for following. What? I don't know what you're saying. Mushroom? Yeah, I am a mushroom. I was not taught how to provide or receive feedback. Yeah, that's the other thing. A lot of schools don't teach you how to critique work either. They just put you in critiques and are like, go. Fellas, it's a learned skill. You gotta practice it. It takes practice to be able to provide constructive criticism and to be able to provide useful criticism as well. So it takes practice. It ain't easy. And not everyone is offered the opportunity to learn that sometimes, unfortunately. So, yeah. Let me see who was first. I think Pluvio on my end was first. Let me see. So here was my ranking for who submitted on YouTube to be next. Pluvio, what is your name in the critique form that you had submitted? Learning to be responsive to critique is unfortunately also a skill. That is also true. I have been used to critique since I was very young because I was always in an art track in school. And thankfully, my teachers that I had back then did teach us how to do it. They taught us very early on how to critique. I'm talking like middle school, which was fantastic because that made it sort of like formative. So there was never a point in my life where I didn't know how to accept it in art. But unfortunately, I don't think that's especially common all over the place to have received that sort of teaching early. And I wonder if I could something I could teach? I'm not used to teaching that because I'm used to teaching college at the upper level, but I'm able to find a way to do it. Oops. Livio, is that the name you submitted under? There's nothing coming up in the critique form under the way that you have spelled your name for me in the chat. I'll reload just in case. There was somebody who submitted under the name of Pluto, but that's the only person with a name similar that I am finding right now. Let me see if maybe it's not recording that as being your name, it's your username? Oh, wait. Oh, excuse me, hiccup. I found you. Got it. Oh, you are Pluto. Okay, yeah. Pluto is you. It might have auto-corrected you. My STEM track not involving feedback until maybe college. Oh yeah, I would imagine if you were not in any kind of art track, you don't even receive critique half the time. Even on like papers, when you do, like when you submit rough drafts, that's not even truly like receiving, like it is receiving critique, it's receiving feedback, but it's still so different because that's so objective in the feedback, where critique in art is so much more subjective a lot of the time too. It's much tougher. That is interesting. Me and my STEM track. Yeah, I was also in STEM track at one point in time. Here, let me download this. Aha, cute. I see you. It's not my knee-jerk reaction to things I love about my design to allow suggestions that I couldn't have known I've liked. Yeah, we have to be open-minded about things. That is one of the hardest parts, is that we do tend to get attached to stuff when we are designing things or working on art. And I love the drawfee philosophy. Every time that they ever say, if I'm watching something from Drawfee and they say, delete your art, I do it. I listen. Because if you can do it once, you can do it again, I promise. That's how it works. And also, because you just can't get that attached to things sometimes. Like, you have to be open to receiving feedback, open to change, to modification. You have to... That is how we all grow. So, I'm a big subscriber of delete your art. So, here is Pluviomancy, which, coming at you with another blue celestial VTuber design. This is my VTuber persona, largely based off of me and my likes. There isn't a lot of lore to work with. Main concept I had in mind while designing were whale shark and falling stars and meteors. Whale shark? Whale shark? Where? Wait, hang on. Whale shark, whale shark. Let me look for a second here. Whale shark. I'm Googling a whale shark. I have aphantasia. I'm permitted. I don't remember what whale sharks look. Okay, yeah, no, I'm thinking of the right guy. Interesting. Intriguing. I feel like I'm not especially getting whale shark in the design right now. And I'm wondering if all you would need to do is have something that is patterned the way that whale sharks are patterned, where they have this really, like, specific thing that goes on with their patterning that is, like these really, like, sort of, like, thin, like, wobbly lines, like this. And then they have, like, the bigger spots that sort of repeats like this. Just as, like, patterning. And then the spots sort of more or less end up lining up with each other. This texture somewhere might be all we need to understand whale shark. If that is on the bottom edge of your cape as like a trim or somewhere else. That might be subtle and interesting. Getting whale shark vibes from the face only. I see that too. I wonder if this is one of those funny things where we could also just add an ahoge that is fin-like, and that might clarify it as well. Yeah. So cute, right? Very cute. But yeah, I do think that that might be something that might be nice as a pattern. Maybe it is on like this bottom edge of the trim here. And then it doesn't have to be this like stark. I've made it like really intense. Could be like that. And some parts are like more blue, but that might just be interesting to get us thinking in the right direction about that as something subtle. Clothes and overcoat, only seen in their top, not bottom area. Ah, I see. Okay, that makes sense too, potentially. It's sort of distracting as a detail right now because it's the only place we really have much pattern. So this pattern may want to be somewhere else too. Slay, right? I agree. Then for your hair, I'm wondering if there's some way we could give you, like, if you had more hair that's sort of off the side. Oh, let me see if I can figure out how I would want to do this. I'm trying to figure out if there's a way I can give you a shark fin without giving you a shark fin. Just by using your hair to sculpt it, essentially. But, like, that feels too much like an ear right now. Hang on. Thinking. Maybe this side would be better. I'm trying to think of how I would do it. But let me just draw a fin shape first. First and foremost, fin shape. Fins are shaped like this, right? But that's gonna read like an ear. End of the braid, the shape of the tail fin. That's a good idea. We can do that also. Maybe it needs to be like up here? But see, the problem is that perspective is gonna start being a thing. Because if we were seeing like actually a fin on you, it would just be like this. Because we're looking at you head on. But yeah, the tail of this becoming shark fin shaped would be good, potentially, as a subtle reference. Do they have a standard tail shape like sharks do? They do. Shark tails are really specific. They're like, hang on, wait, short end, long end, like this. There we go. And then you could have the patterning on this also maybe a little bit. If we could see like some of those blues coming in, it could feel like that patterning as well, maybe.
Beep.
Beep, you're right. Oh wait, he said beep. Hey, you're misleading me. Shy Lily genre of ear. Speaking of someone who has that Shy Lily genre of ear, you could do that, maybe, but that seems to be sort of a common solution. Problem in old versions was only a whale shark tail giving whale shark, so I phased it out a bit. Yeah, I think that having the tail be a part of your hair might be a nice thing, and it's sort of subtle. Ooh, there we go. Oh, I guess I could have just erased it instead of drawing over it. What can you do? But like, if this is constructed of hair, that might be a nice little subtle way of alluding to a viewer that you are a whale shark. But I do think, unfortunately, that fins are going to be important. Some way, somewhere, somehow. I'm trying to think of, like, I don't know if I necessarily want to give you, like, the Shy Lily fin ear situation. 2 dorsal fins. Yeah, I'm wondering because you could theoretically have them as something that's, like, fins that are coming off of your shirt, which would add to silhouette, potentially. So, you know, arms plus arms, that kind of makes sense, maybe. You know what I mean? This isn't a fantastic shape for a fin, but, like, you know what I'm talking about, you know what I mean? Their fins seem to be, hang on, I should look at what their fins actually look like. Their fins are, from a top view, very, like, round at the base, and then, like, this. And then they're even longer. But, like, you could have that as being something that's, like, attached to this thing that's wrapped around your arm here. E.g. taking the easy route here. Copy paste. Transform. Flippers on me, please. Yeah, there we go. So then it's sort of, like, attached, and maybe they don't have to sit at the same level if we're still trying to go for something asymmetrical with that part of the body. But if we don't want to go for the Shy Lily or just like the sea mammal-esque ears, yeah, orca-themed VTuber situation, this might be a little bit of an easier way of having fins somewhere else. Something to represent a remora on the outfit. They're commonly found on whale sharks, a lot of real estate for them. Oh, that might be sort of cute. That might be sort of cute. A remora, hang on, because they do hang out with a lot of sharks too. That's a good idea. Let me Google a remora. I generally know what we're talking about, but you could have something like a side bag or something hanging off your hip as like a keychain almost. That is the remora who is just here to hang. What does a remora look like? Oh, they're sort of funny and long. Let's see, what color would I use? Maybe I'll reuse this blue. But like you have your remora keychain where he's like, wow. They've got like sort of flat tails. Sort of diamond shaped and long, and then he has 2 sort of long fins. And then you can see like you've got your little like tail thing hanging out. He's just suctioned onto the side of your body, hanging on along for the ride. Maybe an earring. Oh wait, the remora as being the earring could also be really cute too. What if it would be a great Texas Beach character? Yes! Yes! Oh my gosh, wait. These are all fantastic ideas. So, like, just generally, don't do all of these things, but whatever is sparking your fancy, Your earring could be your remora, who's sort of hanging on here to you, like in this area. Instead, mayhaps, don't do both the keychain and the earring, maybe. But, like, here's your little guy holding on for dear life to your ear. Wait, these are such cute ideas. There we go. Okay, so I think that would help us make sense of the animal just a little bit better. I still feel like there's some way I could give you the singular fin thing I was thinking of for your hair. But I don't know if I fully have the solution to that right here, right now, right this second. Hang on. Wait, no, EG, you got this. It might look incredibly strange and corny the way that I'm trying to do it right now, but like, hang on, nope, eraser. Like, if it was made out of the hair as opposed to being, like, actually a fin or actually an ear, and that mammal sense, that could help, but I don't know if that's reading especially well right now. Too many Vtubers have that fin hair? Yeah! That's why I'm trying to figure out something that's slightly more different from them that could be done, mayhaps. Add the pattern as highlights. Oh, if your hair highlights on the front of your head were done in that sort of pattern, like the whale shark patterning, that might be very cute and a very succinct way of clarifying that also. Let me hide. Oh, I've done all this nonsense in one place. What have I done? But yes, I agree. You could have your bigger spots that like run across the front here. I'm not going to change the colors, but then you have your like little like dashed patterning. And it doesn't have to be this intense. I'd probably even turn it down a little bit more. And then you could have like the ones around the edges of it sort of like blend out just a little bit. Hang on, turn that down a little bit. It's a little bit too intense. And then I could airbrush the edges out so it does feel more like a highlight. Woo! Hang on, not like that. Like this. So it's fading. You see what I mean? Hang on a little more. Ooh. Maybe you don't need quite as many marks as I am making. Little light whale shark freckles would be cute. That's another good idea. But yeah, finding like subtle ways that we can suggest that pattern is going to be very interesting. Very whale shark shape to it already. Very round. It is very round. Whale sharks, from the images I'm looking at them, like from a top view, are very... Their shape is... They're really flat on the front. Like, hang on. Ooh, they're really square on the front, and then they taper a lot more off. And I'm wondering if we could square something off also that could feel like it's relating to the shape of it, where like... This might be a little bit strange, but I'm wondering if we could square off the top shape of your hair so that the top of your head feels like, you know, this is the tail, so this is the front of the body up here. I'll erase this so that way we can see your little sparkle, or maybe I'll just draw on top of it. But if like this is just flatter across the top, that might also give us more of the silhouette of the shark. My weird fin thing I'm doing, I don't know if would stay, but... There we go. Bam. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. So then it's more squared like the shark itself is. I might just exaggerate this off the edge of your head a little bit more. There we go. The hypocritical here says a lot of VTuber fans actually like the fin ears or hair, so including that can increase marketability. That's fair. If you're open to it, you could add it, but I don't know if it's completely necessary. So they want to be more rainy. The pattern can look like rain and be played with the clouds too. That is also true, mayhaps. If they were treated more like water droplets, you could get sort of double time from that. So hang on, wait. The full collection of elements we have here is whale shark, celestial, and rain, right? Those are sort of the three primary things. You could make your stars have shape to them that makes it feel like they're dripping. Hang on, I don't know if I need this one, but like the way that you shape these stars, we can get both of those elements out of them perhaps. So that way that feels like there's some moisture happening there. Yeah, make them a little bit drippy. Leggings' legs are kind of whale shark shaped. You could put the patterns there too. That's also true. It does sort of have that similar like squared off shape to it. I see what you mean. Other places you could put the rain. I feel like you have a lot of really sharp edges to things, but if you have stuff that has like more rounded shapes like this, it'll feel more rain related. Do you see how that feels more like water? So if we reshape some of your elements so that way they have like rounder tips on them, we can get both stars and rain from elements that already exist without having to make too big of changes to them. Drip glasses are a good idea. Oh, you could do the little like, I really am a fan of the glasses that have the little like notch thing where they go like this. You know what I mean? Hang on, I might need to start it a little further over. There we go. And like that's just a cute little like subtle rainy type of thing. Makes it feel a little bit more water-esque. Don't you have some on right now? Me? I have glasses, but not this kind. Not this kind of thing on glasses. Glasses are cute. Yeah, thank you guys for all the good suggestions here. Hoot hoot. Oh, that's why my thing has changed. Suddenly my YouTube just started doing things. I was like, what is that? Hi! Hi Raiders, welcome in! Hoot hoot! Fungi! I finally have a sort of a greeting for you. Welcome in. Yeah, we're hooting because the Plumies have arrived. Hi Bill, how was your stream? What were you up to? What? Oh, YouTube just did a bunch of funny business and I couldn't figure out what was happening, and then I saw the hoot messages and I'm assuming it just means that it was trying to show me that you rated me, but it just didn't. Or who? Oh. Who? I'm EG. Hi. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. I guess I didn't introduce myself. We're doing VTuber design critiques today for live viewers, and we're going for extra long. I started 3.5 hours ago, and I will still be live for another 2.5 hours. So, welcome in. How was your stream? What were you guys up to? You're looking great. Thank you. It's the spooky, scary month, so I am now in all of my glory back in my Halloween outfit. I made this one last year, but I don't have time to make a new Halloween outfit this year, so aren't I so slay? I'm a OG oyster mushroom mage is what I am now. 2.5 hours. Oh, we are looking at a fish right now, or somebody who is fish related. Tuna makes sense. Looks awesome. Thank you. The little details around the edge of my cape are also based on turkey tail mushrooms. Slay shroom. Thank you. I appreciate it. What were you guys up to for stream? How was your stream? Vil, I saw that you are going to be in a... Oh, what was it? I've been seeing so many of those, is it Minecraft? Is it the Globy second Minecraft thing? I don't think that's what you were doing today, but I saw that at least recently about your happenings. Made a jigsaw puzzle. Oh, I see. I see. How's your jigsaw puzzling? I've been thinking about doing that, perhaps, assembling a jigsaw puzzle for stream. But like physically, I have real jigsaw puzzles that are mushroom related. In a what? In a I think it's a Minecraft just server thing? Question mark? I couldn't remember. There's a lot of like server SMP kinds of things happening where there's like Project Zomboid ones going on, and stuff like that. Don't quite know. Doing jigsaws with the members, co-op on browser. Oh, co-op. Oh yeah, was it Globycraft? That might be what it was. Man, my memory is not as fantastic as it could be. That might be what it was. But I guess that wasn't today. But that's interesting. Jigsaws with members. Nice. Not a fan of jigsaw puzzles because I have rambunctious cats. See, I don't have cats where I live right now, so I am safe. Chat's a bit delayed. That's okay, don't worry about it. Glovey Season 2 went live. Oh, okay. Exciting. Good luck with that. Have fun. I've been enjoying listening to some Minecraft recently. I'm back in my middle schooler phase. There's a lot of Minecraft collabs going on right now in VTubing, which is very interesting. But yeah, but thank you guys for stopping by. Vils fellas, if you guys need to do things like eating or drinking or snorkeling and eating, please take care of yourselves. If you guys want to stick around and hang out, you are welcome to do so. We are looking at a design right now of Pluviomancy, who is actually I don't know what you are in terms of words to describe you very succinctly, but the theming here is that this character design is based on a whale shark, some elements of rain and clouds, and stars, sort of generally. So we were adding suggestions to make the whale angle clearer. Yeah. Which also reminds me, I was supposed to eat a snack and that I didn't. So let me, like, get snack. Just really quickly here. There we go. Mushroom jiggle in your model, so satisfying. Thank you! Look at how jiggly my mushrooms are. If I, like, stand up here, do you see my waist? They move so much. Oh, I've been saved. Thank you for feeding and providing me with liquids. I appreciate it. Let me open. I'm so sorry if you can hear me opening my square cheddar cracker container to have a little snack. How can I put my design in for review? Well, once we finish critiquing this design, we're going to essentially have people type numbers in the chat, and whoever does it first will be next. But make sure you submit your design to my critique forums. That way we can find it. There we go. Oh, somebody else got it before me! Too quick. I was too slow. Kizzy face isn't popping up on the Mad-GG model. No, it is, but it's being offset. Snack time and hydrate both toggle it, but because both are toggling it, it's toggling it on and toggling it off very quickly. So that's how we're combating it right now, accidentally. Your hat dribble physics or Magica cloth? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All of the physics here is Magica cloth. I never rig clothing, ever! You can't make me do it! I will always opt to make most clothing and objects Magica cloth. The only thing I think that's on bones right now is like the top of my hat, if you see. Because if I stand up at my full height, oh, you can't even see it, but like it's much floppier because it is on its own bone. And I think my sleeves are just rigged to my arms, which is not my best move. I feel like they should have been Magica cloth, and I don't know why I didn't do them that way. Because they clip right now as a result. What can you do? Can we wait for Vignon to accept Magica cloth too? I hope it will. I think it does! Wordy, I think it does. I swear when I was re-downloading, I saw somewhere that it does suggest, or support Magica cloth 2. I've never used Magica cloth 2 though. So I don't even know what that has going on. I'm totally comfy with Magica cloth 1. It does enough for me. Magica works really cool. Never got around to learning how that works, but it was really game-changing when I saw it. Yeah, it's so incredibly nice for physics for 3D models. I cannot recommend it more highly. And it is one of my, like, most genuine questions that I have for when I see, like, 3D VTubers, especially, like, corporate 3D VTuber for, like, concerts and stuff. I always wonder why they don't have it. I'm always curious. I bet it's because of whatever software they're using, where they're limited by whatever cloth physics they can have. But I'm always interested to know. I would love to peek behind the scenes and see what the tech setup goes, like, how that goes in corporate VTubing. I'm so intrigued, but, like, I have a feeling it's something I will never find out. I'm not that kind of specialist for them. Could be licensing. Yeah, I bet that's what it is. Or, I'm sort of assuming that they're doing it out of Unity. I believe HoloLive is using Unreal at this point. So, I don't think Magica Cloth is in Unreal, but there's other cloth sims in Unreal, and they use cloth sims. But, like, I was just watching one of the FSP fellas had a 3D debut 2 weeks ago, I think? Oh, there we go, I'm saved. And I was curious as to, like, because, like, I think they're in Unity, but I can't tell, but also, like, give me cloth simulation, please give me cloth simulation. I love cloth simulation, please. A lot of limitations in general, probably some licensing or pipeline. Yeah, I know that a lot of those types of models are also made in a crunch as well, as far as time goes, so it might also be time, too. A lot of interesting questions here to have about it, but generally, we should get back to critiquing, perhaps. I saw somebody say an umbrella would be good. As an accessory, that could be a very cute thing to have. You could even have one of those sort of, like, transparent, like, bubble-type umbrellas, and then you could have something that's, like, a pattern on it. But that might just be a cute accessory to use. I'm just looping it over your arm right now because I don't know where else to put it for you right now, but just as a note that could be a good accessory to enhance that angle of the design. I'm not saying to make it these colors either, I'm just drawing it so that it exists and it's here and it's real. Let me stick this here. Bam. Just so we know it exists. Maybe the handle being white would make sense, but then you could have like you could even have your whale shark pattern or texture happening on here too. I've made it really bold right now, but just generally as thoughts. Yeah. Just checking critique form. Is the advice and critique section in Discord correct? You can use that area too, as long as you tell me if you were the person whose design made it pulling. As long as you tell me that's where your design is submitted, I can find it there. That's totally fine. But yeah. Umbrella! That could be cute! Would I find Vignon? Looking at Rotor on Steam right now. I don't... Is Vignon on Steam? I don't know if Vignon's on Steam. I'm not sure. Magic Necro, thank you for following. I'm trying to lock back in. We got a long day happening today. Locking in. Subtle transparent raincoat or capelet. That could also be cute if you had like a transparent poncho of some sort. Like one of those like iridescent ones. You could wear that over your other layers. It doesn't have to be like super long. I'm just picking some place to put it right now. But like, yeah, you could have, you know, we can see like, I'm just drawing the outline of it. Because that's probably all the more we'd be able to see of it. If it was transparent, then you'd have like some like real like high gloss highlights on it or something to make sense of it. But that could also just be a cute little thing, and you can have like little bits of water or something trailing down off of it. Man, fashion is so good. Layering is so good for fashion also. Bam. Nice wide sleeves. Yeah. Yeah, raincoat. Did I put that on the same layer as the umbrella? I might have. Oh, I didn't. Good work, EG. But that could also be cute. That might be adding just a little bit too much, but it's could be more subtle than I'd drawn it initially. This is Live 2D. You can illustrate the cloud inner cape to be large to clip it for rigging for animation. Yeah! I love animated aspects on models in Live 2D where, yeah, this could be clipped to the inside and it could move. It could have stuff going on with it like that. What if instead of circles in the patterns, it could be like stars? You could do that, but then it might not read clearly enough as being a whale shark, unfortunately. You might just have to be careful about how you're applying it, but that could definitely be an option. That's a clever way of combining those two aspects for sure. Intriguing. Hang on. Okay. There we go. I had a stroke reading my own comment. No! It's okay, don't worry. No worries. Don't mind. And the wise words of the characters of IQ, don't mind. So, okay. Most of the critiques that we had to this point were for concept. Mostly just things to push the concept to make the elements clearer. The star element of the concept was very clear already. The whale shark element could use more clarity, and the rain element could use more clarity. So I think we added some subtle motifs, changed the shapes of a couple of things to make that clearer also for both of those things in a way that would be beneficial. So I think that's all working in the right direction. I appreciate the way that you have designed some of the clothing elements. They do feel nice and specific with like the seams and the construction lines and all of that. It's very nice. It's well accounted for. So for the way that the design was before we started editing, man, I used 800 layers. Why have I done this? Get rid of that. I don't know what it was. There we go. The design itself in silhouette is pretty symmetrical, but you do have some natural asymmetry. Both of your asymmetrical elements being on the same side of the body, actually all of them. This is on this side of the body, the braid is on this side of the body, the sleeve is on this side of the body. Makes the design feel like it's leaning just a little bit. So it might be nice if you were to swap one of these things to the other side, even if it's just this thing. But through some of the edits we had made, especially by putting that big ol' remora on the waist, that's sort of helping to counterbalance across the body in a way that might be necessary. But you don't have to inherently go for that. What did I draw on this layer? Oh, I see. Some of my edits are on the umbrella also accidentally. Whoopsie. Cloud spray on the raincoat, that would be so cool. That could also be very cute, especially if you stylized the highlights on it to be cloud-like. That could be interesting too. Let me look at my rubric real quick. So, as far as concept goes, we need more from those angles. Focal point. Hang on, let me close these things. Ooh, focal point. Without any editing, to me, the shirt is the focal point right now, unfortunately. because there's not a lot of white in the design, and this is a big flat plane of white, and there's not a ton of lavender in the design overall, so I am looking right to this shaded portion of the shirt also as a result of that. It feels very unique by result. Hang on, hide the other things I'd done. So we might need to do something to make the face stand out more. I think making the earring bigger is a step in the right direction, perhaps, if that is something that you are open to. Having more specific highlights in the hair adds more detail, so then the face could be something that stands out through level of detail as well. Similar to how we added a little bit of the drips to the underside of the glasses, too. I'm trying to think of what else I might suggest to make the face stand out more. I appreciate that you have really dark eyes. We don't see that a lot in VTubing. I'm trying to think of how... Oh, what other tactics could I use to make your head stand out more? I'm wondering if we exaggerated the silhouette of these things, that there's more white around the head. So like if, instead of having just like one or two of them, we had even more of them with like the little drips. If that might help. So then the head area is becoming wider and more detailed as a result. Let's see. I'm just drawing raindrops in random places right now, just to see if I can increase the amount of white that's around the head. Hang on, this might not be good placement. If I just had like a smaller raindrop in here, that might be better. Hang on, so there we go. That amount of white is making your face more focal because it's all super bright. And then if they were rendered, that also increases the level of detail around your head, and that might help as well for focal point here in a necessary way. Yeah, there's a lot of potential here. Raindrops on the hair and animating them can make the head focal. That's true. If you had animated raindrops sliding off of the hair, that would be interesting. Shape language directing eyes towards the face. Yeah. I could do that also. Earring being bigger and more red, I think, is helping too. I wonder if there's not a lot of this red in the design. It's underneath the eyes. I wonder if you just exaggerated your eye makeup even more too, if that would help as well, where you have a little bit of red, but if we had some of the red on the upper eye too, that might frame the eyes just a little bit more, and then we can see it a little bit better from a distance, maybe? And then I'm also wondering if... This might be too crazy. Some of the blue came into the bangs. This might be too much. I don't know if I'm gonna like how this is going, but I'm just thinking through things. Because if more of the colors are happening all sort of clustered together in one area, that might make us look to the face more readily. Hang on, I'm doing it sort of just like messily so that I can see what I've done. Here we go. This is just increasing detail. I think that is sort of helping a little bit. I'm reducing contrast, which isn't fantastic, but it is sort of framing the face just a little bit more. I think we're moving maybe in the right direction here. I think it's helping. Perhaps. Glasses white or blue. Pearl with the pattern around the hair, maybe. Oh, for this stuff? That could be pearl, I guess, instead, maybe. I'm wondering if also, not to make the hair too crazy, but I wonder if there's a way we could add just like subtle red streaks. You are a shark, but you're a whale shark. So we don't want it to feel like blood, but just having a little bit more of that red throughout, just tinkering, might also help just a little bit around the face, perhaps. And alternatively, I think maybe we just need to get rid of the super bright highlights on the shirt. If this was all this lavender color, I don't think it would be as distracting. I think just the super duper bright highlights were what was distracting me, maybe. Like, I feel like that helps, and then I might also, we made a saturation layer. I'm gonna reduce the saturation of this. Just a little bit, not this much, but just so that way it's not as distracting. Oh, there we go, okay. Turn that down a little bit. Like that, maybe. Thank you for all the apples, I appreciate them. Oh, did I miss Fizzy Pop? Thank you for following. Also Historian, thank you guys for following. Sorry, I'm trying to be locked in, working on stuff, but I'm not looking at things. Fully stares at the board behind you? What? What are you staring at? I don't know what you're talking about. Not enough details around the head, but how about glasses chain, maybe even pearly? A glasses chain, I think, would fight for space with both the braid and the earring, unfortunately, so I'm not sure that's the right move. Star should be white, but the drops or drips could be light blue. That's true if we're trying to modify the details. I'm not sure I'm a fan of this red that I added in the hair. I feel like that's just too much right now. But this is how we figure things out. So much of working in character design is not knowing what the right thing to do is immediately and first. It's being willing to try things to see how you like them, and then being able to decide whether or not they're the right move. Having the eye to know whether or not that is helping or hurting. And I will admit, freely, I do things sometimes to designs that make them worse. But I do go back and solve them or remove them if that feels like it's what I've done. There we go. That seems to work a little bit better. Is my head going places? What? What are you saying, Snom? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Pearl glasses holder? What do you mean? I'm not sure I'm following with the pearl details. Where the pearls do make sense as something that's sort of congruent in design to the spots for the patterning of a whale shark, but I'm not sure where you're suggesting to put them. Somebody was saying with the hair accessories. But these are meant to be stars, so I don't know if they should be turned into pearls completely. I'm not sure. But generally, I think we have gone over most of what our critiques here are, so I think we can keep moving. So, concept. We could clarify it just a little bit better, just a little bit more. For color palette, I think the color palette is very cute. I would say this is a pretty decent way of doing a monochromatic palette because you do have some nice hue shifts. You have more purple undertone blues in some of the darker areas, slightly closer to teal undertone blues in brighter areas. You have a little bit of a pop of red, which is nice just as a contrasting color. Especially here, we're getting more teal. We've got some lavenders in the shirt shading. There's depth to this palette despite it being monochromatic, which is what makes it nice. Even the black elements have red in their shading. They've got cool, darker, like blue to purple tones in the shading. You've got these sort of stockings that are more brown in undertone. Good color depth and variety. The hair also having more of a like slightly magenta undertone on half of it. Mwah! Lovely. Chef's kiss. Beautiful. Good work for color. For silhouette, I think the elements we were adding are adding to your silhouette in a helpful way, because as it was, your cape was the bulk of your silhouette. Let me turn off all of my edits here real quick. We can do a silhouette test. Bam. So I would say your silhouette isn't super distinct, unfortunately, right now. Having added more of those elements floating around your hair, exaggerating your hair shape a little bit more, making it flatter on the top, adding those little, whatchamacallums, the fins on the sides of your sleeves, the raincoat, those things will add more to your silhouette to make you more distinct. But you're not blob-like, at least, so I'd probably put you in the middle of the road here for silhouette. For complexity versus clarity, I'm not really having any trouble reading elements, but I think we were just generally increasing the level of detail on your design just a little bit. We wanted a little bit more detail. And then for focal point, I'm looking to your shirt mostly, but you do have some nice things happening that are making the face the secondary focal point. So I don't think I'd take all of the points off here, mayhaps. Pearl glasses holder? Sure, okay. Thin red also can be in the braid. Oh, the red could be in the braid also, potentially. We're looking to add the red somewhere. But, generally, grade. Did we ladder? No. That's what I'm about to do, because we were doing the silhouette stuff at the end here. Bam. Oh, what was that sound? Hello? Sherry Kumo, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Bottom edge of this, bottom edge of this. Got a couple little division lines in here. Zigzag, bottom of the shorts, bottom of this thing. Cord, top of that, bottom of this, bottom of the braid. So these elements are asymmetrical. but I would say this goes all the way across. Top of the shoulder. Earring in that. The eyes. Sort of your hairline. Top of your head. I would say that's a pretty passable ladder situation, if I do say so myself. Not a ladder I would by any means want to climb. There's some nice asymmetry happening. Good variety of spacing between rungs. Works out. Makes sense. Good for me. Good enough for me. Let me turn on all of my edits again, and then we do math. My old rival, mathematics. Money add, then multiply. Also, the blue nail polish is cute, and I think that's a good move. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5. So, I do have to clarify, just because for people who may have watched my older VODs, from streams, the new rubric is harsher than it used to be. This is a new rubric we're using. So, 5 is sort of average. Over 5 is above average on this, you know, as makes sense with numbers. This isn't being graded based on, like, the American grading system. You're not receiving a 65% out of 100. This is just point tallying, essentially. So, I feel like I just need to clarify that for people so people don't get worried about it. But, overall, good work! You're well on the right path! I have square-shaped cheddar crackers in my hand, so I can't clap. Hang on. There we go. Thank you, chat and EG. Appreciate the critiques, ideas, and compliments. Of course! Thank you for submitting and also for hanging out with us while we look through your design. Thank you. Also, love the little smug face. I know, the mouth is very cute. All right. Twitch, you are next. Twitch, you are next. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? I'll give you a number. Square cheddar shaped cracker. Good luck. Yeah. Are you ready? I have a number ready. When I send the number, whoever is the first one that I see to have sent the number back, we will look to their design. Get ready. Get your fingers at your keyboard. No, I'm Striker, not ready. Hi, Striker. I'm EG. Haha, good dad joke. Ready, 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 ready. Ready? 3, 2, 1. 612. Oh, okay. Aha. It appears, to me at least. Oh wait, let me screenshot so you guys can see what it looks like on my end. It appears to me that Steph Sue was first. Steph, is that the name you've submitted under in the critique form? So many fast friends. I know, the streammates are quick with it. Oh. Is that the name you submitted under? I was second on my end. It's going to vary potentially pretty significantly between many of us. Scared of this? Don't be scared. No fear. Shared it in Discord advice. Ah, perfect. Let me see. Opens my own server. Where was my own server? Oh, Rex has sent me what a fish cracker looks like, made with real fish. Those sound delicious and yummy, but fish cracker to me is the snack that smiles back, except if it's the snack that cannot smile any longer. Hang on, it's in advice and critique, maybe? Oh, there it is. Yep, got it. Okay. Perfect. Let me copy this. Let me scroll down and see if there were any alternate versions. I see some of the streammates have offered you some suggestions already. We continue to offer more suggestions. Don't save that. Don't save this. Create this from the clipboard. Here you are. Hello. Another blue VTuber. Grab like a neutral color for the background. Oh wait, I could actually grab the actual real background color. Bam. Now you're floating in space. So let me read your little blurb that you had here, which says, after researching VTuber design for a few months and working with an artist for another few months, I love the design I came to. However, I haven't received any feedback or critique. I'd love to know what all of you creative minds would suggest to improve in the future. For the identity, I am a Nereid? Living as a caretaker of ocean life in the deep sea. I'm gonna Google that word. I think I know what that is, but I'm not certain that I do. Let's just be sure. A bristleworm of the Polygate family, also of Greek mythology. Those are the sort of like nymph-like fellows who live in the water in Greek mythology, right? I think, perhaps. Yeah. Naiads, but for the sea. Okay. Makes sense. Okay. I see. Purpose. With my soothing voice, I create a comforting and peaceful escapism environment by reading, singing, and doing ASMR. Additional notes. My eyes, gems, and tattoo glow in the darkness of the deep sea. My environment tends to be dark. I see. Interesting. As somebody has already pointed out, your outfit, I think, violates Twitch TOS right now. I don't think you can have any of what's happening here going on. This needs to be covered. It cannot have that highlight on the front of it because that's technically showing anatomy. And you're not allowed to have butt fangs also. I saw people saying that word. It's a very funny word. You can't have that. Twitch does not allow it. Technically, even these hip cutouts are not allowed also. On Twitch also. Theoretically, you might be able to get away with this one, and I don't know if their system would even be able to identify them or see them because it has something transparent, but the pelvis has to be fully covered, and having transparent material does not count, unfortunately. New terminology acquired. I learned those words from Rima, from Rima Evenstar. So that's the only reason I'm familiar. Get away with waist cutout, but not hips. Yeah, like, I don't think these ones. Don't give people the opportunity or ability to report you. I don't think the auto detection would find this, but if you have any opponents, having something like this gives them the opportunity to be able to do evil upon you. So it is best to follow the rules as best as we can. And I'm saying this, I have a feeling you probably just don't know that that's not allowed, which is usually the case. And I do highly suggest to VTuber artists to definitely become as familiar as possible with the rules of the platforms that you were designing characters for and making models for. Yeah, very easily to manually report VTubers and get them reported for really small issues. It's happened to a lot of people, yeah. I'm so sorry that it happened to your friends, Revity, but I also know people it's happened to. Thankfully, I have been safe. I have been reported before, and I'm aware of it, because I was contacted because I'm a partner. But it was nonsense, and they essentially contacted me to let me know that they thought people were reporting me for something that was, like, just abundantly not true, essentially. This was a long time ago, too. This was, like, last, like, November. It was during my donathon that I was reported. And they reported me for being underage, I think was what it was. I don't know what it was, but it was ridiculous and strange. Anyways, focusing, do make sure that you pay attention to the TOS of the platform and cover the necessary elements. Alternatively, you could just have like some sort of skirt. It seems like this type of mythological creature tends to wear a lot of really long, flowing, draped fabrics. So you could go for like a little repetition moment here and say, okay, you know, maybe you make some of your content on a platform where this isn't a problem, where the TOS isn't as strict. YouTube, I don't think, is as strict. But you could have something that's like, okay, maybe not even symmetrical. You just have some sort of something around your waist that's a toggle that, you know, maybe it's that sort of like flowing fabric like you have on your sleeves. And it could still be like really short too. You don't have to make it this long. I've made it really long. But it could be like this, just so that we've covered that part of the body with something that feels sort of natural. And then you're following the terms of service and you are getting the repetition of these shapes that are already here, sort of in an interesting way. Definitely have to re-render them because I'm just sort of drawing. But like, get the idea, I think. Generally, more or less. But yeah, it's just always a good idea to be careful with this kind of thing. You don't want to lose your account. On YouTube, anyone can stream in a bikini. That's true, but YouTube will still bonk you for certain things. And YouTube is also very easily to get reported on by like false reports and stuff. So don't give them the opportunity to have that be something that can be held over your head. So even if it's just something that's repeating the shape somewhere else, something covering that area would be good. This feels like satire. Have you heard how often TikToks shadow bans VTubers? I think they're underage. Oh yeah, yes. And also, because of the way people draw breasts on VTuber models, because they draw them with so much like shading and highlight, and they tend to draw the clothing almost like tucking up underneath them, a lot of the times people also get flagged for nudity as VTubers on TikTok too, despite being fully clothed and having those elements covered. So yeah, careful. Yeah, skirt be the same material as the sleeves. Final body proportions were modified for 3D model, albeit transparency is still in the hips. I like the skirt. Ah, okay, interesting. So, I do think that the skirt might be a good option just for TOS so that it's mimicking something for safety's sake. But technically you don't have to do this. But you could, if you want to. Put your pearls throughout. Consistency. Love to see it. Yeah, okay. There we go. So, that, first off. Bam. Happening to me right now on TikTok. No, Remedy! No! Oh, man. Dang it. What can you do? Love the texture in the sleeves. Yeah, I will say, this is another good example of having sufficient color depth for being a design that is mostly monochromatic. Browns in the torso region, they're nice. They go from being more magenta to being actually technically even more magenta, but they're warmer versus cooler, and then there's cooler, warmer, transitions in color, and we've got lilacs in the hair shading, but they go all the way to teal. There's good, interesting color depth. The eye color being green does help with making the face a little bit more focal, but I will say the fact that all of the dark color is conglomerated, clustered, all in one area of the body does make this area a bit distracting. Something I'm seeing that a lot of, Nereids? Is that how you say that? Nereids? Have is they seem to have a lot of hair accessories where they'll have like kelp or curls, corals, things like that growing in their hair. And I'm wondering if you just need something like dark up here. Like if it felt like this was like, I don't know, kelp or coral or something. Something that now makes those black elements, those dark areas, frame your face, where they're on both sides of your head. By distributing it, it makes it less unique for where it is appearing in your chest area. And then it's adding that contrast up here too. But just something in the area of your hair might be nice. So do you see how we're sort of pulling the focus up? Whoops, I did that on the same layer. But do we see how we're pulling the focus up from your chest to make us want to look you in the green eyes a little bit more? Like driftwood? Yeah, driftwood could be a good option. Nereid has 4 pairs of tentacular cirri on their head / joking. I would have believed you. Thank you for clarifying that you were joking. But it seems like they are very commonly depicted with accessories in their hair that are like this. And you could still jazz it up and be like, all right, more pearls. Yeah, like, ooh. So then we're getting like even more high contrast elements up around the head too. Yeah, it makes it feel a little bit more balanced having something on the head like that. That was the worm. Oh, the worm itself has those. Looks like a crown too? Yeah, yes. Skirt assisted with the eyes being pulled to the legs too. I think the skirt is also preventing. I was looking at, whoops, deletes you entirely. I was looking here a lot more because of the rendering being so round in this area of the body too. So I think this is also helping us to look up just a little bit more in the design. I don't know why I made this so weirdly asymmetrical on this side. This should still wrap around your body, probably right here if I had to make an educated guess. For the skirt. Okay, there we go. Nice. Ignorance. What's the difference between Nereids and mermaids? It seems like these fellas don't have tails from what I'm seeing. They just have legs. They're more like, I guess, like nymph-like, perhaps? Maybe, I would say. Less mermaid-like from what I'm seeing in the depictions. They don't have tails. They usually just have long, flowing fabrics, perhaps. So, one of the other things that I think could be modified here is you have a lot of this repeating, I think it's a pearl with that outside edge effect. And I think you could get more mileage out of the pearls if there was more variety in the size of them. Do you see how around the edges of these filigree elements, they sort of have tiering where it's like, okay, well, these ones are really small, these ones get bigger. I feel like you could use a little bit more of that throughout the design, just because from a distance, whoops, I did that on the same layer as something else, those pearls just sort of become like the same visual weight as all of these little lines in the bodysuit part are. So by the fact that I'm making them thicker, it makes it clear that those are pearls from a distance. So like you could just have it so that you like have areas where they just like taper to being larger, but they're not that big everywhere. Because I do want them to still feel delicate and dainty and cute. But I think that we just need a little bit more variety in their shape also. And then similarly, I know that a lot of like pearl necklaces and stuff like that are usually pretty simple. They don't necessarily have a lot of other charms or a lot of variety in them, but it just needs some more variety. Yeah, dynamic sizing. Similarly, I would say that for some of the other similar silver elements too, where they're the same width as the trim, or like just these little lines going through, so I can't see them very clearly on top. So they could use to just be a little bit thicker maybe. So that way I can see that these are something that is metallic and this is something that is raised off of the surface, as opposed to the other elements, which are sort of like attached to the clothing itself. So you see how that reads differently from a distance? Might want a little more of that. Oh, you guys are telling people how to enter. We'll get back to it eventually. Detached from the body on the top part. Girls look to be detached from the body on the top part. Oh, the chest? I'm gonna guess that this is just rendering. That's so funny of a way to call it. The girls. You're right, they do have a really strong seam line here for some reason, which I am unsure of why is occurring. It might just be live 2D layering that we're just seeing. But having more of a transition here might be better also. They don't really taper that much. Usually the skin will taper up, but that's more, I think, of a rendering thing. That's not really a character design thing. Like, that makes them feel like they're transitioning a little bit more naturally, perhaps. Yeah. Is there too much jewelry? There's quite a lot. They're not intended to look like it, but the meaning behind them is like shackles. I don't think there's too much jewelry. I feel like some of the jewelry isn't super necessary, like the... Oops. This thigh piece, I've never... this might be a personal thing, but I've never understood this particular kind of body jewelry, the piece that hangs and loops around the leg. It feels like the kind of thing that would get broken very easily in real life, just because how much range of motion the leg has. If that were to fall and loop under the knee, you could break that probably very easily. So I feel like that one particularly might be unnecessary, but having one around the leg makes sense, despite the fact that I don't know if it makes sense that it would be held up. I don't know. But the level of jewelry in the design doesn't bug me personally. Seems okay. Just paired to match the bodysuit being tight to the skin, which is why it's like that. Oh, I could see that, yeah. Rendering skill. The rendering skill is nicely done. Seaweed garter is a funny idea. You could have, yeah, more seaweed. Hang on, let me move this down so that it's not on top of the skirt. There we go. You could have the seaweed element repeat if you wanted it to. Or the driftwood or whatever those elements end up becoming. And that sort of adds an interesting counterbalance to the really like light, bright, delicate elements in the design. It feels a little bit grounding. It's adding a nice secondary motif, because right now you feel like water is a character. We're adding a little bit more earth into it. Lore-wise, Forest Lake Nereid, exiled to the deep sea, intended to feel bright and friendly and caretaker-y vibes compared to her dark sea environment. Ah, you said that things glow in this design. What glows? Is it the patterning on the bodysuit that glows? I guess it's probably the patterning on the bodysuit and the eyes, mayhaps, that glow. Upload a photo to the Discord. Please do. I would love to see. Just for, like, understanding the design wise, that might be sort of nice to see. But I guess this tattoo is probably also going to glow as well. For tattoos, this is like a more recent thing that I have not critiqued designs on before, but I would suggest to incorporate the way that tattoos are really made or shaded or drawn into designs, because while fine line tattoos are sort of popular in life, having it on the body like this, A, doesn't read super clearly from a distance. It's very easy to overlook, where it is a cute, unique detail that adds asymmetry. We kind of want it to be a little bit more visible. But a lot of tattoos, to me, don't end up reading like tattoos in designs because they're not using the conventions of how people make tattoos, where for tattoos, a lot of them have, you know, American traditional has this sort of hashed shading style it does. Some tattoo styles have that sort of like stippled effect to them, but it'll feel more like a tattoo if it is rendered like a tattoo is, if that makes sense. Usually they're just handled as line art that's just placed on top of a design, and that doesn't integrate them especially well into design. So I feel like we could use a little more detail there too. Let me see, did you upload it? Let me check. There it is. Okay, I see. Oh, so the tattoo glows too. Paste this on top so you can just see it. Okay. Interesting. So the gems are glowing, and the tattoo is glowing too. I see. Okay. That seems that makes sense to me. That works out. So, okay. After having made all of those particular critiques, I do think that the one thing that this still needs a little bit more of is exaggeration for the sake of silhouette. Your hips, the shape of your legs themselves, are nice and exaggerated, but I feel like we could make your sleeves just a little bit bigger. So that way we're getting this real nice exaggeration around the waist. I'm turn that off so I don't see it. Oh, I've got other layers that are not moving. Because the sleeves are so lovely, and I feel like they could just take up a little bit more space, potentially, if possible. Great toggle. That is a good toggle. How would a jellyfish tattoo look if it's a symbol of the curse? I mean, I guess that is, once again, just still similarly challenging, but if it's a tattoo, it's a tattoo. If it is a wound, it's a wound. Those are sort of different things, but I guess in more magical senses, if you wanted to read as like a magical tattoo, if it's from a curse, a lot of the time we see elements that are meant to read as magic adjacent. Where did I draw that? Let me hide the way I'd been editing it. We tend to see those drawn as being things that are much more calligraphic. When I say calligraphic, I mean things that have more variety in their like line weight. So like if certain parts have much more thickness, if they had a little bit more of like an ornate nature to them, just in like the general detailing, that might also make it feel more like it's something that's designed to be placed on the body as a tattoo. But I feel like it's just missing something right now because it's so fine lined. But then this feels sort of stylized the way we think of like, if we see someone's casting magic, they don't cast magic like this. They cast magic like this. Do you know what I mean? Where we've got this like weight on the lines, we've got sort of like a flow to it that sort of moves. Especially sometimes also when we cast magic, the magic goes like this too, and you get like little like offshoots of things. This feels much more magical than that does. Do you know what I mean? So it might just be in the shaping of elements. Yeah, playing with bubbles. Bubbles could also be cute. I do agree with that. Just in general for the design itself too. But yeah, thinking about the just general shapes. Reminds me of Aqualad from Young Justice. That's an interesting association to be drawing. Intriguing. Oh, thank you for linking the form to people who are showing up. I should maybe pin the explanation as to what's going on at the top of the chat. Okay. What else did I not talk about here? So we talked focal point briefly that just because we need to frame the face a little bit more with dark elements, the face itself isn't super focal. We're looking at the chest, but that's a pretty quick fix. For the colors themselves, I don't have any trouble. I feel like the color choices are well considered. There's good color depth. It's very interesting. I'm not having clarity issues with them. Silhouette itself, a little bit more exaggeration would be nice, and having some sort of asymmetrical element like the half-tiered skirt would go quite a long ways to making the design feel like is a little more natural, because it is quite symmetrical, which just makes it feel just a little stiff. So having these hair ornaments that are driftwood or kelp or something not be drawn symmetrically, having your hair not be drawn symmetrically because your hair is 100% symmetrical right now, having the pearl placement on the sleeves not be completely symmetrical, asymmetrical skirt, all these things are nice little ways we can add some asymmetry to make you feel a little bit looser. And then the silhouette itself, adding these little kelp things or driftwood bits up around your buns might be nice. But I'd say you've got an okay amount of positive negative space. These pearls that shoot off the edge of your body are doing a lot of good work for you right now. And I'm wondering if having more elements that are doing something like that, like the shoulders are, like if you had more of these little dainty looping pieces of metal that stick off the edge of your shoulder, or that are sticking off the edge of other parts of the designs, like maybe you had them on your hip and then we can see that like they're sort of doing this off the edge of the body. That might just be a nice little thing for silhouette as well, mayhaps. So it's not bad by any means though. But we do just need more of that natural asymmetry too. For concept and motifs, I can tell that there's something aquatic going on here, but I think partially due to my own lack of familiarity, I might not notice it. Oh, we've been raided? Who has raided us on YouTube? YouTube isn't telling me. Help! I can't see. Who has raided us? But hi, I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. Right now I'm in my Halloween outfit because it is the spooky, scary month. We are critiquing the design of Steph Sue right now. But hello. If you were here to join us, you are welcome to provide some critique. What were you guys up to? How was your stream? What were you doing? I wish YouTube would make it clearer for me when I'm raided. But welcome, raiders. Can we rotate for them? Did we rotate for Vil? I think I got distracted trying to remember what it was that I saw Vil related to recently. And I forgot to have us rotate. I see some rotation happening already, but we can always rotate a little more for raiders. It's always a nice thing to do. Dragon Raid? Welcome, Dragon Raid! Who is it? Who is the raider? Because I can't see on YouTube. It says, Lyria. Welcome in, Lyria! I'm sorry, it's not showing me in my, in YouTube Studio. It doesn't tell me, but welcome. I hope you had a good stream. Let me eat the fish, or the square cheese crackers in my hand. If you and your fellows need to do things like eating or drinking or snorking and meeting, please take care of yourselves. If you guys want to stick around and hang out, you're welcome to do so though. But please prioritize looking after yourselves, as I am doing so as well. Also, Burnt Phoenix and Bubble Puppy and Lyra Knoxville, thank you guys for following. Sorry, I'm a little behind on thanking the follows here on the Twitch platform. Sorry. Bugs, I thought you were guessing numbers, but I think you're counting. Don't have rotates or have apples? That's fair. You can also, for a couple channel points, spin my head around. That's another good way we can rotate. If you would like. Okay. So, complexity versus clarity. I think the level of detail itself was fine. I ended up adding more detail, but I think some of those details could be just a little bit more specific, just a little clearer, if they had a little more variety to them, especially the pearls themselves. Especially if they added to the silhouette more too. I am not abundantly familiar with this concept, but it is an ancient Greek mythological concept. I feel like you've got the water angle and some of the flowing fabric. I am wondering, because when I'm looking up this type of creature, they usually seem to have much longer flowing fabrics. So I almost would say that in order for you to properly read, like this type of creature, this half skirt might need to be much longer, because that seems to be the sort of stylization that they are depicted in, just to make it clear that that's what you are. But I don't know if that's completely inherently necessary, if that's something you're bothered by. Once again, this is one of those things, like we were saying with Rex, where because you have something unique going on, something that's not especially common in popular media, people might not be able to recognize what you are very quickly, so you might just have to be okay with explaining it in some capacity, but there are little things we can do to make it clearer. There's a lot of people who do enjoy, like, ancient Greek elements, and by having this longer, and yeah, it could be see-through, it doesn't have to be completely opaque, but that might just help a little bit more with it. Oops, sorry, I hit my mic there. Didn't mean to. But just something longer, maybe. Yeah, have it longer in the back than the front. Ah, see, that might be a good idea as well, too. Hang on. Let me undo what I just did. And just erase this off the front of the body. Or maybe this could be all it takes. But I think there is just something to the fact that this does seem to be something that is stylized to usually have long flowing fabrics. There we go. Erase this off the front of the legs. Hello, Joby? Oh. There we go. And then we could probably connect this just a little bit better than what I have done right now, but you get the gist. Transition. Yeah. Design is unmarried. Yes. How do you spell the creature's name? Yeah, I think the roommates have gotten the spelling there for you. But yeah, there we go. Works. Makes sense. Yeah. Longer. More asymmetry. All good things to have. But I think that's generally the grade that I have here. Joby came in and gave me the, like, gesture, so I don't know what that was about. I don't quite know what that was about. Narrated wasn't intended to be recognizable per se, more so this person looks comforting and friendly. Ah, okay. I mean, I would say that you do look comforting and friendly. The colors are nice and pastel, which makes you feel bright and positive, mayhaps. And sort of like the earthier elements, I think also lean into that by being natural in color. You're not too exaggerated. So I think you are reading correctly in personality. Blue tends to be a calming color. Your eyes are big and bright and friendly. So I think that that is working pretty well for you. But yeah, I think that you do still need... You don't really have much in the way of like a secondary motif right now. You are blue flowing fabric, which is like water reminiscent. You've got pearls, but there wasn't really another motif. And I think having something, the kelp, the driftwood, whatever that might be, is a necessary extra motif for this design. But yeah. Let's see, we got a grade here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10? Sounds about right to me. Whoops, I ran out of space on the canvas. Hang on. Yeah! Just finished reading The Lightning Thief. I get that comment a lot. I'm glad you've read Percy Jackson. That's so funny that... I guess that is probably why most people are going to be aware of Greek mythology in the age range that is around my age, maybe a little bit younger. So interesting. But yeah, round of applause, please. Good work. 7 out of 10. Let me see. I haven't checked my bingo in a minute. No shoes. There we go. I get that one. Big sleeves. Yep. Don't have clarity here. Not royalty. No lip fangs yet. No rainbows. No pink hair. Man, I still may not be able to get a win here. Dang it. I still may be eluded by a win on bingo. What can you do? Hang on. So this is our 1, 2, 3, 4. This is our 5th design we've looked at. We still have 2 hours, so doing pretty well. Does this count as a lot of ruffles? Maybe they're not really ruffles. Do those pearls count as a body harness? Not really. It's body jewelry. Yeah, bingo is surprisingly tough today. I am surprised by how much trouble I'm having with bingo. I'm about on pace with where I usually would be. Usually I get to like 5 or 6 by 4 hours. It's been just over 4 hours, so we're on pace. We're on pace. Body jewelry equals body harness? You know, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. I'm willing to let you have it. I'll give it to you. I also benefit from this. I also benefit from giving it to you. Yeah. People show today's designs are unique. That's true, but like a lot of the things that are in the bingo are still unique elements. We just haven't seen them today. It's just a luck of the draw kind of thing. Especially given there isn't a body jewelry option. It's rather common. You know, that's fair. You know, yeah, I can see that. That's fair. That's fair. Character design critique speedrun. Maybe someday I'll do a speedrun, but I am not good at being quick. I am slow at everything I do, and that is the way that I like to be. I do not intend to be quick or speedy. Haven't won bingo in a hot while. That was me for the longest time. I won a bingo not that long ago. That was my first bingo. I'd won since like May. And then I think that was only like the second time I had ever won bingo. I think I've won bingo twice or 3 times, maybe, in the year that I've been playing bingo on stream. What can you do? You can't speedrun, only slow meander. I am definitely a slow meanderer, not to be confused with a salamander. I can't be both. I'm not also a salamander. Alright, YouTube! You guys are up next. How can we tell you're on a multiply layer? I usually say it if I use a multiply layer, but I haven't used a multiply layer yet today, which is really strange. Odd. I have used a color layer today, but I haven't used a multiply layer somehow, despite us being 4.5 hours into stream. Intriguing. So, okay, YouTube. You guys are next where I'm pulling the design from, so I'm getting your number ready. Careful, live 2D can't multiply layer. No, I'm just using it for editing the design. You would flatten the multiply layers into the artwork, not using them actually in live 2D. And then don't be too bad for me now. All right, ready. Okay. I have the number prepared for you, YouTube, at the ready to move your ping getters, in the wise words of Typing with Mario. 3, 2, 1. It's 084. Spicing it up this time. There's a 0 in the beginning. You never expected that, did you? Never expected that. Oh, okay. Cecil was the winner as far as I could tell. Hang on. Oh, I need to win shift screenshot, but I'm holding crackers in my hand. There we go. Oop, that's just the Windows key. Hang on. There we go. There we go. So Cecil was the winner as far as I could tell. There we go. Internet is mean. I am sorry to hear that. The cruel internet. Cecil, I believe I've seen you submitted under the name Cecil previously. My memory holds out. Yeah, here you are. I think I found you already. More moths. Yeah, there's many a probably excited moth among the shroommates. Yeah, so I think I just found your most recent submission. I think I found it. That was pretty quick and easy. Let's grab you. Bam. You do look mildly familiar. I wonder if I have you downloaded into my insect folder right now. I'm just checking because I'm curious. Bugs. Do I have a Cecil design right now in here? Very well may. Oh, I don't. Man, I thought I did. I feel like I've definitely downloaded your design before. You look familiar, but maybe it's just because I've been in the... I've seen you in the Discord server before, or I've seen your design on the Discord server. Let's see. Where did I save it? I think I keep saving them to skip the line, despite this not being skip the line. This is something else. There we go. Bam! Design! Same about slowness because of insert name Tober. I'm a little stressed and notice my designs are dropped in quality because of time limit. Oh no! But for the sake of doing insert name Tober, Inktober, Adoptober, whatever it is to have fun. So don't force yourselves to do something so intense. And also, not everything you create during that month is going to be perfect. My literal first day drawing that I made for my Inktober I'm doing, I don't like. The hand is too small. I wish I would have done something else with the way I colored it. But that's sort of why you're doing it. Repetition. You live and you learn, and you have more attempts to get to the right thing that you enjoy out. Yeah. Don't think I've sent in the server or anything before? Really? Why have I seen you before? But you're not downloaded. That's interesting. The world may never know. So this is Cecil, they, them. Cecil the Moth. They're originally a meeple, which is a board game piece, who washed up on a magical beach and was brought to life, so their silhouette is meant to look like a meeple. What is a meeple? I'm not familiar with meeples. I'm googling meeple. Does anyone know what that means? I really like singing March. Builds in some rest days, and I intend on actually sticking with it next year. Does it build in rest days? That's actually really nice. Oh, meeple. What the heck? I have never seen this before. but clearly it's something that's popular enough that they have stock images of it. What are meeples from? Never heard of a meeple. I've never seen these before, but there's a lot of search results for it. Meeple. Wikipedia, tell me what a meeple is, like the thing for board games? Yeah, it's a thing for board games. It is a thing that meeps. A meeple is a small board game piece, usually the stylized star-shaped form, usually made from wood and painted in bright colors. Meeples have been called an icon of German-style board games. The word is a contraction of my people. They are anthropomorphized pawns. Interesting. There's normal meeples, big meeples, builders, dragons, and fairies. Intriguing. Okay, so I can sort of see the silhouette similarity with the wings, which is very interesting. So you are getting that shape. Let me change the canvas size. And I'm going to stick you on a not white background because I think you're too pastel for that right now. There we go. Are you merged to the white background? You are. Okay. No background for you! There we go. Then I'll take this. There. Okay. Now we can see a little better. Imagining E.G. collecting bug tubers. Walks to a rock, lifting it, throwing the bug under the rock in a jar full of other bugs. That is how I've collected you. My folders are just jars for bugs. Are you still accepting design critiques? We are! If you do ! Critique at either of the chats, you'll get the form for it. That's how they got the name. Yes. A lot of games use them. They're cheap and ubiquitous. I have never seen those little guys before, but yeah, you do truly learn something every day, huh? I love how much I learn every day. Okay, so they wash up on a magical beach and were brought to life. So I'm gonna guess that the washing up on the beach is why there's a strong water motif happening, which, by the way, well executed in the dress, for sure. I see you've got the little icon of the meeple itself on the side of sort of like sash around the waist, which also makes sense. I do think one of the things going on with this design right now, unfortunately, though, is that there's a little bit of a low clarity situation happening. The wings, by having the same patterning as the dress does, and I think it's even continuous almost, across them, makes this whole area sort of hard to read. And then a lot of the details with the skin and the fur are too low contrast against each other right now. Unfortunately. So we might just need more shading. Right now, this seems like it's mostly done in flat colors, but there are some gradients. So my suggestion here to you would be to have some sort of even darker gradient. I'm doing a multiply layer for the first time today.
Let's go to the beach each. Let's go
Get
give
away.
away, they say.
What they gonna say?
Have a drink.
Clink!
Found the Bud Light bad beep like me is hard to come by.
Bad beep like me is hard to come by. You're right, Gary. Bad beeps like you are hard to come by. The zone? Oh, let's go to the zone. Thank you, Rex. I love that you always somehow have a song reference ready for Gary. Okay. I'm just going like this around the edges of this, so that way I'm gonna gradate them out. So that way it's not as intense, but I do think we just need something to push back, A, the patterning, and B, provide a little bit more separation in value. And it'll add depth also, because right now it feels like a lot of the elements are all on one flat plane, where it would probably benefit from feeling like there's more than one plane happening. Honestly, we could just push the wings back almost entirely in general. Like, this is reading a bit clearer to me, and then we could still have some of these brighter elements here be just a little bit brighter along the edges. There we go, like they are up here. And I'll blend those out also. But that way we can just see edges against each other a little bit more clearly, you know what I mean? I'm not doing a super clean job of doing this, but the difference. Bring that up there. Yeah. So one half of the body versus the other. I feel like I made it worse up here somehow. It seemed like it was working better before. But honestly, that's still not super clear. Maybe it just needs to be on the lower part. Is this actually helping, or am I crazy? I might be making this worse. I feel like I haven't solved it. Maybe I need to darken this more instead. Maybe that is truly the solution. I might have darkened the wrong element and made it less clear. Phenomenal. That was very good. Homicidal, thank you for following also. Maybe let me try just darkening this on a multiply layer. Not this dark. But just so that there's more difference against them? Let's see if this works. Doesn't need to be quite this dark, but I think it just needs to be darker. Hang on. There we go, okay. Blend that. There we go. Whoops, I didn't bring it all the way down over here. There we go, okay. There we go, I'm just me lightening it a little bit here in a second. There we go, okay. And then make it less intense. But now I can see the edges of the dress a bit clearer. There we go, that's working better than my other solution was. Maybe bubbles, separate the sea foam along the edges of the dress, creeps up into the separate water patterns. That's true, you could do something like that also, mayhaps. That's also potentially a good option. But yeah, we just need something that is increasing the contrast in this area so we can see the edges against each other. There we go, so that works. Similarly, the skin tone and the color choice for the fluff, I think are just too similar. I'm gonna guess that you made the fluff really warm so that way it contrasts with the cooler blues, but let me just see if I can... Color layer. And push it just a little bit cooler? Not this much cooler. Oh, because it is exactly the same value as the wings are. But I just can't tell the difference between this and the skin tone very well. So like that is helping by graying it out a little bit more. It doesn't have to be so intense. And then similarly, I think that the skin could use darker shading in some areas, so that way we can see like the bottom edge of the neck, and then this contrasts against the fluff a little bit better too. For the lines, for the fingers, they could probably use to be this color as well, because they're a little bit low contrast right now, so they're not really reading especially clearly. You could have a little bit more detail in terms of like, oh, like ears and stuff like that, just so things read a little bit more clearly. And if you're going to add a gradient like I've just added here, you could add those gradients to add more depth in other areas as well, perhaps too. E.g., you're still reviewing? Yep, we're gonna be here for another hour and a half. So yes, we got a while to go here today. So okay, wait. So that's going in the right direction already. That's sort of starting to help. I do think that we need more exaggeration in general here. So I'm wondering if making your moth antennas taller might be cute. And then we tend to associate moths as being sort of fluffy, and that's something that can sort of relate to the shape of bubbles and water and stuff like that. So I might suggest just thinking about making your antennas fluffier for consistency in like shape language, but if not, you don't really have to do that. I just think they could use to be taller, perhaps. So they're adding a little bit more to your silhouette. I see your little hair accessory, but once again, I think things just need darker shading on them. Maybe, so that way I can see them. So like I'm gonna shade this as if we're seeing this like from the side, essentially. There we go, and then we're seeing this side of this one. But then I can see those objects a little bit more clearly. It makes them feel much more dimensional too. Maybe the general critique here is we just need a shading color. Like this could use something that's a little too intense. Hang on, I'm too exaggerated for things often. But like if this had a shading color that would help define more shapes. Because I think that one of the other things I'm noticing is a level of detail mismatch, where you have all of this detail and shading that's happening in the dress, but you don't really have much happening as far as shading really anywhere else. Like the skin has no shading, the clothing has no shading. I'm wondering if that is because this is unfinished potentially, which is always potentially an option. but I think a little bit of shading goes a long ways for clarity often. There we go. This should probably also still be darker then for the neck area, so that we can see it a little bit better, but yeah, so this is gonna help. Let's see, I might stick these up over behind the hair so that we can see that that's the collar continuing around the head a little bit more easily. Yeah. Talk about popping out the chest fluff. Yeah! Do you see how it pops out so much more now? It's so much more exaggerated. I might grab this color also, just to like further shade just a little bit of some things. But yeah, that's reading more clearly. We could have also like shading colors in here that are going to separate the hair from the face a little bit more too, because they're still pretty similar in value despite being very different in hue. There we go. And then we're just slowly doing little things that are increasing the level of detail around the face in a nice manner. The other thing that I might suggest is having more variety in the motifs, because right now we have moth, we have water. Those both seem to be working pretty well. My suggestion though is that we sort of understand the water angle already pretty well, and having that be in your eyes is something that isn't reading especially well from a distance. It's really small details compared to everything else. So there may be something else we could put in the eye shape. The sort of obvious answer that I'm thinking of to what we could stick inside of your eyes is if we just made your pupil shape be the shape of the meeple. But it seems like there's also more than one kind of meeple. So like we could have big meeple, small meeple, regular meeple. But you could have like head, limbs as your pupil shape. How silly. But then that'll read just a little bit better from a distance. Do you see how I can see the eyes now? Whoops, I've done a lot all in one layer, but the eyes just feel a little bit more cohesive. Where should one put their design for console review? Hang on, let me just pin a message here. Hang on. Here's the critique form, which is where we are submitting them. I grabbed it so I could grab the link. Submit. Designs. To the link. Then wait for the chat number typing. Then, hang on, I need to figure out a way to phrase this. Once you've submitted, we are going to be having people like send numbers in chat, and that's who we're going to be pulling the winner from. There we go. There we go. Oh, there we go. Thanks. Appreciate it. Hydration and snackutation. Thank you. I appreciate it. Milk Cubus and Shishi Fin Fin. Thank you guys for following. I appreciate it. Okay. So the other thing that I was sort of thinking about with you being a character that washed up on the beach, I was sort of just like a little detail that could go away to long ways to just be interesting. Is I'm thinking about the way that we are shading elements. If we were to shade your fluff or something to feel like it's sort of sandy, because it's sort of in that sort of sand color, the seashore color, that will also sort of fit with the motifs that we already have going on in an interesting way. And moths themselves, I don't know if you know this, but moths themselves are often just a little bit dusty. So that's already like an interesting overlap that could be had between them. So we can have overlap between sand and moth dust, which is just like kind of cute mayhaps. Yeah. Thought I was already following. Oops, now I'm officially here. Well, welcome. Thank you for being here. Sun look up with the 030 face. Got me. It happens. I'll always notice. Cozy Astro, thank you for following too. Okay. So I think that is helping. That is working in the right direction. There's some good natural asymmetry in the dress shape by it just being folded and overlapping like that. Also the fact that the fur trim isn't drawn completely symmetrically. You could make it a little more asymmetrical, but it's not too bad. I do think that the hair, however, at that could use more asymmetry. Moving that down there so that they're not all exactly the same. Maybe like this one's a little bit longer. Just give me a little bit more variety, and even something as simple as, okay, we've got like one piece of hair that breaks away from the group in the front or something, that goes a long way to make things feel just a little bit more natural. And like, okay, maybe there's like one right there or something, but that just adds a little bit of nice variety, which is good. 2, thoughts of the skin color and floof are very similar shades, maybe whiter floof. Are we allowed to suggest stuff? Yes, you are absolutely allowed to suggest stuff. Go for it. I still think you're right that they are too similar, but I think that's because there's like shading that would be differentiating them just a little bit better in some way. But yeah, this could be whiter maybe on the top edge. And then this behind the head doesn't get quite as dark as I had made it. And then this could still be in that sort of like fluffy, sandy type of execution. And then you could do the same thing like up here for consistency. Try not to over-render this. I feel like what I'm doing right now is making it feel just a little bit over-rendered, but it is helping, moving in the right direction. Multiple species? Go for it. Eldritch deer? Huh? Oh yeah, having more than one species is a good thing. You can have more than one species. It allows more creative ways to combine elements in a design. It's a good move. Hat with clouds? Hat with... Oh, are you suggesting that for this design? Interesting, maybe. I thought you were talking about my oyster mushrooms. But the dust work on the boots are considered too much in the spot. Really learning a lot right now. For consistency, you could also have it. I would keep it probably isolated to the like fluffy areas. Don't put it in other places, but yeah, just sparingly. It doesn't have to be a huge ton of it, but just enough that we can have that nice little hint. Know your model? Oh, thanks. They're oyster mushrooms. Answering Abu Kitty. Oh, I'm getting a little bit confused. Okay, wait, so... Wait, here's my meeple. Go away, meeple. I don't need you here anymore. There we go. Okay, so as far as color palette goes, once again, I'm really surprised. A lot of water-themed fellas today. People who have water and things on top of their head like horns are just really fast at typing, apparently. So, this design, what have we not talked about yet? Color palette. The color palette itself is fine. The fact that we've got like aqua green tones that are much more green in undertone. We've got blues that come a little bit cooler. We have some warmer tones. We've got a good variety of color undertone, which makes it feel interesting despite being monochromatic for the most part, which works out for me. However, we do need more clarity in the shading. A lot of the elements are too similar to each other in value, so we just need to push our shading more. Hello, first time I've made it in. Hope you have had a good day so far. Thank you. I have. I hope you have too. Water buff. Oh, Memority. You're multi-lane drifting, I see. Remind me of Noelle from Deltarune. Interesting. Okay. So, more elements that get darker would be good. Also, more consistent rendering for level of detail. Right now, I don't think you necessarily need to add more details. The patterning is what makes the clothing feel interesting and unique. And there's good asymmetry in the clothing itself too. You're doing something very intentional with your silhouette, so I wouldn't even critique you to change the silhouette that much other than adding a little bit of natural asymmetry in the hair and maybe exaggerating your little floofs on top of your head a little bit more, your antennas. But I would say the silhouette is doing exactly what it needs to for your concept. I fear I'm just unfamiliar with it, so I wouldn't get that very quickly, but we are seeing the water element very clearly. I can tell that you're a moth also very clearly. And people who are familiar with a meeple probably would recognize the silhouette very easily. So that works out to me. I might actually put it here because I want you to incorporate that sand aspect of it. I'm gonna be picky, but you're very close. Level of detail I think is fine. We wanted a little more rendering though. And then focal point. Interesting. Let me turn off my edits. What is the focal point without my edits in here? I would say for me right now, because this is the darkest element and it's unique in how dark it is, there's not a lot that's competing with it for focal point. This is very focal to me. All of this pattern makes me want to look to the body, but there's enough areas that don't have any texture that it's not making the face unique. Through the edits that I had done, I think we're getting closer. Let me delete this layer that was wrong. I think we're getting closer. Oops, there's another layer in here somewhere of something that I decided against. Where is that? Where is that? Where is that layer hiding? Hello? Where did I do that? Oh, it's up here. Now I think the face is just a little bit more focal, but I feel like the face could still use something else, potentially? Chest is the face. I don't know if the chest is that focal. I wonder if the eyelashes, because they're really dark, could be something that's leveraged a little bit more. I don't want to change your eye shape too much, but like, if we bring this just over the top more... Oh, wait, hang on. I've overlapped it too much. Try again, EG. If I thicken these just a little bit more and bring them around the front of the eye just a little bit more, and then if you had more defined, like, eyelashes or something, the contrast coming from your eyes, having something so dark on them, might work very well. Also, if I gave you just, like, a little nose, but you could have, like... eyelashes, not saying you have to have eyelashes, but you could have something similar. Or just other lines around your eyes. You could also do the classic VTuber thing. I know that your hair is, or your eyebrows are under your hair, but if you had bigger eyebrows that were darker and on top of your hair, you could also just render your eyelashes on top, which is, yeah, the classic VTuber thing. All of those things would just increase the contrast happening in your face in a way that might be enough to just make your face focal. Let's try this. I don't know if you're open to adding eyelashes, so I'm not going to do it right now. But that is, to me already, making your face much more focal. Lack of detail in the face right now. Yes, also, this is true. These little blue elements on the side of the face, I'm curious as to what they are, because they're sort of freckle-like, and I see this in anime-style designs sometimes where they will have these sort of just like dots on their cheeks, and I'm not sure what they are in this case. Planning on changing the face spots to a wave-like pattern, which I'm hoping may help make the face a focal point. What do you mean by a wave-like pattern? Let me hide them right now. That's what you're doing. Wave-like pattern. Do you mean... What do you mean by a wave-like pattern? So I cute circle brows, see some VTubers have. That would be very cute and would fit the sort of stylizations here also. I love the... What do they call them? Bullet brows, I think is the word, maybe? Maybe scales, look like little freckles. Yeah, I don't know. Wave-like. What do you mean? I'm not sure I'm imagining what you mean. Are you talking like the pattern like you have here? Because if that's the case, I think that's too much. Image of an old model with them, if that helped. Yeah, could you send me that? I'm curious. If you just stick it where I found... Oh, wait, hang on. I didn't find this design in the Discord. Or... where can I get this from you? Black dots as lower eyelashes? They could be lower eyelashes. Lower eyelashes can be nice to define the under edge of the eye. You can send me that, but I'm not sure how to tell you to send me it, because I know YouTube will nuke links. But if you want to send it in the Discord, that might be helpful or beneficial. Hi, Almantas, I see you spinning me. How are you? Okay. Hang on. Did I have anything else here? Honestly, you could probably use more of this darker blue behind the head, too, for this part of the hair. Hang on. Go back down here. multiply. Money add, then multiply. Because then that will increase the contrast around the face all the more as well. Oh, thank you for spinning. I appreciate it. I will also stretch, thank you. In the Discord, whereabouts should I throw it? Yeah, live suggestions is a good place for it. Live suggestions is always a good place for things if I am live. Let me take these. I'm gonna make it less intense. This is too strong right now. There we go. And blur it out. But there we go. So that's adding just a little bit better contrast around the head. More depth. More depth. Let's see. Did you send it in the Discord? Did I accidentally fully close Discord? Why did I do that? Hello? I guess I did. Maybe it crashed? How strange. Suggestions. Oh, I see. Okay, wow. You've changed quite a bit. Oh man, this really short hairstyle is very cute. I wonder if there's some way we could preserve that, because this hair feels longer even though it isn't, which is such a strange thing to say. Oh, waves. I don't know if that necessarily makes sense. I'm not sure they work especially well in that area of the face. So technically that model is more recent. Oh, is it? Interesting. Interesting. This, I feel like, the reason why this works as far as level of detail goes is because it's very cartoony. You're only, what, like 5 heads tall-ish? So this level of detail for this proportioning makes sense, and for the exaggeration, but at this scale, I would say it doesn't work quite as well, unfortunately. Like, the sleeves would need to be more exaggerated, the colors aren't overlapping very clearly, and we've lost the silhouette of the meeple, unfortunately. So I would suggest that you are somebody who would particularly benefit from staying chibi, I would say. But I see what you mean by the wave. I'm not sure I understand that as a design convention that is happening in it. I feel like there might be something else we could stick in that area of the face that might be better. Hello! Hey, shroommates! Rotate! Hi, Hera! Welcome in. I am Squiiji, for those unfamiliar. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. Right now I've multi-classed into mage for the month of October. We are doing VTuber design critiques for live viewers. We're looking at Cecil the Moth's cute design right now, and we're making some suggestions to it. But welcome in. Thank you, mods, for getting the shout out. Shroommates, make sure you rotate at the Raiders, please. I will join you in rotation as my head spins around in a manner that is befitting of the holiday that is before us. Let's see. They were last seen streaming Resident Evil. Whoa, that fits the mood of the month. How was your Resident Evil streaming? I remember you being inspired by Resident Evil and or Silent Hill and intriguing. I was telling chat about you rotating. There you go, perfect example. Now they can see the reality of it. Never safe from rotation on a Squiiji stream. Favorite survival doggo? Yeah! Yes! Hang on, I have a bug going on right now where certain redeems silence me. Bear with me. Silent Hill, yeah, love your October model. Thank you! I say as my hair is ripped from my skull. It's still very cute even without hair though, isn't it? Aren't I so cute? But thank you! I worked very hard on this last year. Caramellos, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Yeah, so you guys, if you guys need to do things like eating or drinking or snorkeling memeing, please take care of yourselves. If you guys want to stick around and hang out, you are welcome to do so. You're welcome to provide critique for the fellows who have submitted to this. But please prioritize looking after yourself first and foremost. Ooh, hang on. So strange. Yep, I can be a giraffe. Please don't look. The back of my head is missing. Please ignore it. Pretend that's not happening. Don't look at it. Whoa. Well, that's interesting. I don't know what this is, but I guess this is how things are now. Enjoy. Whatever this is that's happening is breaking my hat, though, so I will make you pay for your transgressions against my hat. But I guess we're just tall for now. You just really get to enjoy how beautiful and lovely my big old floppy witch hat is. Whoa. Nope, don't look inside my head. Yeah, tall EG. Trashy Sage, thank you for following. Yep, T-pose, yep. Are you afraid? Oh, did that fix my head? No, it didn't. It temporarily sort of fixed my head. There's no saving me. I think I'm beyond saving. Anyways, stop hitting me. That's not gonna fix my head shape, I promise. It doesn't fix it, see? There's no use. Don't rage at me. It only helps for a second by fully shrinking my entire body size, apparently. It's not worth it. I'm intimidating enough, and I'm even more intimidating for the fact that, wow, my head is strange. Yeah. It is scary month appropriate. As I was saying. Ow! We've an hour left! We've an hour left, and we've only done 6 designs. We should probably do at least 1, if not 2 more. So, I'm going to lock us back in the house. I'm going to shut the door and take the key with me. As you spin me for your entertainment. We are looking for things to put on this fella's face. The fellow who I am blocking with my whole entire body. Yes, we are doing live design suggestions. We are going to grab more from the chats. Looking for things to put on the face, maybe some blush or something simple like that. Very little could look too much easily. That's true. Something warm might be nice for the face. Where are those eyelashes? Let me put it behind the eyelashes. Yeah. Oh, okay. Have I been launched? Something happened. Oh, refractive fluff is here. That's what happened. Yeah, I'm short and my head's fixed. That's a solution, I guess. Warmer, more red. Just a very simple, cartoony blush from the EG, a classic. But like, honestly, that adds something to the face that makes the face more focal too. Is there a particular moth the design is based on? Ah, that's a good question, mayhaps. Yeah, I think the blush is cute. That is a good... There we go. Yeah, the blush is a good move. If it is based on a particular creature, then that could be good. Yes, I did have goop horde on me. That is normal. They're allowed to do that. I permitted. It is my own gloop after all. But I think generally we have talked about most of what's going on with this design. Let me... What are all of these things? Are these designs we looked at? This isn't. And then this is the new design. There we go. Okay. So... Oh, focal point was what we were talking about. We were just trying to make the face more focal. Now the face is more focal, I'll say, because this green is more unique. We've added a lot more shading. And darkening the back of the hair is framing the face better, as well as adding some of the red to the cheeks. Apply more Maybelline to make the face more focal. That's also true, potentially. Makeup in any capacity does help make the face more focal, because it just adds detail. But as the design was, the face unfortunately was not especially focal, so I'd put it like here. Yeah. Good night, bugs. Oh, good night, bugs. Enjoy your snark memes. Can I count bugs? Self-produced gloop? Yeah, I'm an inky cat mushroom. Gloop comes out from under my cap, we collect it, and I guess they dump it back on me. That is how that, I guess, works. Math time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 out of 10. Sounds right to me. There we go. Good work! It's how we keep EG hydrated. Yeah, it's what makes my skin so beautiful and flawless all the time. I say as if, like, my skin is definitely not beautiful and flawless right now as this version of EG. Self-produced glute makes sense. I don't know how to explain it to the old man sitting beside me on the train, though. Ah, that's fair. Sorry to the fellow on the train, though. Tell him I'm a mushroom. That should help, maybe. Without bonus points to number 1, no one above 7 yet. Yeah! But that's because, like, you know, a 7 is above average. Wait, did I just say that this is a 7 and give it a 6? Did I count right? Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, I counted right. Okay. This rubric is tougher, I will say. But I would say it's realistic, it's fine. It makes getting those higher grades so much more rewarding. Oh my god. What is happening to my body? My head is goofing up. My whole body is doing strange things. Oh, perfect. Right as I say that, it's solved. Thank you. Thank you to the Eldritch God who saved me from whatever that was happening. Speak and it shall happen. Thankfully, I guess. Okay, so... 6 out of 10! Can we get a round of applause for Cecil, please? Cecil, I do want to say to you that I think that the design needs to stay in this type of proportioning. If it is not going to, then you may want to add more detail and add more layers to the clothing just because this layer, this amount of detail is appropriate for the proportioning you have right now, but for a 6 to 7 heads tall model like you had sent in the Discord, it wasn't as appropriate. Oh, this is an updated head. Okay. Oh, the collar is much higher. I think that you should not raise the collar like you have in that updated head. I think you need that distinction where your neck is visible for clarity's sake. And it also makes your bob haircut have a better silhouette, theoretically. But otherwise it seems fine. Those waves on the cheeks maybe work just a little bit better, but I'm still not sure. And the eyes in that drawing of the head are very low contrast. So there could still be some tweaking done to that one, mayhaps. Also, I know I came in late, wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to join even though I'm late. Of course! Still time to put an entry? Yeah, we still have another hour, so we can get through at least maybe one. Also, thank you for following Revy Stardust. Or Rave Stardust, rather, maybe. One of those things. I believe, was that YouTube we took from last time? I think it was YouTube. Yes, it was YouTube. Twitch, we're back to you! We're back to you! I'm going to type a number. If you have submitted, you are going to type this number. Whoever types it first is who we are going to pull for today. So I have my number ready. Start your engines. That's my engine starting noise. Can you tell I played Mario Kart? Start your engines, get your fingers ready to type, and I will count us in. Ready, ready, ready? 3, 2, 1. 345. Etch, I don't know how you had half the number already. Etch, how did you have half the number before I even sent it? What? How did that work? You didn't win because you sent a number before and it wasn't the right number. Amber won. Dang, Amber was quick. Amber, I didn't even see you enter in the other ones. That's so funny, 2 mods today. Amber was the first one after me. Watch the chat rather than listen for Q because of latency. Yeah, watch the chat. I only entered in 1. Is this the only one you entered in and you managed to win? Bugs turning out strong, yeah. Rigged / joking. Physically could not be rigged. I don't think that's possible. I believe Rex is in a completely different time zone. I don't think it's rigged. I don't think that's possible. Amber, I'm not feeding information to, don't worry. Amber, have you resubmitted in the critique form for this occasion? We've also looked at Amber's design before. It appears I only have 1 submission from Amber in the critique form, and it is from somewhat recently, actually. Maybe? Let's see. Few notes. Oh, wait. Nope. This seems like it's the one from the charity. Yeah, it is. This is not updated. I believe you have a thread in the Discord server, though, that I might be able to find sort of quickly. Because that's another one that I think I was tagged in. At some point in time. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. Let's find your most recent one. Maybe jump to present. Oh, wow, you're purple. When did that happen? Armor. Amber, which one would you like us to critique? Not very recent. Okay. Amber, could you send me in live suggestions whichever version it is that you would like critiqued, perhaps? Reroll. False. The numbers have spoken. Or is that something you're capable of? One moment. Okay. Go for it. Take your time. I will eat a square-shaped cracker. And I'll take a sip of drink. And stretch. Hey, shroommates. Unshrimp yourselves. I know we love a good shrimp chip, and we know that shrimps are friends, and maybe also bugs. Shrimps is bugs, but unshrimp yourselves, stretch your spine out, have a beverage, many of those things, yeah. Eat a snack. Take care of your health. If you didn't take your medications today, take your medications. If you haven't taken your vitamins today, take your vitamins. What other things do you do? Stand up, take a lap, maybe. The hand hurts, stretch your hand. Give it a break. Don't ever break your hands. You are too young to give yourself lifelong hand problems. Don't do that. Neck stretches? Yeah, here, wait. You can watch it track me to a neck stretch. It's hard to talk while doing this. There we go, nice little... Ooh! I actually upset my neck by doing that. I did it a little too fast. Whoopsie. Hang on. Don't be mad at me, Nick. Got it in there. Thank you, Amber. Let me see. There we go. Whoa, okay. Amber, you might have to update me on your concepts. It seems things might have changed. Your colors are very different now than they once were. You're now Orpal. You were not previously Orpal. Working on a new outfit, but it's not so different that this won't help. Ah, okay, I see. Intriguing, noted. I see. Thank you for vitamin reminder. Of course, anytime. I saluted you, but my hand tracking didn't work because I think my box of crackers is blocking my hand. Yukina Arrow, thank you for following. Amber, what is the concept for this? Ant-like alien inviter turned supervillain. Ah, okay. I see. Intriguing. Okay, so ant. We can see from your antennas that there is an ant element happening. Big ol' hat for silhouette. You already put it on my exact color of background. Did you do that intentionally for me, or does your program also have this color of background? That's so funny. Yes, sci-fi-y. Yes. I don't know which that was a yes to. Yes to all, yes to both, yes to many. Oh, Clip Studio Paint? I see. I see. So, okay. Big ol' blaster. It's the only thing in the design that's green, so my eye is immediately going there and not leaving, unfortunately. So, despite the fact that that is a weapon, it is very distracting right now. It might benefit this to be a different color. And be a color that's already appearing somewhere in the palette. Yeah, whoopsie. Yeah! It's quite distracting right now, unfortunately. But what can you do? You've got the classic Hollow Knight bug-like shape also for your zipper pull, which is good. I enjoy seeing elements like that that are not just default zipper. Was Orpal adding more green? But that's fair. I see. Okay. If you're adding more green, we could go even more green in some places if we want this to stay green. If this is gonna stay green, you could like... Actually, I don't know why I'm using a clipping layer. That doesn't matter. Having green in your antennas might help you read as being more alien-like also, because we tend to associate that. Man, green is such a good contrast color to pink, but there's other places we could stick that green as well just to distribute it more throughout the design. Oh, Milkybus, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. You only get 1 Prime sub a month, so I'm honored that you would do that for me. Thank you. Or that you would bestow that upon me. Green lipstick. Whoa, that's a choice. I don't know about that. This is one of my phone a friend moments where I'd go, Miracle! I don't know if green lipstick is the way. I was gonna suggest green eyeliner instead. And like exaggerating the eyeliner on the upper edge of the eye a little bit more. Because it's very thin right now. But then we're adding that green a little bit more around the face. Could do half green. You could! Oh my god, we talked about Shigo with you before, didn't we? Hang on. Does Shigo have green lipstick on? I think Shigo wears green lipstick. No, Shigo just has a dark upper lip. Never mind, I lied. Why did I think Shigo had green lipstick? I don't think Shigo... Wait, no, wait. In some interpretations, I think Shigo does have green lipstick. For the lower lip only. Entire chat filled with mods. Everybody's here. They're all hanging. The gang's all here. Black lipstick, half black. It is half black. But I'm seeing in cosplays specifically of her, a lot of people seem to go for lower lip green. Is this too strange and too intense, maybe? Maybe. Maybe too intense. Maybe that's too much. But it is an idea. We could do, even if it's just like highlights to make the lips nice and glossy, that could be very cute. Oh, what is that? Oh, another hype train. Hello. Thank you for subscribing with Prime, TV Head. I appreciate it. One of my favorite VTubers. Always a pleasure to hang out with you and the Shroommates. From chatting to just being in the background. The community is so rad. Oh, thank you. Hey, Shroommates, you hear that? You guys are rad. I guess I'm rad too. But thank you. I'm honored to use your Prime sub for me as well. Thank you. Many big ol' hearts for them. Honestly, I feel like the green highlights are correct already. They're moving in the right direction. Whoa, what the heck? Hello? Striker, thank you for gifting 10 subs. What the heck? That's so many. Can we do some rotation and thanking of the Striker as well, please? What the heck? Thank you. Your chat called Shroomates? Yeah. The community is called the Shroomates. I like trains. I like trains. Meow. Yep, very good. Thank you, Striker. If you got gifted a sub from Striker, please say thank you. If you got spored. Juiceria, thank you for following also. Very kind of you all. Thank you. You guys have been saved from the ad in advance. It hasn't occurred yet, but you're already saved. Wow! Green and purple is a good color scheme / bias. Wait. Does that mean half my mods are now green and purple? How did this happen? Are you guys colluding? Are you guys talking? Are you guys making decisions together? I feel like that could be possible. Bye, Fern! Bye, Woofty! Thank you guys for hanging out, though! The Hulk color scheme? The Hulk color scheme is good, though. I happen to be a fan of it. I am wondering if we could fill this zipper with this green, so that way, we can see the zipper underneath just a little bit clearer. Because where it was overlapping was a little bit hard to read, but then that's also distributing the green a little bit more. Oh, this green is doing so much nice things for your color depth right now. I'm here for it. Interesting. Yeah. I feel like this is working in the right direction. The other thing that I feel like might be crazy, and maybe this is because I'm thinking of your previous color palette, Amber, but I kind of want you to bring gold back. There is something about a very intense gold in a design that is meant to be evil that sometimes can be really interesting, and I feel like mixed metals would not be bad for this design also. Where if some of these like trim elements had some gold in them, you could have like the flat top part of your shoulders be gold, but then the spikes not be gold so they stand out, but that's just adding more colors to your palette. Because what I'm feeling right now is you just need a little more variety in your colors. So then we can have like clarity against different things where like this zipper could be gold. The zipper going all the way down to the bottom edge of the crotch isn't especially realistic. If you're wearing a jumpsuit, the zipper will end before we reach that point. It doesn't usually go under the body. But just a little bit of gold might be sort of nice, even if like these cords were gold. Yeah, gold demands authority. Yeah, especially for a villain. See, I'm not saying you have to change all of your silver to gold, but we could bring some gold too. And purple and gold, yeah, it's a very villainy, very classic villain color palette as well. What is this? Is this a sword on your waist, perhaps? Curious. Yeah. Gold and the purple felt a little bit odd. Really, really. Interesting. Can we submit a design through Twitter DM or comment only? I wasn't collecting them on Twitter. Are people commenting their designs on my Twitter right now? Is that a thing that's been occurring while I've been live? Oh my god, it is! Oh no! People have misunderstood! They're coming from the chat! Oh my god, there's so many people who submitted that way. Oh no! Oh no! Oh boy. Okay, and most of them I don't even know if are here in the chat. Incredible misunderstanding. I have been sent like 70 DMs also. 46 comments! Oh no, I also received 45 DMs specifically. No! I might need to be clear if I do this in the future. I did specify designs from fellas in the chat, but catastrophic misunderstanding. I think reading is beneficial. I said I was pulling them from the chat, but I guess it's not a bad place to have stored them. I guess you can comment it on the post, but the intent is if you click the pinned post, submit the designs to the link that I have there, and then we're pulling them from there, perhaps. Came in from the tweet just now, might be the only one who read it. Oh no! Man, there's a lot of cute designs that were submitted there too. What the heck? Whoopsies! Well, EG gets a hit post as a treat, I guess. Oh my gosh, yeah, I did 200 likes, whoopsie. Anyways, as I'm focusing, also came from the tweet, but I was checking the stream first. Fair. People can come from the tweet, that is fine, but we just gotta make sure we're following the way things are actually supposed to be submitted, and I don't think I clarified that enough in the post. People call comment sections chat. Ah, that may be the point where we are getting confused. Whoopsies! Anyways, thank you for the hype train, I appreciate it. I think I got an emote from it. I did, this is me right now, hang on. This is me right now. The emote I got from the hype train, that's how I feel right now. Next VTuber critique should be critiquing Twitter comments. Yeah, it should be. Anyways, Amber! Okay. So, more gold, I think, is the move. Gold feels regal in an enjoyable way visibly. Also commands authority in a way that would make sense for a villain as well. So leave some silver, but I think we could use some gold. Not all gold, but some gold. This is a really incredibly saturated gold too. You don't have to go as saturated, perhaps. To repeat, I also would consider doing green in place of or in addition to the silver. Ah, interesting. I see. I think that the silver or gold needs to stand because that is seen as like a neutral, and I say neutral with like air quotes because gold is not necessarily neutral, but green is a very saturated color, and I feel like the green still needs to be kept much more minimal in the design because if we do too much of it, it's just gonna feel overwhelming. We need to keep the green just to a couple little pops that add focus to particular areas of the design. So I think that most of the silver should stay silver, potentially. Yeah, the gold could be added just in other places. I think the green should just be special things. Your little zipper pool, which is specific. Your gun, which is specific to you as a character. Having it be attached to your antennas and your eyelashes so that your face becomes a little more focal. I think those are the right moves for it, perhaps. But there's other areas where I don't think it would be necessary. Also, what I think that I would recommend to you, I think I recommended this before on a previous design, is some of the elements need to be a little bit more specific. Like right now, I feel like what you could use, I'm sure this is just like a design sketch to some capacity, but like if we could see construction lines and the clothing so that we can understand how these elements are working, because like these are cutouts in the hip, if I'm not mistaken. But like if we could see how this clothing is working, the way I'm drawing this is really low contrast right now, that might be quite nice for us, just as like subtle detailing. Whoops, hang on. I've done this incorrectly. I was looping these around the hip cutouts to try and make something interesting, and then we could have, like we could see what's on either side of that like zipper pool or something, like trim around the edges. Interesting, yeah. And then similarly, I feel like the knee pads themselves and like the stuff happening around your ankles and your wrists are a bit under-designed right now. Finding references in sci-fi might be a good move because they're feeling sort of similar to me as like the color is making me think of Star Wars armor where they have that really plasticky sheen to it. And we tend to associate that very closely with sci-fi. Tough finding stuff. Let's see. Do I have anything useful? Let's see if I have anything useful really quick in my Pinterest. But it might be something where you have to find something that's like, oh, okay, this is a knight, what their knees look like, but we're going to reinterpret that with more curves and with a plasticky sheen to it instead. Let's see. I have a cyberpunk folder, which might be narrowly helpful, marginally helpful. Like, this has some sci-fi-esque feeling things in it. Where, like, do you see these knee pads? They're just round, but they have layers. There's an outer layer, there's an inner layer, and then we have, like, sort of, like, bolts on it. That's all it needs for these to feel like they are specific and, like, manufactured in a particular way. But, like, oh, here's a robot. This is really crazy. This is very different. But, like, these knees are very sci-fi-esque, but they're a completely different shape. Do you see how they've got all these really sharp angles to them? They almost have that little bit of, like, starship, what do you call it, greebling? They're greebled. Greeble it a little, Amber. Find the armor aesthetic you like? Yeah! So, like, you could go and, like, this is a very realistic knee pad. This is much more of, like, your skateboarder or rollerblader realistic knee plaid. Your knee pads could be plaid. That is an option. But this is much more mech adjacent, which could be interesting. Your clothing that you have is giving, like, military general right now. So you could go for something. Wait, I wonder if there's a... Hang on. Is there armor in retrofuturism? Let me see. I feel like retrofuturist armor might be an interesting combination of words where it's giving some of those like sleek... No, don't shop it. I don't care about shopping. What are you talking about? Oh, ooh, interesting. Yeah, hang on. I can't tell if this is a real drawing or not, but it might be. But it's sleek and rounded in a way that your design often is. Not that this has knee pads on it anyway, but like these big arcing shapes that go up over the sleeves. Like there's still stacked armor, but it's sort of done in the way that like astronaut clothing is. Here's a knee pad also. Like, look at these knees. Find some knees. Oh, hi, Ruku. Don't worry. The VOD will survive. Femme astronaut boots is quite interesting. It's quite insect-y. Yes, they are. They are very insect-y. Just in the knee area. And you can even put them in, like, the elbow area, too, to feel insect-y as well. But I feel like we might have a couple of potential references here that you could draw from for the knees, just to make them a little bit more specific, because they're just round right now. They could be... like, that might be up to you to figure out what particular aesthetic you like. I'm just chunking more shape into them right now. And then if we wanted, you could have, like, here's my, like, details. Wow, bam, details. Here's some screws that are holding them together. And then, hang on, how are these ones working? Oh, there's, like, layers to it. Come back here. And then we've got the gold. So then, okay, well, here's the second layer of the knee pad, which is behind the body. Or behind that one. Layers, yeah. More people from Twitter. It's okay. We're not gonna worry about it. I'm gonna not worry about it. I'm gonna retweet my post after stream is over and say, hey, I made a miscalculation. Maybe I'll pull from those, not next Monday. Well, actually, maybe I'll pull from those for Monday. We'll start with Sanazum, who skipped the line, and then we'll pull from those ones that are on Twitter. For Monday, so that there's a misunderstanding, but we're still going to help the people who misunderstood anyway, because I would like to do that still. But yeah, just something. They need designed up in some way. We don't want to make them super distracting, but their level of detail is just sort of low right now, and they don't feel all that specific, or they could feel a little more specific. And yeah, elbows could also be a good area for them. You had something, I don't know where your elbow is. I don't know why I drew that there. I think your elbow's right here, actually. But like this could be something that's attached and armor-like at the top edge of your gloves or something, and that's sort of the transition area, right? Maybe, perhaps, potentially. Like some cool gloves I found, absolutely, go for it. It might get bonked by the Moobot, but you can try. Let's see. Just like putting colors around in places a little bit. Also, just for like something that's kind of slay, you could, maybe this is too much. I was just saying you could gradate your nails from green into silver. I feel like that would be kind of slay. As like, because I remember before your design was a little bit femme fatale, and I don't know if you're still aiming for that. I don't remember if you actually were aiming for that intentionally before either, but I think that's what we had, or how we had understood your design. But like, this feels like nail polish, and then also, yeah, looks venomous and dangerous, but it's also cute and feminine at the same time. We're getting so much overlap. And if that intentionally, initially, but changed. Okay, I see. Had some of those like long latex boots some villains have with the metal pieces. Is that not sci-fi? Long latex boots. I'm not sure I know what you're talking about. Long latex boots. What villains are you talking about? Give me an example of a villain who has that. Because I don't know. Gold and white together is my kryptonite. Why? Why is that? I think they look nice together. I think they work well. Okay, yeah. Making those more specific is good. This belt right now is low contrast, unfortunately, with the other parts of the clothing, so I think it could just use to be lighter a little bit. Draws, nothing happens. Try again. Okay, there we go. This could use to be lighter, because I can't really make out the edge of it against your torso very clearly. So I am losing it. And even if this is just like a shading thing, that can be your dark shading color. But I'm just losing this against edges. That red is similar in value. So now I can see that a little bit better from a distance. Maybe I could erase it out of like right here, so that way this becomes just like a highlight color, but that reads a little bit more clearly to me now. Sci-fi's patterns in the clothes. This is that Star Trek chic. Yeah, this is more Star Trek aligned, I would say. It's a little more sleek. But you could put greebles on things. I love the word greeble. Greeble it up. That's like a 3D modeling word. Like the high latex ones? I don't know if I know those ones. High latex boots? I don't know if I'm familiar. It's a great word, right? I love the word greeble. Okay, yeah, so those I think are working in the right direction. Similar move for your feet. I know you have ant feet that work from the side. I'm not quite sure how they work from the side, but similarly, I think they could have your green nail polish. To interesting effect. James Bond, evil mastermind, kind of evil general in superhero media. Thigh-high boots? Oh, they're just high feet, high heels, but feet. Okay, I see. Okay. I'm wondering if you could use the same as I was saying before, like, this stuff that's around the ankle could feel more like armor, but then it also feels like an ant joint of some capacity. And some of these, like, robot fellas I've seen that we were looking at as examples, this gets really wide around the ankle. Let's see, what do these do for shoes? Well, these are just astronaut boots. Hang on, let me close this guy. I don't know how helpful you are. But some of these robot type of shoes have, like, really big, like, chunky things happening to them. Why can't I copy this image? There we go. Like, do you see how these ones have, like, this big round circle of something that's just off the edge and it's glowing with something inside of it? Like, Gundam shoes! Think about Gundam shoes! Look at- wait, hang on. Amber, look at Gundams. Gundams tend to be sleek, but also very mechanical. Look at Gundams. When they have their shoes, they have, like, spikes, and they've got this, like, ankle joint that overlaps with the foot in an interesting way and adds to their silhouette. The way that their knee joints work is very mechanical, but it's still sleek and streamlined. Amber, look at Gundams. Design your armor. Look at Gundams to design your armor. But, like, those kinds of things will help those details feel more specific in the way that they might need to, and that might also help with color blocking too, because Gundams are really well color blocked, generally. But yeah, so, okay. Generally, the critiques that I have here, let me close these images, because I think we've covered, actually, the bulk of what I had. Your gun on your hip and your hat and your antennas are good for silhouette, as well as your ends of your sleeves and your shoes. I think you're still pretty specific in silhouette. Breastplate references. Thank you, Hoshi. Let's see. Whoa, yeah, those are interesting, too. That might feel a little more armored if it's something like that, too. Those are good. Yeah. Hip belt pattern collection. Interesting. Some interesting things going on there. But we grab the rubric again. So, color palette. You have a couple colors that are just a little bit too low contrast against each other right now. Specifically, this magenta isn't reading very clearly against this color. You might need to bring this to be the trim again, like it is here. Just sort of thin so I can see that edge, because they're just very similar in value. Similarly, your hair is almost the exact same value as your, like, main color of your clothing is. I feel like you could use more of this blue down here, so that way we can tell that it's overlapping just a little better, although I don't even know if that's enough. We've got this white highlight, which maybe we could just use more of too. Give me the white highlight. Let me have it. Thanks. Okay. Hang on. Fully rim light that hair just a little bit. But just so that I can see that against your body a little bit better. Oh, thank you for Bevered. There we go. Okay, I'm freeing him safe. Oh, wait, maybe instead of this being green, or being that color, it could be green also. Whee, more colors. Yeah, color depth. Woo! Or like pink too. In some of these places, but we just need something to separate that out so it's clearer. Ooh, I really like the green. When I make the legs bigger and more armor, I think the legs are an okay size, but I think that you just need more exaggeration. They're very sleek. So if your knees and your ankles that are sort of armored had something that stuck off of them into the silhouette, that would be enough. I don't think the legs need to be bigger though. Inherently. I think the size they are is okay. Hang on, wait, so where was I? Oh yeah, clarity for the hair. We just have a couple things that are too low contrast. For the silhouette, that's sort of what we're getting at too with the wanting to add more around the joints. We want them to feel more specific, but I can still identify you on some level. You've got your hat, you've got your antennas, you've got some spikes on your shoulders and the ends of your gloves, your nails, your feet. They've got some distinction, but we can push that a little bit more, especially if we're making things more specific around joints. For complexity versus clarity, I think that that's most of what I was talking about here, is that you have detail, but the details feel non-specific to me right now, where I think they just need to be further fleshed out, and if you can find those good references of armor or mechs or something to reference for the joint areas, I think that'll take you a long ways. Just because everything's a really general shape. That's an oval. This was just sort of a couple little ovals, little triangles. You've got good, strong shape language, but those shapes could break down into smaller shapes, if you know what I mean. For focal point, right now it's entirely the gun. Your face was not really even competing, unfortunately. But without the gun, if I go like this and cover it, I would say that your face is much more focal now because the pink is mostly conglomerated around that area. So if we're ignoring the gun, your face is focal. So I'm not going to take off all the points for that. You need to distribute the green more if you're going to have the gun be on the hip. And then for concept and motifs, I can tell you're an ant. I can tell that you are some type of figure who has some level of authority from the way that you're dressed, especially the hat is clarifying that. I think that some of the changes that we made make you a little bit more clearly villainous, especially with the green being more throughout the design. Because before, I was just reading you as potentially maybe a general, or dare I say a cop, which I knew to not be true, probably. But I think we're pushing more supernatural through those colors, which is why we're getting a little bit closer to a villain. Yeah, I see somebody else saying ant cop. Yeah, your hat choice is police-like, unfortunately. Which is also, like, just a struggle in general with hats and military. They're gonna feel police-like. There we go. I need to make that button onto my thing here. The general cap, I don't know what else to do. Yeah, it does look like a sheriff. It's just the hat that's making us think police. So let me see. There's other styles of hats? Oh no! Oh man, wow, that's terrible. When I search just the word general on Pinterest, wow, that's a lot of... Okay. Yeah, that hat shape seems pretty consistent. I wonder if it's because the hat is all black? Are police hats not usually all black? Police hats are usually all black, right? We think of sailors' caps as having white on them, however, and having that sort of bridge element. So I'm wondering if we just need to lighten the top of the hat up, blue with a black brim. This might be putting too much silver on top of your head, but if we gave you a more like sailor captain style hat, let me just fully draw over it. That might help, potentially. Let me see. There we go. Okay, hang on. So for a sailor hat, gold, wait, this would be most of the upper part of the hat would be white, theoretically, or some other light color. It doesn't have to be white. We could try something else for it. And then this area of the hat sort of like rises up at the center. Bam, there we go. And then it has its like gold insignia and the sort of like braided thing that goes across here and then has like this thing on either side. And then you have like your insignia like you had before. I've made it really big. Associate police hats with the two dips on the top, like the W shape. Ah, okay, I see. Captain's hats also seem to have like the weight just like a little bit lower. Like this, almost like the Donald Duck style of hat. But if this felt more like a ship's captain hat as opposed to a general's hat, that might help give you enough distinction. Just like that. Let me see, what other styles of hats do generals wear? Man, this is a lot of hats I'm not gonna give you. Is this Chris Evans as what? Okay. Oh, Pinterest. Don't know about that. I'll find something else. Yeah, right now I think the color blocking is a little bit strange having it be that way, but it might just be necessary to find something else to do with the hat, unfortunately. Cut, edit, paste. I wonder if also if you're going for something that's like outer space, you could go for goggles instead on top of the head, although that's gonna lose some of the military look. But if you're going for military, you could have like a capelet or something, and then remove the hat, and then that might be enough. Man, challenging, huh? An attach might be good to get rid of the hat. Yeah. Zany, drank the grimace shake since I last saw you. Purple coloring police. I don't think purple makes us think of the police though. Blue is police related. I think it's the hat shape. Because if I were to get rid of the hat, I don't think I would think of the police, especially. This one has kind of a wider top part and aren't as square. Do you mean, hang on, like, the thing I'm trying to avoid is I'm trying to make sure that we don't accidentally give you an unsavory hat for an unsavory type of military, because I fear that if the more we do this and make the hat wide at the top, the more it's going to feel that way. The hat she was taken from reference to a general's cap, so yeah, that is why police hats look like that, unfortunately. Is widening at the top making it less? Maybe? I don't know. That might just be something we just have to be okay with. And we might just have to exaggerate other elements to make it clear that that's not what's going on. So like if you had more of like the general style like rope stuff going on like this, that will make it clearer that you're not an officer because officers don't have that. Also, if you had stuff that looks more like badges and stuff like that, not badges, like pins and stuff like that, that would also potentially help, where they tend to have their little like accolades things. Hang on, that's too similar in color, but like those things, we're making you really military now, but like the medals and stuff, do we want gold or green epaulets? I feel like gold. Green might be too much, and green is not, like we often associate these with being metal toned. I think the gold is going to work better. But we could maybe use the green as one of your like medals if you had a medal of some sort. But like those things I think are already just enough that I'm not going to look at you and think you're a police officer. Now. Whoops, these are sort of floating. I forget that that's your skin. Hang on, let me move these down. And like maybe they could stick out off the edge of your body so that way they're adding silhouette too, maybe. I don't know, something like that. What if I made the gloves metal? I mean, you could make something around the wrist be metal, but I feel like the contrast works very well right now with the hands being really dark so that the nails are really bright. I don't know if I'd want you to reduce the contrast around them unless you're fully designing like a mech-like glove. I don't know if it would work as well. I think it's okay like that though. Hoshi's still finding good pins. Massively late, but hello. Fear not, it is okay. Thank you for following, Gareth. I appreciate it. I should have realized. Automata Hero, also thank you for following. Whoa! Hoshi, that's crazy as a hat. Whoa, look at this hat. This is the general of Wi-Fi. This is not at all police-like at all. That's kind of crazy. That's cool. That might be just too much. But dang, Hoshi, that is an interesting hat. What the heck? Fascinating, truly. One big robo arm for sillies. You could totally go for... You could totally go for one big robo arm. I feel like if that's something you want to commit to, you gotta commit though. If you want to go for one big robo arm, big robo arm. Like we're talking like big robo arm. You gotta commit. And then you could have your green tones going throughout and whatever you have with like your funny little like trim thing that your ant joints have in it. If you want to go for mech or something like that, go hard, big, exaggerated. emphasize it. That'll make you feel much more villainous too. I have a reference? Hell yeah, I'm happy to hear it. But yeah, I think that is an option. Whoops, not me putting that on top of the same layer as other things. You could do that. And if you do that, maybe you just have to make the nails dark instead of light. Make the nails this color on this part if you're gonna keep the nails somewhere in it. But yeah. Terminator robo-arm, a little bit, yeah. Without the visor probably be okay. Yeah, that hat could potentially be an option, yeah. Okay, so, concept. We are getting a little confused right now, and it's just the hat. But there's other things we can do to make the general angle clearer. But I do just want you to push more with, like, the joints, the sci-fi angle. I think you can do more with it. Oh, look at these crazy shoes. Look at these crazy shoes. Bam. I need to save all this stuff. To my folders for safekeepings. Man, there's so many neat shoes. Oh, I'm saving these to the Cyberpunk folder accidentally. There we go. Bam! Don't save that. So there we go. So here is the grade. Amber, I think you were graded on the previous rubric before, so same to you as to Rex. This might, I don't know what your previous grade was, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, straight down the line. I think it's just, we need to push several of the elephants. We can push elephants too. We can push elements just a little more. Push it to the limit, cause I'm in it to win it, oh yeah. Just need to do everything better. No, don't say it like that. I always need to do everything better too, but that's not the way we should say that. Saying that, I would say instead there is room for growth in each element. You gotta say things in like a more positive connotation there. But thank you, Amber, for submitting. Can we get a round of applause for Amber? Metal Gear Rising could be good for referencing Armor 2. Oh, yeah, just take a page out of Ryzen's book, maybe a little bit. Yeah. Mr. Biscuit and Meepo, thank you guys for following. I appreciate it. And Enigma Power, thank you for following too. I appreciate it as well. Pushing elephants sounds difficult. They're kind of heavy. Yeah, they are a little heavy. I'll be careful. Don't worry. I'll be careful in pushing the elephants. Okay, final design for today, because I'm going to end around 6. And I'm pulling from YouTube. So, YouTube fellas, I'm going to type you a number. If you have not some... Okay, I'm back. So, YouTube fellas, submit to the critique form if you have not. I'm going to type a number to the chat, and the first person to type that number is who we are going for next. So I'm going to get my number primed and ready. It's ready. Number's ready? Are you ready to move your fingers? Twitch, I know you guys are in an ad, but you guys are fine. Don't worry about it. It's not you anyway. Wish the YouTube fellas good luck. YouTube, are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. 3, 2, 1. It is 106. There we go. Let me eat these very sweaty, square-shaped cheddar crackers that are in my hand also. So Lyra up here should be first. Whoops. Hits the Windows button. Hang on. Hang on. Win, Shift, S. There we go. Got it. Just so I can show you. Here's the order that it shows up to me in. Of who submitted. Lyra, did you submit? I feel like you said something earlier about what name you submitted under. Are you submitted under the name of Lyra? Knoxwell? Knoxvale? Not Knoxwell. In the critique submission form? Or is it sent somewhere else? Same name here. You're multi-lane drifting. I see you. Screen deceived me? I'm sorry to hear that. Let me see. Submitted 2 because the second one has proper transparent PNG. I appreciate it. Okay. Let me grab that. Lyra. Got it. Okay. Bam. Most recent one. Got it. Okay. Mine didn't even show up? No! Oh, it's in there. It's in there. It just isn't in the part that I screenshotted. So Lyra Knoxville. Let's see. So, let me grab your image. Sisyphean44, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Whoa. Wow, everyone's blue today. Why are we? I could have had a blue themed episode today. Amber was purple and Rex was green and purple, but I think everyone else is blue. There's some, I guess, overlap between being a VTuber who has blue as one of the major colors in their palette and being able to type quickly. What a strange overlap. Let me grab a background color here to stick in also. Let's see if this works. Bam. Okay. Got it. That took a while to do. How big is this canvas? Oh, it's 8K in height. Sorry, I'm gonna change your size just so my computer doesn't get mad at me. Oh. Change your resolution. I'm gonna shrink you just a little bit. You don't need to be that tall. I am, after all, very short. Sorry, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Okay. Let me see the details here. So, Lyra Knoxvale. I'm a night-wandering angel that shows up in times of need unexpectedly. I might help, but I might not. Everything comes at a cost. The bow is my weapon of choice. Sorry to resubmit a clean PNG and give some more lore background. Thank you! I appreciate the lore for the background. Okay, so, sort of the first thing that I'm ending up noticing is some just, like, little things with clarity right now, where I think you are going to be in need of a multiply layer. I am losing your hair against the edge of your skirt, unfortunately. So I think we just might need to push some of these colors, either darker or lighter, or more blue, in this area around the hand and also where the wrist is. Bear with me, this is way more extreme than it's gonna be. This is just so I can see it right now. But I'm gonna push it just a little bit more. Also, I don't know why I've started today. For some reason today I've started by just jumping immediately into critique. I should say first thing right off the bat, I can tell immediately the silhouette goes incredibly hard here. I can tell immediately that the silhouette works pretty well. We might have to darken things similarly in other areas, but I just wasn't making out that edge especially clearly. Maybe it's only certain parts. Some of this I can probably remove. Like right here, I don't think it needs to be quite as dark. Oh, but see, like that's not working. Hang on. Just being more specific about where those colors are placed. Yeah, bear with me if you're doing bingo. I guess you gotta bear with me. So that fixes the clarity for that just a little bit more. The silhouette, before I get too far in. Bam. Probably immediately recognizable. Your hair is really specific. You've got a lot of good positive negative space in your pigtails. Your wings add something interesting to the silhouette. The skirt shape is very particular. Little things that are hanging in your hair are all adding to it. So silhouette, good and very strong. Your hair is, however, completely symmetrical. I see people saying that they love the symmetry. Are you aiming to be an uncanny amount of symmetrical because you're an angel? Because I've seen that as something that's done intentionally before. Sometimes, I'm feeling that that might not be the case because you have majorly asymmetrical elements in the design. But that's something that could go either way, where often designs feel a little bit stiff if they're too perfectly symmetrical. For an angel, it helps you feel uncanny if that is what you are aiming for, because angels are a little bit uncanny. But if that is not the intent, I would say that just changing the hair so that it's not perfectly mirrored, it's not really changing the design, but it's just changing the way that it's drawn, would be a good move to make. But I can see a case for not doing that as well, potentially. So I fear that my background I've given you is making you hard to read because it's too similar. Some of the grays, there we go, okay, that helps a little bit. I can read a little bit more clearly. Gonna go for another hour, just another 30 minutes. We're gonna go until I finish critiquing this design. Noted, I think I'll have to think about it. I do want to be uncanny, but it does look very symmetrical right now. Okay, so we can find some little things we can do to give you some natural asymmetry, where sometimes it's something as simple as just like, wait, hang on, I should do that a little bit more clean. Hang on. Something as simple as just like moving a couple of elements up or down. Like if this sits higher on one side than it does on the other side. If some of the little pieces of hair aren't exactly the same in the way that they're placed left to right. Like your buns are perfectly symmetrical. If this had a loop that comes out here and goes back in, and then this one didn't have this loop. And then this one has a loop that we can see coming like up here or something. Like little things like that really go a long ways to make something feel more natural. Even if it's just little subtle things. Like you can even have like, okay, here's a piece that cuts across here and joins with that shape. So that's not as open on the front as it was before. Maybe you have a piece of hair here that's longer and sticks out a little bit more. Maybe where these bows aren't perfectly symmetrical, left to right. But it's just little things like that that can do a lot to make you feel not as stiff. Because already you've got a little bit of that happening in the front of your bangs, which is good, but we can just use more of it. So similarly, the back of your hair, like just redrawing the hair without a symmetry modifier on could do a lot to help just break things up left to right a little bit more. I'm just re-chunking a couple pieces of hair just for fun, just really quickly. Bam. So that way the silhouette is going to be still relatively symmetrical, but not completely symmetrical. Wah. Put that down there. What if I exaggerate this out more? If this had something that jumped across like that, and then maybe this one has one that comes like under like this, but just little things like that add up a bit. Moving one of the blue crosses too. You could move the blue crosses. Whatever this thing is that's emanating out of the crosses too could just be rendered or just drawn without a symmetry modifier on, where if all these little pieces that are coming out of it are just different, that adds to the chaos of it. And if they're still relatively similar in shape overall, it won't make it harder to rig, but that's already subtly different. Only the artist will notice the asymmetry and an average viewer won't. Yeah, that is true. But it's one of those things where an average viewer will probably still look at something and feel like there's something odd going on. It'll feel a little bit strange if it's too symmetrical. It'll feel a little bit stiff. So we're just making things less stiff right now, essentially, through those little edits. They're not changing a ton, but you see how they're just loosening things up just a little bit. One of the other things that I would say, this is more of a drawing thing, but the skirt being perfectly flat across is a little bit strange as far as perspective goes. So like it should pull down into an arc just a little bit. Just a little bit. Like that, probably. Because I know it's sort of giving that sort of ballet style of skirt, but it just needs to be a little bit more rendered in perspective, perhaps. You've got good exaggeration around the center of your silhouette. The color palette is rather interesting, from being blue and gold and a variety of gold undertones, variety of black undertones. There's definitely a ballet aesthetic happening with the shoes. For it to be flat to be unnatural. Multiple eyes that are a bit terrifying. Oh, that could be interesting. Are you open to having things that are similar to eyes throughout the design if you're wanting for the design to feel uncanny? Because you could have things that aren't, like, it's not directly an eye, but it could be something that is referencing an eye shape, where you've got like these circle areas. Hang on. Like, you could have things that feel eyeball-like. Could have, like, something that feels like a pupil in the center of your bow ties if they were just a little bit bigger. Let me make that larger. And then it gives across the feeling like you're being watched just a little bit more from the design, sort of overall. Crosses could have things that are feeling eye-like. Open to it, taking notes of things I can add. Ah, for an alt outfit. Interesting, I see, okay. The wings being sort of jagged, I think, is helping us to read you as being more neutral, as well as the color palette. You're not like a positive angel. A blue eye is an evil eye. Ah, interesting. I wasn't particularly aware of that, but I guess that could work. And we could stylize something for this so that it feels like this is some sort of like brooch that has, I don't know, eyelashes or something on it, but you could hide those little things throughout the design, where it's another one of those sort of subconscious things. Even if they're not very big, the addition of all these little concentric circles can add up psychologically for a viewer without them realizing that that's something that's even happening. So that is an option here. Let's see. I wonder what else. If you're trying to play up the uncanniness of the angel aspect as well, angels tend to have a lot more going on with wings too. You only have one set of wings. Are you just an angel, or are you a particular kind of angel? I guess would be another question. Because I know there's like seraphim and Nephilim? Am I saying that right? My Roman Catholic upbringing that I have long left behind is failing me. But more wings can feel uncanny, especially if we're adding them in places we're not really expecting them. Like if they're coming off of your legs or coming off of eyelashes, coming out of hair. That can feel interesting and uncanny. Truth, I haven't decided. Planning to get more angel-like form though. Definitely have more wings. Okay. Noted. I see. Interesting. Nephilim are angel human hybrids. Ah. I didn't know if I was saying that right. Lots of cool colors, yeah. Rings and wings with tons of eyes, usually biblically accurate. Really eldritch horror. Yeah, there's not a lot of rings happening here, which is sort of surprising. But I feel like you have gone in a direction with the angel style design that doesn't feel as typical, which I would say is benefiting you. I can still guess maybe that you're an angel from the wings, but I feel like there might just be something that we need as an added element to make it clear. Having the crosses is pushing me in that religious angle. Yeah, not a vampire. Not a vampire. I do get how you might be getting vampires from sort of the fashion choices being made, and we do also associate crosses with vampires too. But I'm wondering if there might be something else that we could add here that would make the... Oh, there are fangs also. That would make the angel aspect clearer, where I don't want to tell you to add a halo, because I feel like that's a cop-out. That's like the easy answer to making something feel angel-like. So I'm trying to think of... Let me look at biblically accurate angels. Yeah, a lot more wings, a lot more eyes. A lot more rings that are sort of concentric. Yeah, man, it's eyes and wings and rings seems to be the general conception. Instead of 2 wings, like, do like 4 can make it a little obvious maybe. Mayhaps, that would make it clear that you're not a bird, because that is where I was sort of landing before, was I was thinking bird might be the angle instead. Still have Magnus Vindicate? Huh? I'm not familiar with that. Did not spell that right. Oh, Manus Vindicate. Yeah. I'm wondering, yeah, if more wings might help. One of the other things that might just be sort of a funny special effects thing that might help. Often, saints and angels are depicted with some amount of just glow behind them, so even if we're not going for directly a halo, you could still have some effect behind your head that is maybe semi-transparent and fading off at the edges, where we're getting like that, oh, what is it, like the rays that tend to emanate from important biblical figures. But they can be like really broken up and choppy and spiky, so that way we're still getting the angle that you're not necessarily someone who is just light and bright and deserving of being trusted, but we're still putting in the direction of thinking about stuff that is holy. Woo! Hang on, I've done things that I didn't need to. Hang on. I'm darkening it behind the head, and then I'm gonna erase out the edges. And make it more subtle, because it's gonna be really intense right now. But if it feels like you're emanating light, that's also something that we tend to associate with a design, plus 100 in rigging. Would it really be? I don't think it would be. This is just one layer that would go behind the head and be bright. What do you mean? I don't think so. Oh, or if you're talking about the wings, that might add to your rigging costs. Maybe. Potentially. Maybe. I could see that being the case. Like Mother Mary. Or, like, yeah, like any biblical figure, they tend to have something that is adding some glow behind their head. And I feel like this is so subtle. So subtle. But already that is pushing me to think in the right direction. It's bringing more of the gold to the upper half of the design, which I feel like is also necessary. Because right now it's really isolated on either side of your body and in the skirt. There's not really any gold on your head all so much. Yo, I'd do the ring behind the head for free. Fair. That's Zany's decision to make. So, more gold in upper body is also good, but that's gonna help clarify the angel angle of the design a little bit more, which I feel like we do need. Man, I'm wondering about those wings and rings and eyes. If there might be some other interesting way of incorporating those elements into the design to add to the uncanny nature, other than just adding subtle little bows and stuff like that. I wonder if there's some way. Let me see. We just have little things that are shaped like irises in different places. Oh, I picked the color in your eye. That's not the color your gold is. But like, there could be something we could do with a pattern that might feel eye-like around your head somewhere. But then that also makes this feel more like a crown or a halo. Rings with eyes around the wrist, maybe, hidden behind my skirt. Yeah. I wonder if the neck might also be an interesting place for that. You have a really long neck, which might also be what it's making people think of vampires, because your neck is just so long. But, I mean, you can defy physics. You can have stuff that is sort of floating in this area. This might be interesting and sort of crazy for your silhouette as well. Hang on, I haven't drawn this one as well as I drew the other one. There we go. But like, instead of having the necklace that is like that, you could have something floating like this. Maybe we can see that this is on the front one, and then one of them has like the little eyeballs going around it, or something that feels reminiscent of an eyeball without directly becoming an eyeball. But then that's in the upper part of the design. Alternatively, I would have said that maybe having something floating around one of your buns might be interesting, or like earrings. But I feel like the necklace idea might be still stronger because you have so much space there because your neck is so long. But you could still go for something around the wrist as well, potentially too. What's the name of those angels? The ring ones? No clue. Seraphim? Maybe? No, thrones. Thrones are the ones that have the rings around them? Is that true? Seraphim are the ones that are just wings, I think. I don't think they have things other than wings happening. Ophanim? Oh, is that what it is? That could also be what it is. I am just in my Google search and I see that it says thrones directly next to those ones in several of them. There's a lot enough going on in the head, but if not a halo, seen angel ring hair dye jobs that imitate it as an option. Oh, wait, hang on. That's a good idea. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, hang on. Where they have like the gold or just like a color just dyed into their hair in sort of a ring around one area where it's not the hair highlight. It's that the hair is dyed. I'm going to change this to a color layer. I wonder if people would understand that on a VTuber design. I feel like on a design, it might just be misunderstood to just be the hair highlight. If we place it around the highlight, that could be interesting. I see what you mean though. Death the Kid type vibes. What is the Grim Reaper if not something associated with the afterlife as well, maybe. Ophanim are thrones. I sort of got it. Maybe, kind of. Maybe. Unclear. But angels, but eyes could be hairpins on the twin tails. That's true. I wonder if we could just replace some of the ribbons with eyeballs entirely. Oh, wait, hang on. You could also have the rings go around the hair itself, too, which might be interesting, too. Might be a lot. Just a fine line between the Grim Reaper and the heavens. Yeah, that's sort of what we're saying. But I think we do have a couple of interesting suggestions that might help push some of the less common ways of making it clear that something is an angel. Let me start putting stuff into the grade book here. So, for silhouette, so close. I think you just need a little bit more of that natural asymmetry, but you're pretty close. For color palette, there's a little bit of areas that are having some low contrast against each other that I think could use a little bit more distinction, but not too bad. Your color choices generally are pretty nice. Complexity versus clarity, I feel like you might just be ever so slightly over-detailed. You have a lot of really small details happening, especially in the torso and in the legs. Like, this bow is so tiny. Do we even need that there? I don't know. The fact that this is tied on both sides, I don't know if we need either. It feels like just some of the details are not adding to our overall understanding of the design, and instead are just here for detail's sake. I just tried to add a layer and it did something funny. I don't know what happened, but I don't think we inherently need every single one of these things that is happening. Like, I don't think we need this ribbon. You could just have that little blue area where it's tied, but make it consistent with the other ribbons that are throughout. Yeah, just a little bit less in some of the details, perhaps. They're a little overdone, and they're not just, like, adding something, some of them, but otherwise, I think they're working mostly well. Focal point! Let me turn all of our edits off, because I think, Shermates, for you, what is the focal point? What would you say the focal point is, Shermates? If you're looking at this, because I think I have an answer, but I just want to hear what your answer is. I don't think I've asked you guys to answer this yet. Today. I haven't made you guys participate. Chest, okay. I just want to make sure. They're ophonym meaning wheels, usually called thrones because they were described when an apostle was seeing the throne. Oh, interesting. Okay. Shoes, lacing at the feet for me. Chest, blue on white, torso, eyes, chest, sorry. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so mostly all over the place. We got one eyes, which is where we should be looking, which is the face. Oh, whoops, hang on. I left this turned on, which I think is helping the face to be focal. I fear that because of how bright blue these are, they're ending up just a little bit distracting. And then similarly, the wings to me end up being very focal because they are just like what I look at first. Because there's so much gold in them and there's not a lot of gold happening elsewhere, unfortunately. So I'm wondering, it seems like we do have to do something about the shoes being so bright, and that might just be a classic EG multiply layer that's an airbrush. Select that. It's still gonna miss some of the stuff that I've edited, but it'll be okay. Airbrush. Is this the correct layer? Yeah. Nope. I guess that wasn't the right layer. Normal. Hang on. Money, then multiply. Okay. Just so that these elements get pushed back a little bit more. Classic multiply layer. So now the shoes are a little bit less focal. The wings. Am I weird? The thing that catches my eye first is the chest and head is almost pure white. Yes, the chest is catching my eye a lot because it's so bright. More so than the face is, so I'm wondering if you may benefit from having some sort of like mesh that's being worn under the clothing in this area also. Just something subtly, because I don't want to cover your skin up inherently too much, and we can leave your like upper chest area open too. Make that just a little bit less, but if we just darken some of this a little bit more, I have a feeling that I don't really know how I would put this shirt to make sense, but I'm trying to think of where I would put mesh if I was doing it. But just so that the skin of the face is more unique. Hang on. That's helping a little bit, I think, right now. Hang on. If I toggle it off and back on, that's starting to help. I feel like... Hang on. If I go like this, will this make sense? Maybe a little bit. But just so that we're pushing those lighter tones higher a bit. There. Once the outline of the shoulders is still visible. Yeah, no, we can leave the outline of the shoulders visible, but for me, the focal point is still like right here because it's just so bright. I wonder if we just need to drop these shadows a little bit more too. Under the neck from like the head. If I go like this, although that's still sandwiching this area into being darker, which is not inherently helping. Let's see. Is that helping? A little bit. It's giving the neck more depth. But I think we're moving this in the right direction. It's getting there. It's closer than it was. I still think we're looking to this area because of the wings also, but that is still very focal. I wonder if I just need to just darken this entirely. Just a little bit. Normal multiply. I'll reduce it. It's not going to be this dark, but just so that I can see if it's just too pale in comparison to the face. I'm not doing a very clean job of this, but just so that we can get a general idea. from a distance. I'm not gonna do it a ton, but like that. There, now it's the face. Now look at that face pop and glow just a little bit more. We've just pushed it back some, essentially, by darkening it. But I would say that now we have brought the face to being much more focal than it was. So I'd probably put the focal point here. The face is being out-competed. I might put it even there. Where there's just so much detail, the face wasn't especially unique for all that many reasons. Can we try erasing the wings? They would be visible all the time, I think. We could try covering the wings also just to see, whoops, hang on, what is focal? But the wings are so nice for your silhouette and for the depth of color in the design that without them, it definitely feels like there's something missing. If we get rid of these things, the chest is still too focal, I would say. So I don't know if the wings are the trouble. Mayhaps. I think it was just how bright this area was. And I didn't even make it that much darker. It's a very subtle change. Then concept motifs, we were sort of getting at the fact that don't know if, just from a cold read, I don't think I would get angel immediately. There's some of the right hints, but I think we need more hints. More eyes, more rings, more wings, as we were saying before. And we are sort of being misled by the fashion and the fact that we tend to associate crosses with vampires and the fangs to think vampire as well. So there's some things we can do to make it clearer that you are, in fact, not a vampire and are an angel. But you're doing some of the right things already. Just need to push them just a little bit more, I would say. So let's say that's probably about our spread here. So 3, 4, 5.5, 6 out of 10. Yippee! Good work. I have to say, I feel like this rubric is, as much as it is strange to say, I think it's more fair. Because before, I think art style ended up accidentally impacting grades, and I feel like it's not anymore. We're getting a much cleaner read of the grading here. But can we get a round of applause for Lyra, please? Thank you for submitting your design. It is really pretty. It is really cool. You're most of the way there. There's just, as we've said before, there's always room for improvement. And there's room for improvement in all categories for everyone, pretty much. But thank you. Oh, wait, I can clap with my hands. Thank you for your time. Of course. The Zat and Okami Dorakino, thank you guys for following. We have 5,800 shroommates. 5,000 shroommates. Thank you all for being here. That's so many of you. That's a lot. Thank you for following. Also, the Art Demon, thank you for following too. I appreciate it. Shroom State, we gotta try harder to beat the Nat 7 cap. Yeah, now it's gonna be harder. Nat 10s are gonna be much more of a challenge to reach. But if I'm being honest, I would still say that some of our Nat 10s we gave before would still be a Nat 10 on this board. I think Cable Gore, that design would probably still be a Nat 10. I would say that that would probably still stand. Parmesan, thank you for following too. Can't even picture 5,000 people in a room. That's like a stadium of shroommates. You guys could fill a stadium if I could teleport you all to one place. That's a lot of you. Thank you. Made art of my character implementing the advice you gave at the beginning of the stream. Yeah! I'll keep an eye out for it. I'm so excited to see. New designs probably being the 5 to 10. Hey, don't say that. You never know. You never know where it's going to turn out. But it makes anyone feel better. I think base EG is probably also like a 5, maybe a 6. Maybe slightly above average for silhouette, but that's not, just for honesty's sake, I'm doing a 5-ish with my design. I would say that this version, my sleigh Halloween outfit, I would say gets a higher grade than my base outfit because the color design is more interesting with my purple and my green and my blue and my brown. My silhouette is crazier with my weird sleeve shapes and my hat and my hair all working together. I don't know if my head is the focal point anymore. I think I may have accidentally shifted the focal point to being some of my cravats. Love little buckles on your knees. Thanks, they're holding my socks up. They're performing a function. Well, I mean, maybe my one big crazy eyeball is focal, but I don't know if my head is focal. That's probably the big critique of this design, but I would say this is stronger than my base design. I should make a new, like, main Squiiji outfit someday. Base EG might be a 7 or 8, good clarity, good silhouette. But boring color palette. It's got a little bit of color depth, but it's not that interesting. Silhouette, is only good so far as the hair goes. I'm completely symmetrical in a really incredibly boring way. My outfit could use more layering. The fact that I'm a teacher, I don't know if is especially clear. There's room for growth on base EG. This, you know, I'm a mage. You can see the oyster mushrooms. There's a lot more clarity here, I would say. But it's not a bad design. 5 out of 10 is not bad at all. 5 out of 10 is absolutely a passable design to be streaming with. Well, Gary's a solid 10 out of 10. I would say for a mascot design, Gary would score pretty well. I think Gary scores pretty well. He's very cute. No bad base EG rules. I know base EG rules, but I feel like I could make base EG rule even more. But anyways, it is past 6, and I need to go hang out with my Joby because it's a Friday night. It's Friday, Friday. Gotta get down on Friday. Now that I'm thinking about it, huh? Wait, here's giving wise mentor. Oh, interesting. I didn't think about that. Intriguing. But thank you all for joining me here, fellas. Thank you guys for being here. I'm sorry I couldn't be here earlier this week, but we'll have a stream next week on Monday and Thursday, theoretically. Monday, I might pull from some of those Twitter submissions that we had, because I feel bad that they all appeared there and things didn't go the way I thought they would. So we'll grab them. Don't worry. What happened to the other designs? I don't know if you said it. We're going to revisit them on Monday, I think. I'm going to go through some of them, I think, or try to. Maybe I'll do like a speed round on Monday with the fellows who showed up in the Twitter submissions. We'll just grade and not edit, maybe. That'll be quicker, maybe. And then after that, Thursday, I don't know what we're doing. What am I doing on Thursday? Oh, I'm supposed to poll for we're going to poll for the next series we're going to talk character design critiques on. We'll do that. I'll set that poll up probably early next week. But thank you all for coming today. I will see you on Monday. YouTube streammates, I can't send you anywhere, but thank you for being here. I will say, shroom you later. Have a safe and happy and grass-touching involved weekend, perhaps, for me, if you could. But thank you for stopping by. Bye. Could you really bring yourself to not